Sexual minority individuals continue to experience prejudice and discrimination as a result of the social stigma that most societies place on sexual behavior and sexual identities outside heteronormative ideals. This stigma persists across many domains of life, including education and the workplace, but is arguably most pronounced in the domain of sexual minority individuals. People who have sexual identities that are not straight, including but not limited to lesbian, gay, bisexual, queer, and pansexual. 216 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Macy and Romantic Relationships. In this profile, I provide an overview of several studies my colleagues and I have conducted aimed at understanding how sexual minority individuals and members of same-sex relationships experience stigma in the context of their intimate relationships. I demonstrate how experiences of stigma can lead to negative outcomes for members of same-sex relationships in terms of their mental health and in the quality of their relationships. This research illustrates how theories of minority stress can be used to understand how social stigma can be detrimental to the health and relationships of sexual minority individuals and same-sex couples. The Minority Stress Model. The Minority Stress Model, as proposed by Eileen Meyer, attempts to explain why sexual minority individuals, on average, experience higher rates of mental health problems relative to their straight peers, noting that these inequalities in mental health are not likely to be caused by sexual orientation itself. The Minority Stress Model contends that the reason for poorer mental health outcomes among sexual minority populations lies in sexual minority individuals having a disadvantaged status in society relative to their straight peers. This disadvantaged social status is created by the stigma that societies place on same-sex sexual behavior and sexual minority identities, which does not apply to straight individuals, given the privileging of heterosexuality as normative. 48. As a result of this disadvantaged social status, sexual minority individuals are exposed to social stress that straight individuals are not. Social stressors include being fired from your job because you are lesbian, i.e., prejudice, being called names because you are bisexual, i.e., harassment, being socially avoided because you are gay, i.e., everyday discrimination, having to worry about when it is safe to disclose your sexual orientation, i.e., stigma concealment, and thinking you are not valued as a person as much as others are because of your sexual orientation, i.e., internalized stigma. These are all examples of social stress that sexual minorities experience that their straight peers do not. As a result of excess exposure to these and other forms of minority stress, sexual minorities are more likely to experience mental health problems, like elevated rates of depression, anxiety, substance use, and suicidal ideation. Thus, the Minority Stress Model contends that sexual minority individuals experience higher rates of mental health problems than their straight peers because of excess exposure to social stress stemming from their stigmatized and disadvantaged social status. 49. Disadvantaged social status. A lower place within the social hierarchy of a society, often defined by a lower level of power, lower social value, and exclusion from full and equal access to material and symbolic forms of citizenship. Social stress. Stress that emanates from a person's relationships with other people, other communities, and the general social environment. Same-sex relationships. Sexual or romantic relationships involving two partners who share the sex assigned at birth and gender identity. Prejudice and discrimination against LGBTQ+ people. 217. Stigma and minority stress in same-sex relationships. As of 2020, same-sex marriage is either performed or recognized in 32 countries throughout the world, and attitudes toward homosexuality and same-sex marriage are dramatically improved according to opinion polls in most Western countries. 50. However, it is important to recognize that the vast majority of countries across the globe do not legally recognize same-sex couples, and in some countries same-sex behavior continues to be criminalized. Even in countries with equal marriage laws, many same-sex couples experience stigma and discrimination from co-workers, peers, and family. Thus, the domain of intimacy and romantic relationships remains a significant part of sexual minority individuals' lives in which they continue to experience social stigma. Minority stress as a barrier to achieving relationship goals. To understand how experiences of minority stress in the relational domain might explain inequalities in mental health between sexual minority individuals and their straight peers, my colleagues and I conducted a survey of 431 lesbian, gay, and bisexual, 55%, individuals and straight identified, 45%, individuals living in the United States and Canada. We specifically wanted to examine the extent to which participants felt stress related to experiencing barriers to achieving their goals. In romantic relationships, for example, getting married, buying a house, planning to have children, moving in together, compared with other areas such as the workplace and education. Participants were asked to complete the personal project inventory on the goals they were pursuing across these life domains and the intensity of perceived barriers to the achievement of these goals, which served as our measure of stress. We also asked participants to complete previously validated measures of depression and psychological well-being. 51. We found that sexual minority individuals reported significantly more depressive symptoms and lower levels of psychological well-being than their straight peers. Sexual minorities also reported more barriers to goal pursuit than straight participants. People who reported more stress in the form of frustrated goal pursuit scored significantly poorer on mental health and well-being outcomes, and their inclusion in models attenuated sexual orientation differences in mental health. Importantly, when we held constant the differences in the stress related to frustrated goal pursuit, differences between sexual minorities and straight individuals. 218 Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies in mental health and well-being were much less pronounced. Thus, our research demonstrates that this frustrated goal pursuit is the critical factor explaining sexual minority differences in mental health and well-being. These barriers to relationship projects came from interpersonal sources like family, friends, and neighbors. These findings suggest that stigma in intimacy and relationships may prevent sexual minorities from achieving their goals for intimacy and relationships, and in doing so contributes to mental health inequalities observed between sexual minority and straight individuals. These findings have relevance to the changing social context regarding marriage equality. Interpersonal attitudes may affect the everyday relationship activities of sexual minority individuals in ways that are detrimental to their health and well-being. The persistence of minority stress in a post-marriage equality context. To examine whether minority stress continues to affect the mental health of same-sex couples in the United States after access to equal marriage became available, my colleagues and I examined the degree to which the perception of unequal recognition as a minority stressor explained variation in mental health above and beyond legal relationship recognition. Tie-in. We predicted that members of same-sex couples with legal marital status would report more positive mental health outcomes compared with members of same-sex couples who were not legally married. We also predict that perceiving the social climate as not affording equal recognition to same-sex couples would be related to worse mental health for members of same-sex couples, regardless of legal marital status. Dyadic data from both members of 106 same-sex couples diverse in terms of couple gender, length of relationship, location in the United States, and race/ethnicity were collected and analyzed. The survey contained measures of legal marital status, perceived unequal social recognition, and mental health outcomes, for example, depressive symptoms, nonspecific psychological distress, and problematic drinking behavior. 52. The results demonstrated that perceived unequal relationship recognition predicted poorer mental health, whether or not members of same-sex couples were in a legally recognized relationship. Focusing on potential differences in mental health by levels of legal relationship recognition, the study found that members of same-sex couples recognized as registered domestic partners or civil unions, but not as legal marriages, demonstrated significantly lower levels of mental health compared with those with legal marriages and those with no legal relationship status. Those who were legally married reported the most positive mental health. Prejudice and discrimination against LGBTQ+ people 219 outcomes but were not statistically distinguishable from those with no legal recognition for their relationship. These findings illustrate a consistent and robust pattern of tie-ins with multiple indicators of mental health, suggesting that the degree to which members of same-sex couples perceive their relationship to have unequal recognition is a meaningful factor underlying mental health outcomes. In other words, although institutionalized forms of discrimination, such as unequal access to legal marriage, have documented associations with mental health in sexual minority populations, the lived experience of perceived inequality likely represents a more proximal form of minority stress. This form of minority stress is one that potentially exists as shared lived experience at the couple level and may even persist in contexts where structural stigma has been reduced or eliminated. 53. These findings also highlight how equal access to legal marriage is an important social change but is not sufficient to eliminate long-standing social stigma as a risk for mental health problems faced by sexual minority individuals and members of same-sex couples. The constantly shifting social and policy climate facing sexual minorities and same-sex couples continues to warrant attention from social scientists, public health scholars, and policy makers in light of its potential impact on mental health, resilience and resistance to minority stress in same-sex relationships. It is important to qualify that the research findings discussed up to this point pertain to groups of sexual minority individuals and same-sex couples and reflect the average experience of the participants. Not all sex minority individuals and members of same-sex couples experience minority stress, and not all who do are affected by it in the same way. In fact, many sexual minority individuals and members of same-sex couples live healthy lives in rewarding relationships. Recognizing this variability in individual experience highlights how sexual minority individuals and members of same-sex relationships are resilient in the face of minority stress. An example of this resilience can be seen in a study of the meaning-making processes same-sex couples use in negotiating minority stress in their relationships. 54. To explore how members of same-sex couples potentially exercise resilience in the face of minority stress, I asked 9 people in same-sex relationships to write about their relational high points, low points, decisions, and goals, as well as their experiences of stigma directly related to their relationships. Narrative analysis of these stories revealed that participants had several psychological strategies for making meaning of their experiences of stigma. Some strategies: empha. 220 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Sized a negative, delimiting, and contaminating effect of stigma on relationships, as is commonly found in existing research. However, other strategies emphasized how stigma can be made sense of in ways that allow individuals to overcome its negative effects. For example, some same-sex couples who participated in this research constructed meanings of stigma-related stressors as challenges that reaffirmed their commitment to and bond with their partners. Others saw stigma as providing an opportunity to redefine notions of commitment and relational legitimacy. These narrative strategies for making meaning of stigma-related stressors represent more than simply coping strategies for minority stress. They represent attempts to reclaim experiences of being stigmatized in ways that allow individuals to resist and even thrive in the face of social stigma. Thus, through individual and group level meaning-making processes of minority stressors, social stigma can, indirectly, result in positive outcomes for sexual minorities' well-being and same-sex relationships. Summary. My colleagues and I have conducted studies that collectively demonstrate how social stigma can affect the health and relationships of sexual minority individuals and same-sex couples. These are by no means the only studies on this topic. 55. It is my hope that the details of these studies illustrate the potential utility of minority stress theory to highlight that the continued stigmatization of same-sex couples, even in areas that have progressive laws and policies, puts sexual minority individuals and same-sex couples at risk for negative health and relationship outcomes. This research has been useful for efforts to change laws and policies to be more inclusive of same-sex couples' rights and to eliminate discrimination against same-sex couples, efforts that are by no means complete and will continue for years to come. However, research on minority stress can also be useful in informing the work of community health workers, counselors, and clinicians working with sexual minority communities to help them cope with, overcome, and resist the potential negative impact of social stigma. 56. Key questions. What prejudices do LGBTQ+ people face, and how does prejudice affect their lives and experiences? What other structures of inequality, such as race, shape the experience of violence and prejudice toward LGBTQ+ people? Prejudice and discrimination against LGBTQ+ people. 221. How does the history of research on homophobia and prejudice against LGBTQ+ people relate to political struggles for LGBTQ+ equality? How does the minority stress model help us understand both the negative impacts and the more positive outcomes of prejudice on LGBTQ+ people? Research resources. Compiled by Jessica Zemprush and Rachel Wexelbaum. Discuss, choose one or two resources listed in this chapter, and discuss them in relation to what you have learned about discrimination, prejudice, and minority stress as it affects LGBTQ+ people. Present, choose a key topic or event found in this chapter. Then locate one or two resources from the quick dip and deep dive sections and develop a presentation for the class. Explain the significance of the topic, and provide additional details that support your explanation. Create, what idea, person, or event from this chapter really moved you? Do more research on that idea, person, or event based on the resources in this chapter. Then create your own artistic response. Consider writing a poem, drawing a picture, or editing a photograph in a way that demonstrates both what you have learned and how you feel about the issue or person. Debate, find a partner or split into groups, and choose a topic, idea, or controversy from this chapter. Have each partner or group present an opposing perspective on it. Use at least two of the resources in this chapter to support your argument. Quick dip, online resources. Discrimination in America, experiences and views of LGBTQ Americans. Discrimination in America is a series developed by National Public Radio, the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, and based on a 2017 survey of 3,453 adults living in the 222 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies, United States. The survey captured the wide range of personal experiences that Americans have had with discrimination based on age, race, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, disability, and other factors. Data and analysis of the data from this report are authoritative evidence for research papers or other research projects about discrimination. View the report at https://cdn1sph/harvard.edu/wp-content/uploads/sites/94/2017/11/ NPRRWJFHSPH Discrimination LGBTQ Final Report PDF == https://www.equaldex.com/ is a collaborative knowledge base similar to Wikipedia for LGBTQ+ rights around the world. Information. Maps provide legal status of LGBTQ+ discrimination, homosexual active, ITY, marriage, changing gender, adoption, employment, housing, military service, age of consent, donating blood and conversion therapy in every country around the world. One can review each map, locate a country-specific map, or compare two or more different regions. This extremely useful resource for basic, up-to-date information about LGBTQ+ laws in any country includes a growing list of LGBTQ+ advocacy organizations from around the world. Equality maps, from the Movement Advancement Project. The Movement Advancement Project, MAP, is an independent, nonprofit organization that provides research reports and data to organizations, journalists, and lawmakers fighting for equal rights. Maps LGBTQ+. Equality maps, http www.lgbtmap.org/equality-maps, display LGBTQ+. Policies and laws in the United States. Researchers can click on a state to review research, laws, and data on non-discrimination laws, religious exemptions, relationship and parental recognition of LGBTQ+ youth, health care for LGBTQ+ people, criminal justice systems and LGBTQ+ people, and the corrections to identity documents that are allowed. Human Rights Campaign. Founded in 1980, the Human Rights Campaign is the best-known LGBTQ+ political advocacy group in the United States. Its website, https://www.hrc.org, includes annual reports of the group's activities, articles focused on 16 LGBTQ+ advocacy topics, a link to professional resources developed by the Allied Human Rights Foundation, and information on how to get involved with the Human Rights Campaign to promote particular issues. Prejudice and discrimination against LGBTQ+ people. 223. Lambda Legal. Lambda Legal, https://www.lambdalegal.org/ is a national organization committed to achieving full recognition of the civil rights of lesbians, gay men, bisexuals, transgender people, and those with HIV through impact litigation, education, and public policy work. National Coalition of Anti-Violence Programs. This national coalition of local programs, affiliate organizations, and individuals works to prevent, respond to, and end all forms of violence against and within LGBTQ+ communities. The coalition, https://avp.org/gab/ is coordinated by the Anti-Violence Project, founded in New York City in 1980. Outright International. Outright International is a leading international LGBTQ+ human rights organization focused on LGBTQ+ rights advocacy around the world. It fights for legal equality, freedom of assembly, privacy, personal security, online safety, and transgender and non-binary rights. Its representatives work with the United Nations, non-governmental organizations, and local and national LGBTQ+ support organizations to advance its work. https://outrightinternational.org/how-we-work. The Where We Work page has a link to a global overview of legal and societal situations of LGBTQ+ people. Sylvia Rivera Law Project. The Sylvia Rivera Law Project, https://srlp.org/ works to guarantee that all people are free to self-determine gender identity and expression, regardless of income or race, and without facing harassment, discrimination, or violence. The project provides legal help, training, and advocacy tools. Deep dive, books and film. Captive Genders, Trans Embodiment and the Prison Industrial Complex, edited by Eric A. Stanley and Nat Smith. The first book to address trans people, and the intersection of race and gender identity, in the prison industrial complex contains 26. 224 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Chapters contributed by trans people who are currently incarcerated, academics, legal experts, and activists. They present clear evidence that the criminal justice system discriminates against, penalizes, and endangers transgender and non-binary people through unequal, unsafe incarceration practices. The Tools/Resources section provides talking points and organizing strategies to abolish the prison industrial complex. It was a Lambda Literary Award finalist and winner of the CLAGS Sylvia Rivera Award for Transgender Studies. Originally published in 2011, the 2015 edition of this book includes a foreword by C.S. MacDonald, Oakland, CA, AK Press. Intersexuality and the Law, Why Sex Matters, by Julie A. Greenberg. Internationally acclaimed LGBTQ+ rights lawyer Julie A. Greenberg provides a thorough survey of discrimination against intersex people, which often begins at birth, the state and federal laws that affect their rights, and how legal institutions can collaborate with disability rights advocates, feminist groups, LGBTQ+ organizations, and other groups to fight intersex discrimination in healthcare, marriage rights, employment, and other environments. The book won the 2013 Bolo Award, presented by the Foundation for the Scientific Study of Sexuality, New York, New York University Press, 2012. The Nature of Prejudice, by Gordon Allport. Published in 1954, this book was the first landmark study on the origins of prejudice and discrimination. The 25th anniversary edition is unabridged and goes into great detail about how prejudice and discrimination become institutionalized. A frequently cited theoretical work, applicable to all nations and cultures, it has provided the foundations for future studies on the topic. New York, Perseus Books, 1979. Sister Outsider, Essays and Speeches, by Audre Lorde. 15 essays and speeches from the poet-philosopher Audre Lorde about the way women, particularly black women and women of color, build resilience and overcome racism, sexism, ageism, homophobia, and class discrimination are gathered in this volume. First published in 1984, the 2007 edition includes a foreword written by world-famous black community activist and Lorde scholar Cheryl Clark. This classic collection is a frequently cited, foundational resource that built theories of black feminism, post-colonial feminism, LGBTQ+ studies, and critical psychology. Prejudice and Discrimination Against LGBTQ+ People 225. Berkeley, CA, Crossing Press. That's So Gay. Microaggressions and the Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Community, by Kevin Nadal. Each chapter in this review of the scholarly literature on microaggressions and prejudice shown toward LGBTQ+ people includes case examples with corresponding analysis and discussion questions. The book also includes guidance and best practices for students, educators, mental health practitioners, healthcare workers, and organizational leaders who want to build welcoming, inclusive spaces. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association, 2013. Glossary. Allyship. Building a supportive relationship with a marginalized or mistreated group of people that one is not a part of, an effort that continues even when that relationship threatens one's comfort, status, or relationships with one's group. Attitudes. The positive and negative emotions, beliefs, and behaviors that a person holds or exhibits toward another person, group, object, or event. Aversive prejudice. A theory of prejudice, originally proposed in the 1980s in the context of aversive racism, that suggests that negative attitudes toward marginalized groups are sometimes manifested indirectly through feelings of discomfort and the avoidance of members of those groups. Coming out. Also known as coming out of the closet, a process in the lives of LGBTQ+ people of disclosing one's sexual orientation or gender identity to others. Compulsory heterosexuality. An idea, proposed by the feminist writer and scholar Adrienne Rich in 1980, that patriarchy and heteronormativity cause society to assume and mandate heterosexuality in everyone. Contact hypothesis. A theory, introduced by the psychologist Gordon Allport in the 1950s, suggesting that, under the right conditions, prejudice, stereotyping, and discrimination can be reduced or eliminated by encouraging interaction between members of the majority and the minority groups. Dignity for All Students Act. A law in New York State passed in 2010 that seeks to eliminate discrimination and bullying based on race, physical size, national origin, ethnicity, religion, ability, sexual ori. 226 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Entitien, gender identity and sex, in schools through education. Modification of district codes of conduct, and the mandated collection and reporting of incident data. Disadvantaged social status. A lower place within the social hierarchy of a society, often defined by a lower level of power, lower social value, and exclusion from full and equal access to material and symbolic forms of citizenship. Discrimination. The unjust or prejudicial treatment of an individual or group based on their actual or perceived membership in a particular group or class of people, for example, race, gender identity, or sexual orientation. Egalitarianism. The political philosophy of believing in the equality of all and in the elimination of inequality. Ego-defensive reaction. A response to another person or group that is motivated by the unconscious need to avoid disturbing or threatening thoughts, such as feelings of guilt. Hate crimes. Crimes, such as assault, bullying, harassment, vandalism, and abuse, that are motivated by prejudice toward a certain group, and that in some jurisdictions incur harsher penalties. Heteronormativity. A societal belief that makes heterosexuality the default and assumes that everyone is heterosexual until proven otherwise, a belief normalizing heterosexuality and othering any other identity or experience apart from heterosexuality. Heterosexism. An attitude and belief based on the idea that everyone is heterosexual or that heterosexuality is the only acceptable sexual orientation. Homophobia. Negative or hostile attitudes toward people who identify as, or are perceived to be, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or queer. Biphobia and transphobia are also used to describe negative or hostile attitudes toward people who identify, or are perceived to be, bisexual or transgender. Internalized homophobia. The acceptance or incorporation of anti-LGBTQ+ prejudice or stereotypes by LGBTQ+ people. Microaggressions. Common verbal, behavioral, or environmental insults, indignities, and slights that cause harm by communicating, an ally or unintentionally, hostility and prejudice toward members of a marginalized group. Minority stress. Social stress resulting from being a member of a social group or having a social identity that is stigmatized by society. Modern prejudice. Prejudice that is expressed toward an individual through subtle discriminatory behaviors, denial that ongoing discrimination against that group continues, or the suggestion that the prejudice and discrimination against LGBTQ+ people. 227. Marginalized group is trying to advance too far, too fast. Patriarchy. A society, or belief system, that favors or privileges men at the expense of women, in which men hold most of the power and control most of the wealth, and in which women are marginalized. Prejudice. Negative emotions, beliefs, or behaviors toward an individual, based on the person's group membership and not based on prior knowledge or experience with that individual. Public opinion polls. Surveys to measure the views, attitudes, or opinions of the general public on topics, issues, or social problems. Resilience. An individual's ability to recover, or bounce back, from a stressful or traumatic experience. Resistance. The effort of a social group or social movement to challenge or struggle against another group, policy, or government that is oppressing them. Right-wing authoritarianism. A personality characteristic of individuals who easily submit and defer to leaders, or authority figures, they perceive as strong and legitimate. They tend to adhere to social norms and hold negative attitudes toward anyone who challenges those norms, and they support the use of force to preserve norms and bring social order. Same-sex relationships. Sexual or romantic relationships involving two partners who share the sex assigned at birth and gender identity. Sexual minority individuals. People who have sexual identities that are not straight, including but not limited to lesbian, gay, bisexual, queer, and pansexual. Social stress. Stress that emanates from a person's relationships with other people, other communities, and the general social environment. Symbolic prejudice. A subtle and indirect form of prejudice toward a group that can manifest as the rejection of the policies and initiatives that are designed to help that group achieve equality while also expressing support for the equality of that group. Notes. 1. NPR, Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, Discrimination in America, Experiences and Views of LGBTQ Americans, 2017, https://cdn1sph.harvard.edu/wp content/uploads/ sites/94/2017/11/NPR-RWJFHSPH Discrimination LGBTQ Final Report PDF 2G Allport, The Nature of Prejudice, New York, Addison Wesley, 1954. 9. 3J DeVideo, M. Houston, P. Glick, and V. Esses, Prejudice, Stereotyping, and Discrimination, Theoretical and Empirical Overview, in the Sage Handbook. 228 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies of Prejudice, Stereotyping and Discrimination, ed. J. F. DeVideo, M. Houston, and P. Glick, London, Sage, 2010, 328, http://www.sagepub.com/site/default files/upm binaries/54590_Davido_chapter_1 PDF. 4. National Coalition of Anti-Violence Programs, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, and HIV-Affected Hate Violence in 2016, New York, NCAVP. 2016. 5. ADL Hate Crime Map, ND, https://www.adl.org/ADL Hate Crime Map. 6. F. S. Pizzella, M.D. Fetzer, and T. Keller, The Dark Figure of Hate Crime Underreporting, American Behavioral Scientist, 2019, https://101177/00027642188238844, M. Wilson, Hate Crime Victimization, 2004. 2012, Statistical Tables, 2014, http://www.bjs.gov. 4883. 7. For Lower Self-Esteem, etc., C.J.G. Cosi, N.A. Palmer, R.M. Call, and E.A. Gradick, The Effect of Negative School Climate on Academic Outcomes. For LGBT Youth and the Role of In-School Supports, Journal of School Violence. 12, Number 1, 2013, 45-63, For Feeling Less Connection, C.J. Pearson, C. Muller, and L. Wilkinson, Adolescent Same-Sex Attraction and Academic Outcomes. The Role of School Attachment and Engagement, Social Problems 54, 2007. 523-542, and For Mental Health, C.R.B. Toomey, C. Ryan, R.M. Diaz, N.A. Card, and S.T. Russell, Gender Nonconforming Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Youth, School Victimization and Young Adult Psychosocial Adjustment, Developmental Psychology 46, 2010, 1580-1589. 8. New York State Department of Education, The Dignity Act, updated. July 20, 2020, http www.pa12.nicd.gov/Dignity-Act. 9. New York State Controller, some New York schools not reporting bullying or harassment, news release, October 13, 2017, https://www.osc-state-new-york.us/ press/releases/October 17/101317 htm. 10. It Gets Better Project, website, accessed April 24, 2021, https://itgetsbetter.org. 11. NPRET Alabama, Discrimination in America. 12. Bostock v. Clayton County, 590 US____, 2020. 13. Lambda Legal, Bostock v. Clayton County, GA/Zarda v. Altitude. Express/RG and Gross Harris Funeral Homes Inc. v. EEOC, accessed November 21, 2021, https://www.lambdalegal.org/in-court/cases/Bostock/Zarda Harris. 14. Movement Advancement Project, Equality Maps, Healthcare Laws and Policies, accessed April 24, 2021, https://www.map.org/equalitymaps/ healthcare_laws_and_policies. 15. S. A. Mirza and C. Rooney, Discrimination Prevents LGBTQ PAO. Plea from Accessing Healthcare, Center for American Progress, January 18, 2018, https://www.americanprogress.org/issues/lgbt/news/2018/01/18/445130/ Discrimination Prevents LGBTQ People Accessing Healthcare/ 16. For Removal of Homosexuality from the American Psychiatric Association. List of Mental Illnesses, C.R. Bayer. Homosexuality and American Psychiatry. The Politics of Diagnosis, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1981, 4. The American Psychological Association LGBTQ+ stance, see American Psychology. Eichel Association, Sexual Orientation and Homosexuality, Washington, D.C., APA. 2008, https://www.apa.org/topics/LGBT/orientation, and for the American Academy. Amy of Pediatricians Statement, see Committee on Adolescence, Policy State. Ment, Office-Based Care for Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Questioning. Youth, Pediatrics 132, No. 1, 2013, 198-203. Prejudice and Discrimination Against LGBTQ+ People 229. 17. Institutes of Medicine, The Health of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Trans Gender Patients, Building a Foundation for a Better Understanding, Washington, D.C., National Academies Press, 2011. 18. For Attitudes Toward Gay Men and Lesbians and Survey Answers About Employment Discrimination, see Gallup, Gay and Lesbian Rights, accessed April 24, 2021, https://newsgallup.com/poll/1651/gay lesbian rights asps, for attitudes toward transgender people, C. W. Laher, T. N. T. Brown, and A. Flores, Public Opin. Ion of Transgender Rights in the U.S., Los Angeles, C.A., Williams Institute, 2017. https Williams Institute Law UCLA edu/research/ public opinion trans rights us/. Note that in the 1970s, at the time of the survey, homosexual was widely used to describe gay and lesbian people. However, because of its origins in medical and psychiatric discourse, it is today considered by many to be offensive. 19. Gallup, Gay and Lesbian Rights. 20. Oxford English Dictionary, 2nd ed. 1991, SV. Homophobia. 21. G. Weinberg, Society and the Healthy Homosexual, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1972, 4. 22. RIR, George Weinberg, Love is Conspiratorial, Deviant and Mag. Eichel, Gay Today, November 1, 2002, http gaytoday.com/interview/110102in.asp. 23. Weinberg, Society and the Healthy Homosexual, 1. 24. W. Churchill, Homosexual Behavior Among Males, A Cross-Cultural and Cross-Species Investigation, New York, Hawthorne Books, 1967. 25. K. T. Smith, Homophobia, A Tentative Personality Profile, Psychologue. Eichel Reports 29, 1971, 1089, 1093. 26. Smith, 1094. 27. A. Ridge, Compulsory Heterosexuality and Lesbian Existence, Signs, A. Journal of Women in Culture and Society 5, 1980, 631-660. 28. G. M. Hurek, The Context of Anti-Gay Violence, Notes on Cultural and Psychological Heterosexism, Journal of Interpersonal Violence 5, No. 3, 1990, 316. 29. C. J. Cohen, Punks, Bulldaggers and Welfare Queen, The Radical Potential of Queer Politics, in Black Queer Studies, ed. E. P. Johnson and M. G. Henderson, Durham, N.C., Duke University Press, 2005, M. Warner, Introduc. Tyen, Fear of a Queer Planet Social Text 29, 1991, 317, http www.jsdr.org. Stable/466295. 30. J. H. Gagnon, The Explicit and Implicit Use of the Scripting Perspective. In Sex Research, Annual Review of Sex Research 1, No. 1, 1990, 143, W. Simon and J. H. Gagnon, Sexual Scripts, in Culture, Society and Sexuality, ed. R. Parker and P. Aggleton, New York, Routledge, 1984, 3140. 31. J. Forden, Oklahoma passes adoption law that LGBT groups call discriminatory, New York Times, May 12, 2018, https://www.nittimes.com/2018/05/12/us/Oklahoma Gay Adoption Bill HTML. 32. K. F. Balsam, Y. Molina, B. Beatnell, J. Simoni, and K. Walters, Measuring Multiple Minority Stress, the LGBT People of Color Microaggressions Scale. Cultural Diversity and Ethnic Minority Psychology 17, No. 2, 2011, 163, https://doi.org/10.1037/00232444. 33. D. W. Su, C. M. Capodilupo, G. C. Torino, J. M. Buxer-Rye, A. M. B. Holder, K. L. Nadal, and M. Esquilin, Racial Microaggressions in Everyday Life, Implications for Clinical Practice, American Psychologist 62, No. 4, 2007, 271-86. 34. For General Negative Life Events, CBP Doreen Wind, Adversity, Stress, and Psychopathology, New York, Oxford University Press, and B. P. Doran. Wind, the role of adversity and stress in psychopathology, some evidence. 230 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies and its implications for theory and research, Journal of Health and Social Behavior 41, 2001, 19, and for minority stress, C.I.H. Meyer, Prejudice, Social Stress, and Mental Health in Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Populations. Conceptual Issues and Research Evidence, Psychological Bulletin 129, Number 5. 2003, 674, 697. 35 S. G. Massey, Valued Differences or Benevolent Stereotypes? Exploring the influence of positive beliefs on anti-gay and anti-lesbian attitudes, PSY. Ecology and Sexuality 1, Number 2, 2010, 115, 130. 36. For Internalized Homophobia, C.I.H. Meyer and L. Dean, Internalized Homophobia, Intimacy and Sexual Behavior Among Gay and Bisexual Men, in Stigma and Sexual Orientation, Understanding Prejudice Against Lesbians, Gay Men, and Bisexuals, Thousand Oaks, C.A., Sage, 1998, 160-186, for Community Connectedness, C.D. M. Frost and I.H. Meyer, Measuring Community Connectedness Among Diverse Sexual Minority Populations, Journal of Sex Research. 49, Number 1, 2012, 36-49, for the Transgender Survey, C.W.O. Bochting, M.H. Miner, R.E.S. Romine, A. Hamilton, and E. Coleman, Stigma, Mental Health and Resilience in an Online Sample of the U.S. Transgender Population, American Journal of Public Health 103, Number 5, 2013, 943-951, and for the Survey of LGB Adults, C. N. Leggett, Ann Weinstein, W. S. Ryan, C. R. DeHaan, and R. M. Ryan, Parental Autonomy Support Predicts Lower Internalized Homophobia and Better Psychological Health Indirectly Through Lower Shame in Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Adults, Stigma and Health 4, Number 4, 2019, 367-376. 37. For Aversive Racism, C.S. L. Gertner and J.F. DeVideo, The Aversive Form of Racism, in Prejudice, Discrimination and Racism, ed. J.F. DeVideo and S. L. Gertner, Orlando, Florida, Academic Press, 1986, 61-89, for New Conceptual Isations and Approaches, C.S. L. Gertner and J.F. DeVideo, The Subtlety of White Racism, Arousal and Helping Behavior, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 35, Number 10, 1977, 691-707, P. Glick and S. T. Fisk, The Ambivalent Sexism Inventory, Differentiating Hostile and Benevolent Sexism, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 70, Number 3, 1996, 491-512, I. Katz and R. G. Haas, Racial Ambivalence and American Value Conflict, Correlational and Priming Studies of Dual Cognitive Structures, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 55, 1988, 893-905, J. B. McConaughey, Modern Racism, Ambivalence and the Modern Racism Scale, Prejudice, Discrimination and Racism, Orlando, Florida, Academic Press, 1986, D. O. Sears, Symbolic Racism in Eliminating Racism, Profiles in Controversy, ed. I. Katz and S. Taylor, New York, Plenum Press. 1988, J. K. Swim, K. J. Aiken, W. S. Hall, and B. A. Hunter, Sexism and Racism, Old-Fashioned and Modern Prejudices, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 68, Number 2, 1995, 199-14, and F. Tugas, R. Brown, A. M. Beaton, and S. Jolie, Neo-Marxism, plus A. Change, plus A. Perel, Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin 21, Number 8, 1995, 842-849, and for Attitudes on LGBTQ+. Parenting, C.S.G. Massey, A. Meriwether, and J. Garcia, Modern Prejudice. And Same-Sex Parenting, Shifting Judgments in Positive and Negative Parenting. Situations, Journal of GLBT Family Studies 9, Number 2, 2013, 129-151. 38. For anti-LGBTQ+ prejudice correlations and predicted attitudes toward LGBTQ+ people, C.G. M. Hurek, Confronting Sexual Stigma and Prejudice, The Ori and Practice, Journal of Social Issues 63, Number 4, 2007, 905-925, for Right Wing Authoritarianism Scores, C. B. E. Whitley and S. E. Lee, The Relationship of Authoritarianism and Related Constructs to Attitudes Toward Homosexuality. Prejudice and Discrimination Against LGBTQ+ People 231. Journal of Applied Social Psychology 30, Number 1, 2000, 144-170, for support. ERS of Traditional Gender Roles and Values, C.G. Hurek and K.A. McLemore. Sexual Prejudice, Annual Review of Psychology 64, 2013, 309-333, MP. Callahan and T.K. Vecchio, Core American Values and the Structure of Anti-Gay Prejudice, Journal of Homosexuality 58, 2011, 248-62, and M. B. Goodman and B. Moradi, Attitudes and Behaviors Toward Lesbian and Gay Persons, Crit. Eichel Correlates and Mediated Relations, Journal of Counseling Psychology 55. 2008, 371-384, and for Anti-Trans Attitudes, C. A. T. Norton and G. M. Hurek. Heterosexuals' Attitudes Toward Transgender People, Findings from a National Probability Sample of U.S. Adults, Sex Roles, A Journal of Research 68, NOS. 11, 12, 2013, 738-753. 39. Norton and Hurek, Heterosexuals' Attitudes Toward Transgender People. 40. T. Pettigrew, Intergroup Contact Theory, Annual Review of Psychology. 49, 1998, 65-85, P. Hill Collins, Black Feminist Thought, Knowledge, Consciousness, and the Politics of Empowerment, Boston, Ma, Onwin Hyman, 1990. 41. Pettigrew, Intergroup Contact Theory, M. Rothbard and O. P. John. Social Categorization and Behavioral Episodes, A Cognitive Analysis of the Effects of Intergroup Contact, Journal of Social Issues 41, Number 3, 1985, 81-104. 42. T. F. Pettigrew and L. R. Traub, A Meta-Analytic Test of Intergroup Contact Theory, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology 90, 2006, 751-783. Hurek and McLemore, Sexual Prejudice. 43. J. K. Part, From Harvey Milk to 58%, Washington Post, March 18, 2013, https://www.washingtonpost.com/blog/postpartisan/wp/2013/03/18/ From Harvey Milk to 58%/ 44. For the Beneficial Effects of Coming Out, see Michael J. Sturrat, Eileen H. Meyer, Suzanne C. Ouellette, and Michael A. Gara, Measuring Identity Multiplicity and Intersectionality, Hierarchical Classes Analysis, HICLAS, of Sexual, Racial, and Gender Identities, Self and Identity 7, Number 1, 2007, 89-111, VC. Cass, Homosexual Identity Formation, Testing a Theoretical Model, Journal of Sex Research 20, Number 2, 1984, 143, 167, and R. Troyden, The Formation of Homosexual Identities, in Gay and Lesbian Youth, ed. G. Hurt, New York. Harrington Park Press, 1989, 43, 73, and for the LGBTQ+ Minority Stress Model. C. Meyer, Prejudice, Social Stress and Mental Health in Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Populations. 45. For Formation of LGBTQ+ Rights Movements, C. J. D'Amelio, Sexual Politics, Sexual Communities, The Making of a Homosexual Minority in the United States, 1940-1970, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1983, and G. Chauncey, Gay New York, Gender, Urban Culture and the Making of the Gay Male World, 1890-1940, New York, Basic Books, 1995, For the Contact Hypothesis, C. G. M. Hurek and J. P. Capitanio, Some of My Best Friends. Intergroup Contact, Concealable Stigma and Heterosexuals' Attitudes Toward Gay Men and Lesbians, Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin 22, No. 4, 1996. 412, 424, and Allport, Nature of Prejudice, for Harvey Milk, C. R. Schiltz, The Mayor of Castro Street, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1982, for Role Models and Positive Representatives in Media, see GLOD, GLOD Media Reference Guide. 10th ed. New York, GLOD, 2016, https://www.glod.org/reference, S. L. Craig, L. McEnroy, L. T. McCready, and R. Alagaya, Media, A Catalyst for Resilience in Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Youth, Journal of LGBT Youth. 232 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. 12, Number 3, 2015, 254-75, and B4 ENSA, Exploring the Affirmative Role of Gay Icons in Coming Out, Psychology of Popular Media Culture 6, Number 4. 2017, 338-347, for Improving Social Attitudes, C. M. Levina, C. R. Waldo. L. F. Fitzgerald, We're Here, We're Queer, We're on TV, The Effects of Visual Media on Heterosexuals' Attitudes Toward Gay Men and Lesbians, Journal of Applied Social Psychology 30, Number 4, 2000, 738-758, and for Allyship, C.N.K. Reamer, J. C. Becker, A. Benz, O. Christ, K. Taunt, U. Cloak, S. Nahi, E. T. Alabama. Intergroup Contact and Social Change, Implications of Negative and Positive Contact for Collective Action in Advantaged and Disadvantaged Groups, per Sonality and Social Psychology Bulletin 43, Number 1, 2017, 121-136, https://org/101177/014616721667216676478. 46. Chauncey, Gay New York, D'Amelio, Sexual Politics, Sexual Communities, E. L. Kennedy and M. D. Davis, Boots of Leather, Slippers of Gold, The History of a Lesbian Community, New York, Penguin Books, 1993, S. Stryker. Transgender History, Berkeley, C.A., Seal Press, 2008. 47 H. Milk, The Hope Speech, June 25, 1978, https://www.speech.almeida.co.uk/harvey-milk. 48. Meyer, Prejudice, Social Stress and Mental Health in Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Populations. 49. For Social Stress, C. I. H. Meyer, S. Schwartz, and D. M. Frost, Social Patterning of Stress and Coping, Does Disadvantaged Social Statuses Confer More Stress and Fewer Coping Resources, Social Science and Medicine 67, Number 3. 2008, 368, 379, and for minority stress, see Meyer, Prejudice, Social Stress, and Mental Health in Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Populations. 50 p.m. Ayoub and J. Garretson, Getting the Message Out, Media Context, and Global Changes in Attitudes Toward Homosexuality, Comparative Political Studies 50, Number 8, 2017, 1055, 1085, T. Fettner, U.S. Attitudes Toward Lesbian and Gay People Are Better Than Ever, Contexts 15, Number 2, 2016, 2027. 51 D. M. Frost and A. J. LeBlanc, Non-Event Stress Contributes to Mental Health Disparities Based on Sexual Orientation, Evidence from a Personal Projects Analysis, American Journal of Orthopsychiatry 84, 2014, 557-566. 52 A. J. LeBlanc, D. M. Frost, and K. Bowen, Legal Marriage, Unequal Recognition, and Mental Health Among Same-Sex Couples, Journal of Marriage and Family 80, Number 2, 2018, 397-408. 53. LeBlanc, Frost, and Bowen, Legal Marriage, Unequal Recognition, and Mental Health Among Same-Sex Couples, 405, for Minority Stress, see Meyer. Prejudice, Social Stress and Mental Health in Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Populations. 54 D. M. Frost, Stigma and Intimacy in Same-Sex Relationships, ANAR. Reddive Approach, Journal of Family Psychology 25, Number 1, 2011, 110. 55. For a review, C.S.S. Rostowski and E.D. Regal, Same-Sex Relation Ships and Minority Stress, Current Opinion in Psychology 13, 2017, 29, 38, and for a meta-analysis, C. D. M. Doyle and L. Molix, Social Stigma and Sexual Minorities Romantic Relationship Functioning, a Meta-Analytic Review, Person. Alighty and Social Psychology Bulletin 41, Number 10, 2015, 1363, 1381. 56 I. H. Meyer and D. M. Frost, Minority Stress and the Health of Sexual Minorities, in Handbook of Psychology and Sexual Orientation, ed. C. J. Patter. Sun and A. R. D. Augelli, New York, Oxford University Press, 2013, 252-66. 233. 7. LGBTQ+ Health and Wellness. Thomas Lawrence Long, Christine Rodriguez, Marianne Snyder, and Ryan J. Watson. Learning Objectives. Upon completion of this chapter, students will be able to do the following. Summarize the history of non-normative genders and sexualities, including homosexuality, bisexuality, and transgender identity, as well as queer identity and activism. Describe the connections between identities and embodied experiences. Describe intersectionality from an LGBTQ+ perspective. Analyze how key social institutions shape, define, and enforce structures of inequality. Introduction. The health and wellness of LGBTQ+ and other sexual minority people in the United States is influenced by many factors: access to health care and health insurance, ability for open self-disclosure with a queer-affirming health professional, knowledge about the unique health challenges of LGBTQ+ people, including disease prevention and health promotion, and a sense of self-efficacy about their health, or the confidence that they know how to live a healthy life, along with the intention, necessary knowledge, and resources to do so. According to the Institute of Medicine of the U.S. National Academy of Sciences, LGBTQ+ health can be understood through 4 lenses. 234 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Minority Stress Model, Chronic Stress that sexual and gender minorities routinely experience can contribute to physical and mental health problems. Life course perspective, events at each stage of life influence subsequent stages, with LGBTQ+ people being particularly vulnerable in adolescence and young adulthood. Intersectionality perspective, an individual's multiple identity ties and the ways they interact may compromise health, so that gender and sexual identity may be complicated, for example, biracial or ethnic identity or economic status. Health disparities are already amplified among racial and ethnic minority populations, which queer sexual orientation is likely to intensify further. Social ecology, individuals are surrounded by spheres of influence and support, including families, friends, communities, and society, that shape self-efficacy and health. 1. In this chapter, we keep in mind these four overlapping dimensions while exploring the following topics: LGBTQ+ people and the history and culture of medicine. Vulnerabilities of LGBTQ+ people across the lifespan and across intersectional identities, including race and ethnicity. Transgender people's health guidelines for being a smart patient and healthcare consumer. History and culture of medicine and LGBTQ+ people. LGBTQ+ people often have complicated relationships with medicine, and these relationships have histories that extend back to the 1800s. The philosopher Michel Foucault famously, and controversially, suggested that queer sexualities in the ancient and medieval worlds were judged in an exclusively legal or religious category, but that in the 1800s sexualities became medicalized. 2. From this perspective, in historical terms, LGBTQ+ people in Western society went from being criminal or immoral to being mentally ill. LGBTQ+ health and wellness 235. Viewed as a pathology rather than just a moral failing or legal violation, queer sexuality became the object of medicine's study. What is its cause, and if it is a pathology or disease, how might it be cured? This moment occurred in the second half of the 1800s when medical research and practice had absorbed enormous cultural power and authority through its first modern groundbreaking discoveries, including the development of germ theory, surgical antisepsis, and anesthesia. All things seemed possible to medicine. Developing terminology. The term homosexual appears to have been coined by the Austro-Hungarian journalist Karl Maria Kirkbenny, 1824-1882, figure 7.1, in an 1869 pamphlet criticizing a German anti-sodomy law. 3. The term was taken up by the psychiatrist Richard von Krafft-Ebing, 1840-1902, in his Psychopathia Sexualis, Mental Illnesses Related to Sex, 1886. 4. The term entered English through a translation of Krafft-Ebing's work and through the advocacy writing of John Addington Symonds and Havelock Ellis in England. The term bisexual, in contrast, had been used in botany since the 1700s to denote plants with both male and female anatomy, also referred to as hermaphrodite, but was adapted in the late 1800s. Figure 7.1. Karl Maria Kirkbenny. Public domain. Homosexual. A person with a romantic attraction to, sexual attraction to, or sexual behavior with others of the same sex or gender. Bisexual. Romantic attraction, sexual attraction, or sexual behavior toward both males and females or toward more than one sex. or gender. Hermaphrodite. Biologically, an organism that has complete or partial reproductive organs and produces gametes, normally associated with both male and female sexes. 236 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. To denote a person with roughly equivalent attraction to men and women. The term intersex, used as a synonym for homosexual, was adapted in the early 20th century from biology, where it indicated the possession of both female and male anatomical features, and it is now the term frequently used by people born with ambiguous genitalia. Theories of sexual variation. These attempts to name this unique species of human beings and diagram knows what they viewed as sexual pathology, or disease, led physicians, sexologists, and psychiatrists to a search for causality and treatment. David F. Greenberg identifies 5 explanatory categories that emerged over time: homosexuality as innate, degeneracy theory, Darwinian theory, psychoanalytic theory, and behaviorism. 5. 19th century advances in embryology and genetics may have influenced what had often been an assumption since Greco-Roman antiquity that sexuality was innate, leading to a theory of the third sex, which was also encouraged by movements for social tolerance and legal reform. In contrast, proponents of degeneracy theory viewed homosexuality and bisexuality as akin to criminality, alcoholism, and drug addiction. Deegan Iracy suggests that the gene pool had become exhausted as a result of modern life or personal vice and indulgence inherited from a previous generation. Similarly, the application of Darwinian theory evaluated people and behavior, characterizing homosexual and bisexual people as evolutionary throwbacks, akin to primitive peoples whom Europeans had colonized throughout the world and whose sexual mores were at odds with Western notions of morality. Perhaps no theories of sexual identity have been more influential than psychoanalytic theory and behaviorism. Although various psychodynamic theories were espoused in the late 1800s and early 1900s, Sigmund Freud, often called the father of modern psychoanalysis, postulated that infants are polymorphous perverse, deriving pleasure from many parts of their body and regardless of gender. The function of society, for Freud, was to channel pleasure into an acceptable, productive heterosexuality. However, traumas or inner conflicts could arrest a child's psychosexual development or cause a young adult to regress into homosexuality, for example, an overly attentive mother and distant father for boys. The role of psychotherapy was to expose the trauma or conflict and allow growth toward heterosexuality to resume. Nonetheless, Freud was less inclined to view homosexuality as a sickness than as a form of psychosexual immaturity. Behaviorism, in contrast, has been inclined to view sexual intersex people born with any of several variations in sex characteristics, including chromosomes, gonads, sex hormones, or genitals. Third sex, a concept in which individuals are categorized, either by themselves or by society, as neither man nor woman. Degeneracy, also known as degeneration theory, 19th century theory that homosexuality and bisexuality were akin to criminality, alcoholism, and drug addiction. LGBTQ+ health and wellness. 237. Orientation generally as a learned behavior, which means that homosexuality can be unlearned. 6. Whereas psychoanalytic theory prefers talk therapy, behaviorism has tended to employ rewards and punishments to reprogram sexual behavior, including electroshocks and hormone injections. So-called gay conversion therapy, the subject of increasing legal rejection by states today, has a decades-old history. Emerging self-care. Throughout the 20th century, the medical establishment in the United States generally considered queer sexualities as mental illnesses. However, early descriptive research by Alfred Kinsey and his colleagues disclosed both a surprising number of self-identified LGBT persons and a fluid spectrum of human sexual response. What they called a heterosexual homosexual rating scale identified a range from exclusively heterosexual 0 to equally heterosexual and homosexual 3, otherwise known as bisexual, to exclusively homosexual 6. This scale was applied to each individual according to the participant's sexual behavior and psychic receptions, that is, thoughts, feelings, and fantasies. 7. It is no wonder, then, that by the 1960s and the emergence of the gay rights movement, many LGBTQ+ people had come to distrust the medical establishment. Healthcare providers often either exhibited hostility or acknowledged ignorance about the unique health concerns of LGBTQ+ people. 8. Many gay men and lesbians in particular had come to reject the notion of their sexual orientation as a pathology and had begun to seek the rare healthcare providers who were affirming of their sexualities. Feminists and the women's movement had shown how this might be done. With health collectives, like the one in Boston that produced the book Our Bodies, Ourselves, part of a movement in the United States in the late 1960s and early 1970s for homegrown self-published self-help books. 9. One groundbreaking book for queer people included chapters on alcohol safety, venereal diseases, now called sexually transmitted infections, and other health topics, many of which had been previously published in local queer newspapers and magazines. 10. In major urban areas, health clinics for LGBTQ+ people formed to serve this vulnerable population. 11. When the first published reports of an infectious epidemic that would come to be called acquired immune deficiency syndrome, AIDS, appeared in 1981, queer communities were wary of uncertain medical explanations and advice, aware of the stigmatization of their sexualities that was now exacerbated by AIDS, but also more prepared for community organizing around health concerns. Grassroots organizations, at least in large or sexually transmitted infections, pathogens that are commonly spread by sexual activity, especially vaginal intercourse, anal sex, and oral sex. 238 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Midsize metropolitan areas like New York's GMHC, Gay Men's Health Crisis, and Tidewater AIDS Crisis Task Force of Norfolk, Virginia, advocated, educated, and cared for people infected with HIV. Chapters of the AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power, ACT UP, blossomed in cities, particularly New York and San Francisco, bringing direct action demonstrations against government and medical inaction. AIDS activists changed the ways that the U.S. medical establishment conducted research and delivered care by insisting on the participation of people living with AIDS in decisions about drug approvals and treatment. 12. Medicine and the history of transgender care. The celebrity of Christine Jorgensen, figure 7.2, who began her physical transition from male to female in the early 1950s and who led a bold public life as a writer, lecturer, and entertainer, brought the transgender Experience to wide attention. 13 Beginning in 1965, Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore was the first American medical school to study and perform what was called sex reassignment surgery, now more aptly known as gender-affirming surgery, or in popular parlance, sex change operations. However, despite this pioneering role, the Johns Hopkins Clinic ended the practice in 1978, in part because of flawed transphobic. Read. The Wellcome Collection is a free museum and library that aims to challenge how we all think and feel about health. Its article, The Shocking Treatment to Make Lesbians Straight, https://wellcomecollection.org/arty. Class/Hojazaakue describes the efforts of two researchers to uncover whether and how women were treated for lesbianism in England in the 1960s and 1970s. What were some of the challenges that the authors faced in conducting their research? How did the beliefs of the healthcare community at the time affect the treatments designed to cure their patients? A former patient pointed out that lesbians were being tested against heteronormative ideas of sexual attraction, a significant flaw. What did she mean by this? Sex reassignment surgery, also known as gender-affirming surgery, surgical procedures by which a transgender person's physical appearance and function of their existing sexual characteristics are altered to resemble those socially associated with their identified gender. Gender-affirming surgery, also known as sex reassignment surgery, surgical procedures by which a transgender person's physical appearance and function of their existing sexual characteristics are altered to resemble those socially associated with their identified gender. LGBTQ+ Health and Wellness 239. Follow-up research. Only recently has it resumed its transgender and gender-affirming care. 14 In the first decade and a half of the 21st century, almost 40,000 patients sought transgender care, with 11% of them seeking gender-affirming surgery and an increasing percentage using health insurance rather than out-of-pocket payments as had been typical in the past. 15. Medicine's relationship to LGBTQ+ people has been complicated enough over the last century and a half, but considering a person's place in the human lifespan and intersectional identities makes it even more so. We explore these considerations next. Vulnerabilities across the lifespan and across intersectional identities. Decades of research have indicated that LGBTQ+ populations face a disproportionate burden of health problems and stigma, including higher levels of depression, lower self-esteem, compromised academic achievement, and more substance use. 16 These disparities are documented across the lifespan, from childhood to young adulthood and even into late adulthood. 17 Researchers have identified minority stress, or sexuality, and gender-related stressors, as the mechanism through which these health problems can be explained. 18. Figure 7.2. Christine Jorgensen. Public domain. Maurice Seymour. 240 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Minority Stress Model. Being a marginalized or minority person in a society produces personal and group stress, sometimes invisible but always with both psychological and physiological effects. The Institute of Medicine report proposed the minority stress model as a strong framework to understand health disparities among LGBTQ+ populations. In particular, the report highlights how minority stress has been found to affect the day-to-day lives and health of LGBTQ+ individuals across the lifespan. 19. This minority stress can be distal, for example, victimization from others because of a sexual minority identity, or proximal, for example, concealment of sexual identity, internalized homophobia. Therefore, strategies to promote health and well-being should consider multiple types of stressors. Intersecting identities. In addition to minority stress, the Institute of Medicine recommended a focus on intersectionality as an imperative consideration for researchers, clinicians, and other stakeholders invested in LGBTQ+ health. 20. Intersectionality at its broadest meaning proposes that race, ethnicity, ability, status, and other oppressed identities can amplify LGBTQ+ health issues. 21. In addition to being aware how oppressed and intersecting identities can compound health outcomes, researchers are increasingly measuring and considering all demographic characteristics among LGBTQ+ youth to better understand how multiple identities, for example, being Black, gay, and residing in the U.S. South, might be related to the holistic LGBTQ+ experience. For example, a study collected data from 17,112 LGBTQ+ youth across the United States and documented 26 distinct sexual and gender identities. 22. Additionally, youth who were transgender and non-binary were more likely than cisgender youth to identify with an emerging sexual identity label, such as pansexual, figure 7.3. These patterns also differed by ethno-racial identity, suggesting that youth of color are using different terms, compared with their white counterparts, to describe their sexual attractions and gender identities. The next step is to better understand how intersecting identities may be uniquely associated with health outcomes, given that a large focus of research has focused on disease prevention and health promotion among LGBTQ+ populations. The Institute of Medicine also points out that LGBTQ+ couples and their children are less likely to have adequate health insurance, which is usually provided through employers, especially when they are unemployed or underemployed. 23. Minority stress model. A sociological model, as proposed by Eileen Meyer, explaining why sexual minority individuals, on average, experience higher rates of mental health problems relative to their straight peers. Intersectionality. Overlapping or intersecting social identities, such as race, class, and gender, and related systems of oppression, domination, or discrimination. Pansexual. The sexual, romantic, or emotional attraction toward people regardless of their sex or gender identity. LGBTQ+ health and wellness. 241. Disease prevention and health promotion. Recent research on health disparities finds that the gap in disparities between some LGBTQ+ and heterosexual youth continues to grow across a number of outcomes. 24. Emerging research has moved beyond documenting these disparities to examining the risk and protective factors that may help prevent disease and promote health among LGBTQ+ people. With respect to LGBTQ+ youth, research has consistently documented family and parent support to be the strongest buffer against negative health experiences, above and beyond other support systems. In addition to families, a number of other support systems are known to protect against negative health, and thus disease later in life, such as school-based clubs, supportive peers, and supportive policies and laws. 25. The protective role of these support systems extends into young adulthood and across a lifespan, but the magnitude by which certain supports, for example, school peers, affect LGBTQ+ health may change. Among older LGBTQ+ adults, there has been a strong focus on sexually transmitted disease and HIV prevention. Given HIV's disproportionate burdens on the LGBTQ+ community, and in particular the disproportionate impact on African American men who have sex with men, research, funding and attention have focused on reducing this stark disparity. Fig. 7.4. Medical advancements in preventing HIV have proliferated in the recent past, and one method in particular, pre-exposure prophylaxis (PrEP), has been the focus of many studies. However, a vexing dilemma exists. Although there is a drug that can prevent HIV infection, why aren't more men who have sex with men, and LGBTQ+ individuals, taking the drug? After all, Tony Kirby and Michelle Thornburton find that the rates of HIV acquisition in the United States are still high and similar to Figure 7.3. The pansexual pride flag. Public domain. Kiwi Nico 14. 242 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. The rates in other countries. Researchers continue to consider how stigma, a history of medical mistrust, and other factors might thwart the uptake of life-saving drugs that prevent HIV among LGBTQ+ populations. 26. See Table 7.1 for a summary of the critical health concerns over the life course. Figure 7.4. Diagnoses of HIV infection in the United States and dependent areas, 2015. Subpopulations representing 2% or less of HIV diagnoses are not reflected in this chart. Museum = men who have sex with men. Public domain, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Table 7.1. Health concerns across the lifespan. Life stage health concerns. Adolescents' HIV infection, particularly among Black or Latino men who have sex with men, depression, suicidal ideation, suicide attempts, smoking, alcohol, substance use, homelessness, violence, bullying, harassment, early to mid-adulthood mood and anxiety disorders, using preventive health resources less frequently, smoking, alcohol, substance use, later adulthood long-term hormone use among transgender people, HIV infection, stigma, discrimination, violence in healthcare institutions, for example, nursing homes. The research literature also suggests that older LGBTQ+ adults may possess a high degree of resilience, having weathered the difficulties of adolescence and earlier adulthood. Source: Institute of Medicine, The Health of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender People, Building a Foundation for Better Understanding, Washington, D.C., National Academy. Immies Press, 2011. LGBTQ+ Health and Wellness 243. A long history of health professionals' insensitivity or even hostility to LGBTQ+ people, as described in the beginning of this chapter, continues to have real-life consequences. Disparities are particularly evident among transgender people, who are a uniquely vulnerable population and whose health and wellness concerns we discuss next. Transgender and gender nonconforming healthcare. The transgender and gender nonconforming community has suffered, often in silence. Numerous studies have depicted the barriers these patients face with respect to health care, which include mistreatment by Healthcare providers and providers' discomfort or inexperience regarding patients' healthcare needs, as well as patients' lack of adequate insurance coverage for healthcare services. 27. Owing to these barriers, transgender and gender nonconforming patients are often left to navigate healthcare on their own. For example, the National Center for Transgender Equality reported that 33% of respondents who had seen a healthcare provider in the preceding year suffered at least one negative experience related to being transgender, and 23% of respondents did not even seek a medical provider when they needed one for fear of being mistreated. Addition. Ally, a staggering 39% of respondents experienced psychological distress, and 40% have attempted suicide in their lifetimes, which is nearly 9 times the 4.6% rate of the general population. 28. Seeking routine or preventive physical and mental health care, let alone transition-related services for those who seek to transition, is difficult. Incidence and prevalence. Several attempts have been made to determine how many Americans identify as transgender. 29. A 2016 estimate postulates that 0.6% of the population, or 1.4 million Americans, are transgender. 30. However, the gender construct is complex, and more rigorous epidemiological studies are needed on a global scale to delineate the incidence, percentage of the population, and prevalence, total number of people, of this experience. Historically, transgender and gender nonconforming individuals have been marginalized, and the disparities discussed earlier in this chapter may instill a sense of fear within the community, thus leading to greater difficulty in obtaining an accurate estimate. Additionally, cultural differences among societies shape the behavioral expressions of gender incidence. A measure of the probability of occurrence of a given medical condition in a population within a specified period of time. Prevalence. The proportion of a particular population affected by a condition, typically a disease or a risk factor such as smoking or seat belt use. 244. Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. Identities, masking gender dysphoria. 31. For instance, certain cultures may revere and consider as sacred such gender non-binary behaviors, leading to less stigmatization. 32. Moreover, as the literature suggests, the prevalence of gender dysphoria is unknown. There has been great controversy within the transgender and gender nonconforming community regarding this diagnosis, because in earlier years the phenomenon was deemed psychopathological. 33. On the one hand, gender nonconformity refers to the extent to which a person's gender identity, expression, or role differs from the cultural norms that designate for people of a particular sex. 34. On the other hand, gender dysphoria, first described by N. M. Fisk in 1974, is the discomfort or distress that is caused by a discrepancy or incongruence with a person's gender identity and that very same person's sex that was assigned at birth. 35. Therefore, not every transgender and gender nonconforming individual experiences gender dysphoria. As a result, the World Ptofasotes Cyanal Association of Transgender Health released a statement in 2010 that urged the depsychopathologization of gender nonconformity worldwide. 36. The goal of the healthcare professional is thus to assist transgender and gender nonconforming patients who suffer from gender dysphoria by affirming their gender identity and collaboratively investigating the array of options that are at their disposal for expression of their gender identity. Therapeutic options for transgender and gender nonconforming patients. An array of therapeutic options must be considered when collaboratively working with transgender and gender nonconforming patients. Transition. Watch. In a video in the Inquiry series, Angelica Ross maps out the history of the word transgender, tracing its origins from the words transvestite and transsexual to the contemporary term transgender. https://www.them/. Video/watch/Angelica Ross explains the history of the word transgender. Why is understanding the difference between sex and general important when learning about the history of the word transgender? What different identities fall under the transgender umbrella? Why is there debate about whether some identities do or do not belong? What information was new or surprising to you in the video? How does it affect your understanding of transgender needs in healthcare? Gender dysphoria. The distress a person can feel because of a mismatch between their gender identity and their sex assigned at birth. Gender nonconformity. A behavior or gender expression by an individual that does not match masculine or feminine gender norms. Gender identity. The personal sense of one's gender, which can correlate with assigned sex at birth or can differ from it. LGBTQ+ Health and Wellness 245. For those who seek it, does not follow a linear model but is, rather, an individualized process based on the patient's specific needs. Interventions and their sequence differ from person to person. A collaborative approach between the healthcare professional and patient is of the utmost importance. Additionally, a multidisciplinary approach, one that encompasses primary care providers, mental health clinicians, surgeons, and speech pathologists, results in the best outcomes. The following lists therapeutic options that a transgender and gender nonconforming patient may undertake. Changing gender expression or role, whether living full-time or part-time in the gender expression that aligns with the current gender identity. This may involve chest binding to create a flat chest contour, padding of the hips and buttocks, genital tucking, wearing gaff underwear, or wearing a prosthesis. Changing a name and gender marker on identity documents. Seeking psychotherapy to understand and investigate the constructs of gender, such as gender identity, gender role, gender attribution, and gender expression. Psychotherapy may also address the positive or negative impacts of such feelings as stigma and address internalized transphobia, if present. Undergoing gender-affirming hormone therapy to either feminize or masculinize the patient's body. Choosing gender-affirming surgeries to alter primary or secondary sex characteristics. Finding peer support groups and community organizations that provide social support, as well as advocacy. Attending speech or voice and communication therapy that facilitates comfort with gender identity or expression and ameliorates the stress associated with developing verbal and nonverbal behaviors or cues when interacting with others. Removing hair through laser treatments, electrolysis, waxing, epilating, or shaving. The options may seem overwhelming to review, but it is the goal of the healthcare professional to assist the patient through the journey, regardless of what therapeutic options the patient ultimately chooses. Access to those services requires that the transgender person live in an area where gender expression, a person's behavior, mannerisms, interests, and appearance that are associated with gender in a particular cultural context, specifically with the categories of femininity or masculinity. 246 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. They are available and have adequate health insurance, which is usually provided by employers. Transgender people, particularly trans people of color, however, are less likely to be employed than cisgender LGBT people. Thus are often deprived of the health insurance that they need. Criteria for gender-affirming hormone therapy. Gender-affirming hormone therapy consists of the administration of exogenous endocrine agents to elicit feminizing or masculinizing changes. While some transgender and gender nonconforming patients may seek maximum changes, others may be content with a more androgynous presentation. The fluidity of this construct should not be minimized, because hormonal therapy must be individualized on the basis of a patient's goals and thorough understanding of the risks and benefits of medications, and an in-depth review of a patient's other existing medical conditions. Furthermore, initiation of hormonal therapy may be undertaken after a psychosocial assessment has been conducted and informed consent has been obtained by a qualified health professional. The criteria for gender-affirming hormone therapy are as follows. 1. Persistent, well-documented gender dysphoria. 2. Capacity to make a fully informed decision and to consent for treatment. 3. Age of majority in a given country. 4. If significant medical or mental health concerns are present, they must be reasonably well controlled. 37. Common agents used for feminization regimens are estrogen and anti-androgens, and the common agent used for masculinization regimens is testosterone. Progestins are controversial in feminizing regimens, and clinicians can cite only anecdotal evidence for the hormone's use in full breast development. A clinical comparison of feminizing regimens with and without the use of progestins found that these agents did not enhance breast growth or reduce serum levels of free testosterone. 38 Additionally, progestins' adverse effects outweigh their benefits because depression, weight gain, and lipid changes have been seen with these agents. 39 However, progestins do play a role in masculinizing regimens and when used in early stages of hormonal therapy assist in the cessation of menses. Gender-affirming hormone therapy. Hormone therapy in which sex hormones and other hormonal medications are administered to transgender or gender nonconforming individuals to more closely align their secondary sexual characteristics with their gender identity. LGBTQ+ Health and Wellness. 247 Physical effects of gender-affirming hormone therapy. A thorough discussion regarding the physical effects of gender-affirming hormone therapy between the health care professional and the patient is warranted. Using endocrine agents to achieve congruency with a patient's gender identity will induce physical changes, which may be reversible or irreversible. Most physical changes occur within 2 years, with several studies estimating the process to span 5 years. The length of time attributed to such changes is unique to each individual. Tables 7.2 and 7.3 outline the estimated effects and the course of such changes. Table 7.2 Effects of gender-affirming hormone therapy with masculinizing agents. Effect onset, months. Acne 1-6. Facial and body hair growth 6-12. Scalp hair loss 6-12. Increased muscle mass 6-12. Fat redistribution 1-6. Cessation of menses 1-6. Clitoral enlargement 1-6. Vaginal atrophy 1-6. Deepening of voice 6-12. Table 7.3. Effects of gender-affirming hormone therapy with feminizing agents. Effect onset, months. Softening of the skin 3-6. Decreased libido 1-3. Decreased spontaneous erections 1-3. Decreased muscle mass 3-6. Decreased testicular volume 6-12. Decreased terminal hair growth 6-12. Breast growth 3-6. Fat redistribution 3-6. Voice changes none. 248 Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. Because of the masculinizing or feminizing effects of endocrine agents used in transitioning, the coming out process for someone who identifies as transgender or gender nonconforming may be challenging, and may differ from the coming out process of LGB individuals. LGB individuals may keep their sexual orientation concealed, but the effects of hormonal agents on the transgender person are noticeable to others. Transgender and gender nonconforming individuals may have to come out during social interactions, unless they wish to relocate to a new area, where they may choose not to disclose their transgender identity, often referred to in the community as living stealth. The coming out process may seem daunting to endure and may encompass numerous challenges. Those lacking support or who have been mistreated, harassed, marginalized, defined by surgical status, or repeatedly asked probing personal questions may experience significant distress. 40 Additionally, the persistent and chronic nature of these microaggressions have led some researchers to apply the minority stress model to transgender and gender nonconforming individuals. 41 Such experiences create a potential for increase in the rate of certain healthcare conditions, such as clinical depression and anxiety and their somatization, or conversion to physical symptoms. 42. Transgender people, like all other LGBTQ+ people, need to learn how to become informed consumers of healthcare services and make informed choices about their physical and mental well-being. The next section explains how to become such a knowledgeable patient. Watch a video from the Montgomery College, Maryland, nursing program, https://go.geneseo.edu/transcare, provides a case study that focuses on culturally competent healthcare for trans and gender nonconforming people. It captures many of the challenges that a trans patient might face during initial interactions with staff and providers at a healthcare clinic. What challenges does Joe face in terms of accessing health care? What are some of the mistakes made by staff at the health care clinic? How does Nurse Rachel address those mistakes, both in that initial visit to the clinic and afterward? LGBTQ+ Health and Wellness 249. Being a smart patient and health care consumer. As noted throughout this chapter, LGBTQ+ individuals encounter more discrimination in healthcare compared with the heterosexual population. While some evidence shows that negative experiences for some LGBTQ+ persons are decreasing, discrimination continues. Lack of healthcare provider education in culturally inclusive LGBTQ+ communication and care is frequently noted as a contributing factor for health professionals. Discrimination. The shortage of educated practitioners and amount of practitioner bias have caused many LGBTQ+ persons to either delay or avoid seeking healthcare services. A primary reason attributed for this delay or avoidance is that LGBTQ+ individuals often feel invisible to their providers and have experienced discrimination in previous encounters. 43. Other factors also contribute to the negative healthcare experiences of LGBTQ+ individuals. A provider whose value system, religious beliefs, and political party affiliation are hostile to LGBTQ+ people may have difficulty providing the respectful and affirming care that LGBTQ+ persons are entitled to. For LGBTQ+ people to receive respectful and culturally inclusive, patient-centered care from their providers, they must take it on themselves to be informed healthcare consumers, practice self-advocacy, and shop wisely for providers who are LGBTQ+ affirming. Self-advocacy is essential to optimizing access to quality health services. Healthcare providers. The teaching of medical and nursing students about health issues unique to the LGBTQ+ population is inconsistent among education programs for healthcare providers. An emerging body of research finds a need for more education to better meet the requirements of LGBTQ+ patients. In one study, for example, U.S. medical schools were found to provide only an average of 5 hours of LGBTQ+ education throughout the curriculum. Baccalaureate nursing programs in another study spent only an average of a little over 2 hours teaching content about LGBTQ+ health topics. Less is known about the extent to which other health provider education programs cover this content. During a healthcare clinical experience, LGBTQ+ individuals often encounter healthcare providers who lack a basic understanding of LGBTQ+ cultures, terminology, and culturally inclusive care. 44. Locating a healthcare facility that affirms LGBTQ+ people can be difficult but is not impossible. Some national organizations provide resources for LGBTQ+ persons and healthcare providers. For example, the Human Rights Campaign, the largest national LGBTQ+ civil rights organization. 250 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. With over 3 million members, has a benchmarking tool, the Healthcare Equality Index, to recognize the healthcare facilities with policies and procedures for equity and inclusion of LGBTQ+ patients, visitors, and employees. Healthcare facilities evaluated by the index are available in its directory. An agency must reapply every year to demonstrate that it meets the current standards outlined by the Human Rights Campaign. 45. Another organization, GLMA, Gay and Lesbian Medical Association, advances healthcare equality for LGBTQ+ people and has an extensive directory of healthcare providers across the United States that are LGBTQ+ affirming. The GLMA published guidelines that offer recommendations for practitioners to consider when caring for LGBTQ+ clients. The National LGBT Health Education Center, a program of the Fenway Institute, also has excellent resources to help educate providers. 46. Both organizations provide valuable resources and are worth mentioning to a provider who lacks sufficient knowledge to provide culturally inclusive care for LGBTQ+ persons. Organizations and coalitions that support LGBTQ+ health are listed in Table 7.4. All provide free publications and resources for the LGBTQ+ person and healthcare providers. Table 7.4. LGBTQ+ education and advocacy organizations. GLMA Health Professionals http www.glma.org. Advancing LGBTQ Equality. Association of Lesbian, http www.nalgap.org. Gay, bisexual, transgender, addiction professionals and their allies. World Professional https://www.path.org/ Association for Transgender Health Center of Excellence for http://transhealth.ucsf.edu Transgender Health National LGBT Cancer https://cancernetwork.org/ Network Trevor Project https://www.thetrevorproject.org/ Centerlink Community of https://www.centers.org/ LGBT Centers Fenway Health https://fenwayhealth.org/ The Fenway Institute/ Howard Brown Health https://howardbrown.org/ Los Angeles LGBT Center https://logcenter.org/ Motsoni Center LGBTQ https://www.motsoniCenter.org/ Health and Wellbeing Callanlord https://callanlord.org/ LGBT Health Link https://www.healthlink.org/ LGBTQ+ Health and Wellness 251 Informed Healthcare Consumers When navigating a system in which not all providers understand or practice care that includes LGBTQ+ people, LGBTQ+ individuals need to know what questions to ask when visiting their provider. Although it is important to be true to yourself and disclose your sexual identity to your provider so you can receive the most holistic care possible, not all LGBTQ+ persons feel comfortable disclosing this information, particularly to a new healthcare provider with whom they have not yet established a trusting relationship. The Institute of Medicine has recommended including sexual orientation and gender identity data in electronic health records, so that more healthcare facilities will ask patients for this information. 47. Ultimately, however, LGBTQ+ persons must decide for themselves when and to whom to disclose their LGBTQ+ identity. Before visiting a provider, consider calling the office to ask if they provide inclusive care for LGBTQ+ patients. Bring a friend or partner to the visit for support if you are uncomfortable meeting with the health care provider. Healthcare providers must adhere to laws, policies, and ethical codes to keep your information private. Although a healthcare provider may ask about sexual orientation and gender identity, LGBTQ+ persons also have the right to request that the provider not enter their sexual orientation and gender identity into the medical record. Paying attention to special health issues. Providers must understand healthcare issues common in the LGBTQ+ population and explore whether their patients have any of these risk factors. GLMA has created 10 resource sheets for LGBTQ+ persons, each one addressing one of the top health concerns to discuss with a health care provider. Although not all these health issues apply to every person, it is essential to be aware that these health topics are more common among LGBTQ+ people. Several health topics are relevant to all LGBTQ+ groups, and others pertain more to one group. For example, research has identified that depression, tobacco, and alcohol use, sexually transmitted diseases, including human papillomavirus and HIV/AIDS, and certain cancers are greater health risks in the LGBTQ+ population. Moreover, the risk of illicit use of injectable silicone is a more significant concern among transgender women. Other health issues are more common within certain groups, such as breast and gynecological cancers among lesbians and male-to-female transgender persons. In addition to the risk of HIV/AIDS among men who have sex with men, they also have a higher incidence of and mortality from prostate, anal, and colon cancer. 48. 252 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Minimizing risk factors for these acute and chronic illnesses is essential to maintaining health. The LGBT Health Link is a network for health equity and offers very practical advice for things that LGBTQ+ people can do to improve their wellness. Recommendations include how to search for insurance options, practice preventive care, seek mental health support, adopt a healthier lifestyle, and practice safer sex. 49. The resources provided in this section support LGBTQ+ individuals to advocate for themselves when seeking healthcare services, particularly from providers who are not well educated about LGBTQ+ health issues, or who do not demonstrate culturally inclusive and affirming behaviors. Although healthcare providers are responsible for establishing a trusting relationship with their patients, this does not consistently occur in every healthcare setting. When a healthcare provider demonstrates genuine concern and respect for an LGBTQ+ individual in a practice not restricted to a 15-minute office visit, then there is greater opportunity for individualized, holistic, patient-centered care. Becoming a smarter LGBTQ+ health consumer requires being aware of the community's complex history with medicine, understanding the unique health issues involved, and recognizing health risks and changes that occur over the course of life. Key questions. How has Western medicine shaped the history of non-normative genders and sexualities in Europe and the United States? How has LGBTQ+ activism influenced healthcare systems and medical practice? What connections do you see between people's sexual or gender identities and their experiences in Western healthcare settings? Why would it be important for a healthcare professional to understand a patient's identity from an intersectional perspective? Why would some argue that Western medicine is a key social institution that has helped to define and enforce structures of inequality for LGBTQ+ people? LGBTQ+ Health and Wellness 253. Research resources. Compiled by Stephen Stratton. Discuss, choose one or two resources listed in this chapter, and discuss them in relation to what you have learned about LGBTQ+ health and wellness. Present, choose a key topic or event found in this chapter. Then locate one or two resources from the quick dip and deep dive sections and develop a presentation for the class. Explain the significance of the topic, and provide additional details that support your explanation. Create, what idea, person, or event from this chapter really moved you? Do more research on that idea, person, or event based on the resources in this chapter. Then, create your own artistic response. Consider writing a poem, drawing a picture, or editing a photograph in a way that demonstrates both what you have learned and how you feel about the issue or person. Debate, find a partner or split into groups, and choose a topic, idea, or controversy from this chapter. Have each partner or group present an opposing perspective on it. Use at least two of the resources in this chapter to support your argument. Quick dip, online resources. Accessing sexual health information online, use, motivations, and consequences for youth with different sexual orientations, by Kim Burley J. Mitchell, Michelle L. Ibarra, Josephine D. Korchmaros, and Joseph G. Kosi. Nearly 80% of LGBTQ+ youth in an extensive 2014 survey published in Health Education Research, Volume 29, https, doi.org/101093/ her/sit071 said they seek sexual information online, compared with less than 20% for their heterosexual counterparts. Discussions about how youth use the information and accuracy of the information received add to the article's value. 254 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Agenda 2030 for LGBTI Health and Well-Being, by the Global Forum on Museum and HIV and Outright Action International. Agenda 2030 is the United Nations global effort on sustainability, including health and preventive education. The Global Forum on Museum and Outright Action International wrote an excellent report in 2017 of how countries and governments can meet these 2030 goals through specific attention to LGBTQ+ people and their needs while addressing the marginalization they face based on sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, and sex characteristics. See https://msmgf.org/wp content/uploads/2017/07/agenda 2030 for LGBTI Health_July 2017 PDF. Healthcare for Lesbians and Bisexual Women, by Committee on Healthcare for Underserved Women. This well-written opinion from practitioners, written in 2012 and reaffirmed in 2021, on gynecologic issues for women who have sex with women covers recommendations for the standards of care for women seeking care in physicians' offices, from mental health side rations to social concerns. It is the standard all OBGYN physicians need to adhere to for their sexual and gender minority patients. See https://www.acog.org/clinical guidance and publications/committee opinions/committee on healthcare for underserved women/health care for lesbians and bisexual women. HIV/AIDS, from World Health Organization. The World Health Organization, WHO, is the United Nations organization concerned with public health issues worldwide and is both a health monitoring and data collection agency. Its HIV/AIDS webpage, https://www.who.in/HIV/n, provides HIV and AIDS information, and data sets. Maps, reports, and charts available on the website highlight the work individual countries are doing to increase access to HIV medications and their prevention efforts. Improving the health care of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender, LGBT, people, understanding and eliminating health disparities, by Kevin L. Ard and Harvey J. Macadon. This brief 2012 report covers the disparities in health services and outcomes seen in the LGBTQ+ community, as well as specific areas of concern in the population. It provides basic education for understanding LGBTQ+ communities and specific concerns within those populations, discusses LGBTQ+ health and wellness. 255 differences in health care among LGBTQ+ people of color, and lists steps for clinicians and health care providers to take to provide culturally competent care. The report is cited by numerous authors and used as a reference link from many governmental websites about LGBTQ+ health care. See https://www.healtheducation.org/wp content/uploads/improving the health of LGBT people PDF. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender, LGBT, health services in the United States, origins, evolution, and contemporary landscape, by Alexander J. Martos, Patrick A. Wilson, and Eileen H. Meyer. Covering the history of community-based health services within the LGBTQ+ community. This article provides insight into the future success or failure of such clinics, which have played a huge role in the field of LGBTQ+ health. The 2017 article in PLOS One, Volume 12, Number 7. https://doi.org/101371/journal.pone01805444 was funded as part of a long-term study from the National Institutes of Health, the U.S. government's primary biomedical and public health agency. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender health, from Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention provides a website highlighting health issues among the LGBTQ+ populations, https://www.cdc.gov/health/. It links to publications, statistics, data sets, and news from a wide variety of journals, government agencies, and other sources. The CDC is the preeminent U.S. government agency on illness and health. LGBT mental health syllabus, from Group for the Advancement of Psychiatry. This educational website, http://www.aglp.org/gap, is for people training in psychology and psychiatry and a source of information for any mental health trainee or practitioner on issues surrounding service to LGBTQ+ individuals. It includes a history of treatment of LGBTQ+ people and primers on transgender and intersex patients. National LGBT Health Education Center, from Fenway Institute. This website, https://www.healtheducation.org/, provides free access to numerous publications highlighting healthcare concerns and issues of the LGBTQ+ population for healthcare organizations and Service Pro. 256 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Videos. Translations of their publications in Spanish and other languages are also available. The Fenway Institute is the world's largest LGBTQ+ healthcare, research, and education organization. Sexual and Gender Minority Health, What We Know and What Needs to Be Done, by Kenneth H. Mayer, Judith B. Bradford, Harvey J. Macadon, Ron Stahl, Hilary Goldhammer, and Stuart Landers. This 2008 article in the American Journal of Public Health, Vol. UME 98, Number 6, https://adfapublications.org/doi/abs/102105/ AJPH 2007-127811, offers a strong summary of known disparities in health outcomes in the LGBTQ+ health field, research into specific health topics, and a discussion of what directions LGBTQ+ healthcare needs to move in to meet the needs of clients. The authors, well-known experts in LGBTQ+ healthcare, are among the authors of the Fenway Guide to Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Health. State-sponsored homophobia, from International Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Trans and Intersex Association. This annual report on the laws criminalizing gender and sexuality around the world also has articles focusing on particular countries and regions. Data sets used to generate the report can be accessed at the report's website, https://ilga.org/state-sponsored homophobia report. The International Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Trans and Intersex Association is the world's foremost LGBTQ+ meta-organization and holds special consultative status with the United Nations Economic and Social Council. Deep Dive, Books and Film. And the Band Played on, Politics, People and the AIDS Epidemic, by Randy Schultz. Told from a variety of viewpoints, this book on the AIDS epidemic is an Expose of the failures of the medical establishment, public health, federal government, and research scientists that led to the AIDS crisis in the 1980s. Written by a journalist from San Francisco, it is a foundational text for the examination of how politics plays a role in disease outbreaks, and it exposes both society and government as partners in allowing the deaths of hundreds of thousands of LGBTQ+ people. The book won the American Library Association Stonewall Award, New York, Penguin Books, 1988. LGBTQ+ Health and Wellness 257. Black LGBT Health in the United States, The Intersection of Race, Gender, and Sexual Orientation, edited by Lords Dolores Follins and Jonathan Matthias Lassiter. This book for both health consumers and health workers looks at the intersections of being Black and a same-gender loving person. Chapters cover sexual identity, women, incarceration, HIV, and much more. Some authors use the cultural signifying term same-gender loving, rather than the standard Eurocentric term LGB. The book is for anyone interested in intersections of sexual and gender identity with race in the United States and focuses on positive steps for individuals and communities, not on statistics and pathologies. The book received the 2017 Achievement Award from the GLMA, Health Professionals for LGBT Equality, Langham, MD, Lexington Books, 2016. Fenway Guide to Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Health, edited by Harvey J. Macadon, Kenneth H. Mayer, Jennifer Potter, and Hilary Goldhammerer. Written by public health professionals, researchers, and clinicians, this book, second edition, provides information on health concerns specific to LGBTQ+ populations such as healthcare across the life continuum, disease prevention, understanding LGBTQ+ healthcare needs, health promotion, and gender identity. The Fenway Institute in Boston is a community-based research, education, and care center. It works with LGBTQ+ and HIV-affected populations and is well respected in the field. Philadelphia, American College of Physicians, 2015. General Silent, directed by Stu Maddox. This documentary is about older LGBTQ+ people who are going back into the closet as they age in order to survive societal discrimination. The film discusses the aging process, depression and loneliness, and problems with assisted living facing older LGBTQ+ people. It includes the stories of a transgender senior and an interracial couple. The film won Jury and Audience Awards for Best Documentary at the Sacramento Film and Music Festival in 2010 and the Audience Award for Best Documentary at the Framuline Film Festival in 2011, United States, in Terabang Productions. Gynecologic Issues for Lesbians, by Susan R. Johnson. This chapter, https://www.glomcom/section view/item/430 number ekivid 5 epcook, is part of an online encyclopedia, GLOWM, Global Library of Women's 258 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Medicine, of Women's Health Issues containing over 400 chapters written by medical specialists in their respective fields. The chapter covers issues of special interest to all women who have sex with women, including more than simply gynecologic issues and a variety of life experiences, not simply Eurocentric studies. Preventive Health Measures for Lesbian and Bisexual Women, by Robin Matthey and Shelley Kerr. This solid discussion of the similarities and differences of preventive health care in women who have sex with women and minorities within That community also includes descriptions of possible outcomes from physicians who treat patients with discrimination and stigmatization, Milton Park, UK, Taylor and Francis, 2007. Trans Bodies, Trans Selves, a resource for the transgender community, edited by Laura Erickson Schroth. Written in the style and tone of Our Bodies, Ourselves, this book is a resource for both professionals and non-professionals on mental, emotional, and physical health and other topics. It places the trans individual in charge of their life and health. The book received the 2015 Achievement Award from the GLMA, Health Professionals for LGBT Equality, and it was listed as one of the top 10 transgender nonfiction books of 2014. By Advocate Magazine, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2014. Unequal Opportunity, Health Disparities Affecting Gay and Bisexual Men in the United States, edited by Richard J. Wolitsky, Ron Stahl, and Ronald O. Valdizieri. The Health of Men Who Have Sex with Men, Museum, has numerous disparities with health of the broader male population. The editors feature research and analysis that demonstrates not only general disparities but also those that affect older men, people of color, low-income museum, and others. A highly recommended book that can serve both researchers and general readers. It contains numerous ideas for health promotion and public health intervention. New York, Oxford University Press, 2008. Glossary. Bisexual. Romantic attraction, sexual attraction or sexual behavior toward both males and females, or toward more than one sex or gender. LGBTQ plus health and wellness 259. Degeneracy. Also known as degeneration theory, 19th century. Theory that homosexuality and bisexuality were akin to criminality, alcoholism, and drug addiction. Gender-affirming hormone therapy. Hormone therapy in which sex hormones and other hormonal medications are administered to trans gender or gender non-conforming individuals to more closely align their secondary sexual characteristics with their gender identity. Gender-affirming surgery. Also known as sex reassignment surgery. Surgical procedures by which a transgender person's physical appearance and function of their existing sexual characteristics are altered to resemble those socially associated with their identified gender. Gender dysphoria. The distress a person can feel because of a mismatch between their gender identity and their sex assigned at birth. Gender expression. A person's behavior, mannerisms, interests, and appearance that are associated with gender in a particular cultural context, specifically with the categories of femininity or masculinity. Gender identity. The personal sense of one's gender, which can correlate with assigned sex at birth or can differ from it. Gender nonconformity. A behavior or gender expression by an individual that does not match masculine or feminine gender norms. Hermaphrodite. Biologically, an organism that has complete or partial reproductive organs and produces gametes normally associated with both male and female sexes. Homosexual. A person with a romantic attraction to, sexual attraction to, or sexual behavior with others of the same sex or gender. Incidence. A measure of the probability of occurrence of a given medical condition in a population within a specified period of time. Intersectionality. Overlapping or intersecting social identities, such as race, class, and gender, and related systems of oppression, domination, or discrimination. Intersex. People born with any of several variations in sex characteristics, including chromosomes, gonads, sex hormones, or genitals. Minority stress model. A sociological model, as proposed by Eileen Meyer. Explaining why sexual minority individuals, on average, experience higher rates of mental health problems relative to their straight peers. Pansexual. The sexual, romantic, or emotional attraction toward people, regardless of their sex or gender identity. Prevalence. The proportion of a particular population affected by a condition, typically a disease or a risk factor such as smoking or seat belt use. Sex reassignment surgery. Also known as gender-affirming surgery. Surgical procedures by which a transgender person's physical appear. 260 Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. Ants and function of their existing sexual characteristics are altered to resemble those socially associated with their identified gender. Sexually transmitted infections. Pathogens that are commonly spread by sexual activity, especially vaginal intercourse, anal sex, and oral sex. Third sex. A concept in which individuals are categorized, either by themselves or by society, as neither man nor woman. Notes. 1. Institute of Medicine, The Health of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender People, Building a Foundation for Better Understanding, Washington, D.C. National Academies Press, 2011. 2. M. Foucault, The History of Sexuality, Vol. 1, An Introduction, Trans. R. Hurley, New York, Vintage Books, 1978, 43. 3. J. C. Farah, M. Hertzer, and G. W. Peppel, Homosexual Studies and Politics in the 19th Century, Carl Maria Kirkbenny, Journal of Homosexuality 19. 2010, 23:48. 4. R. von Krafft-Ebing, Psychopathia Sexualis. Inclinis Forensisk. Study, Stuttgart, Germany, Ferdinand Anke, 1886. 5. D. F. Greenberg, The Construction of Homosexuality, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1988. 6. Greenberg, The Construction of Homosexuality. 7. A. C. Kinsey, W. B. Pomeroy, and C. E. Martin, Sexual Behavior in the Human Male, Philadelphia, W. B. Saunders, 1948, 638. 8. K. Batza, Before AIDS, Gay Health Politics in the 1970s, Philadelphia. University of Pennsylvania Press, 2018. 9. K. Davis, The Making of Our Bodies, Ourselves, How Feminism Travels Across Borders, Durham, NC, Duke University Press, 2007. 10. K. J. and A. Young, eds, After You're Out, Personal Experiences of Gay Men and Lesbian Women, New York, Lynx, 1975. 11. A. J. Martos, P. A. Wilson, and I. H. Meyer, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender, LGBT, Health Services in the United States, Origins, Evolution, and Contemporary Landscape, PLOS 112, No. 7, 2017, E0180544. https://doi.org/10.137one/journal.pone.0180544. 12. J. M. Andriad, Victory Deferred, How AIDS Changed Gay Life in Amer. ICA, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1999. 13. J. J. Meyerowitz, How Sex Changed, A History of Transsexuality in the United States, Cambridge, MA, Harvard University Press, 2002, J. Meyerowitz. Transforming Sex, Christine Jorgensen in the Postwar U.S., OA Magazine of History 20, No. 2, 2006, 16, 20. 14. Z. Ford, Johns Hopkins to resume gender-affirming surgeries after nearly 40 years. Think Progress, October 18, 2016, https://thinkprogress.org/ Johns Hopkins Transgender Surgery 5C9C428184C1/ 15C Tontibanchake. Study suggests gender-affirming surgeries are on the rise, along with insurance coverage. Hub, Johns Hopkins University, February 28, 2018, https://hub.edu/2018/02/28/gender affirming reassignment surgeries increase LGBTQ plus health and wellness 261. 16 K. I. Fredrickson Goldson, H. J. Kim, S. E. Barkin, A. Morocco, and C. P. Hoy Ellis, Health Disparities Among Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Older Adults. Results from a population-based study, American Journal of Public Health 103. Number 10, 2013, 1802-1809, Institute of Medicine, The Health of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender People, S. L. Reisner, J. M. White, J. B. Bradford, and M. J. Mimiaga, Transgender Health Disparities, Comparing Full Cohort and Nested Matched Pair Study Designs in a Community Health Center, LGBT Health. 1, Number 3, 2014, 177-184, S. T. Russell and J. N. Fish, Mental Health in Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender, LGBT, Youth, Annual Review of Clinical Psychology 12, 2016, 465-487. 17. For Childhood, C. J. G. Kosi, N. A. Palmer, and R. M. Call, Reflect. Ing Resiliency, Openness about Sexual Orientation and/or Gender Identity and its Relationship to Well-Being and Educational Outcomes for LGBT Students, AIMER. Icahn Journal of Community Psychology 55, NOS 1, 2, 2015, 167-178, for Young Adulthood, C. C. Ryan, S. T. Russell, D. Hubner, R. Diaz, and J. Sanchez, Fem. ILY Acceptance in Adolescence and the Health of LGBT Young Adults, Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychiatric Nursing 23, Number 4, 2010, 205-13, and R. J. Watson, J. Vila, and E. Sawick, Disordered Eating Among Transgender Youth. Probability Profiles from Risk and Protective Factors, International Journal of Eating Disorders 50, 2017, 512-522, https://doi.org/101002/E22627, and for Late Adulthood, C. K. I. Fredrickson Goldson, Promoting Health Equity Among LGBT Midlife and Older Adults, revealing how LGBT midlife and older adults can attain their full health potential, Generations 38, Number 4, 2014, 86-92. 18 I. H. Meyer, Prejudice, Social Stress and Mental Health in Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Populations, Conceptual Issues and Research Evidence, PSY. Ecological Bulletin 129, Number 5, 2003, 674-679. 19. Institute of Medicine, The Health of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender People. 20. Institute of Medicine, The Health of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender People. 21. M. C. Parent, C. D. Blaira, and B. Moradi, Approaches to Research on Intersectionality, Perspectives on Gender, LGBT and Racial/Ethnic Identities, Sex. Roll 68, NOS 11-12, 2013, 639-645. 22. R. J. Watson, C. Weldon, and R. M. Pull, Evidence of Diverse Identities in a Large National Sample of Sexual and Gender Minority Adolescents. Journal of Research on Adolescence 30, 2020, 431-442, https://doi.org/101111/ 012488. 23. Institute of Medicine, The Health of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Trans Gender People. 24. C. For example, R. J. Watson, N. Lewis, J. Fish, C. Goodenow, Sexual Minority. Youth continue to smoke cigarettes earlier and more often than heterosexual peers. Findings from population-based data, drug and alcohol dependence 183. 2018, 6470, https://doi.org/101016/jdrugopdep 2017-11-025. 25. For Family and Parent Support, C.S. Snap, R. J. Watson, S. T. Russell, R. Diaz, and C. Ryan, Social Support Networks for LGBT Young Adults, Low Cost Strategies for Positive Adjustment, Family Relations 64, No. 3, 2015. 420-430, https://doi.org/101111/fair12124, for School-Based Clubs, CVP. Poteet, J. R. Skier, R. A. Marks, J. P. Calzo, and H. Yoshikawa, Gay Straight Alley. Answers vary on dimensions of youth socializing and advocacy, factors accounting. 262 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. For Individual and Setting Level Differences, American Journal of Community Psychology 55, NOS 3, 4, 2015, 422, 432, for Supportive Peers, C. R. J. Watt. Sun, A. H. Grossman, and S. T. Russell, Sources of Social Support and Men. Tall Health Among LGB Youth and Society 51, 2019, 30, 48, https://doi.org/10.1177/0044118x166601110, and for Supportive Policies and Laws, C. M. L. Hatzenbuehler, K. M. Keyes, and D. S. Hazen, State-Level Policies and Psychiatric Morbidity in Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Populations, American Journey. NAL of Public Health 99, No. 12, 2009, 2275, 2281. 26. For African American Men, C. V. M. Mays, S. D. Cochran, and A. Zamor. DIO, HIV Prevention Research, Are We Meeting the Needs of African American Men Who Have Sex with Men, Journal of Black Psychology 30, No. 1, 2004. 78-105, for PrEP, C. S. A. Golub, K. E. Gamarol, H. J. Rendina, A. Suris, and C. L. Leludia Weinberger, From Efficacy to Effectiveness, Facilitators and Barriers to PrEP Acceptability and Motivations for Adherence Among Museum and Transgender Women in New York City, AIDS Patient Care and STDs 27, No. 4. 2013, 248-254, for U.S. Rates of HIV Acquisition, C. T. Kirby and M. Thorne. Burdunwell, Uptake of PrEP for HIV Slow Among Museum, Lancet 383, No. 9915. 2014, 399-400, and for other factors, C. J. T. Parsons, H. J. Rendina, J. M. Lassiter, T. H. Whitfield, T. J. Starks, and C. Grove, Uptake of HIV Pre-Exposure Prophylaxis, PrEP, in a national cohort of gay and bisexual men in the United States, the Motivational PrEP Cascade, Journal of Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome 74, No. 3, 2017, 285-92. 27 K. Konzenko, L. Rintamaki, S. Rainey, and K. Manis, Transgen. De Patient Perceptions of Stigma in Healthcare Contexts, Medical Care 46. 2013, 647-653, T. Poteet, D. German, and D. Kerrigan, Managing UNC Tainty, A Grounded Theory of Stigma in Transgender Health Encounters, Social Science and Medicine 84, 2013, 22, 29, A. Radix, C. Lelodia Weinberger, and K. Gamarol, Satisfaction and Healthcare Utilization of Transgender and Gender Nonconforming Individuals in New York City, a community-based participatory study. LGBT Health 103, Number 10, 2014, 18 2018 29, C. G. Roller, C. Sedlak, and C. B. Drucker, Navigating the System, How Transgender Individuals Engage in Health Care Services, Journal of Nursing Scholarship 47, 2015, 417 424, N. Sanchez, J. Sanchez, and A. Danoff, Healthcare Utilization, Barriers to Care, and Hormone Usage Among Male to Female Transgender Persons in New York City, American Journal of Public Health 99, 2009, 713, 719, J. M. Sebelius, E. Pato Yuhas, J. G. Keatley, and M. O. Johnson, Barriers and Facilitators to Engagement and Retain. Tie-in in Care Among Transgender Women Living with Human Immunodeficiency. Virus, Annals of Behavioral Medicine 47, Number 1, 2014, 5, 16. 28 S. E. James, J. L. Herman, S. Rankin, M. Keisling, L. Mottet, and M. Anna, The Report of the 2015 U.S. Transgender Survey, Washington, D.C., National Center for Transgender Equality, 2016. 29. Institute of Medicine, The Health of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender People, K. J. Zucker and A. A. Lawrence, Epidemiology of Gender Identity Disorder, Recommendations for the Standards of Care of the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, International Journal of Transgenderism 11, 2009, 8, 18. 30 A. R. Flores, J. L. Herman, G. J. Gates, and T. N. T. Brown, How many adults identify as transgender in the United States? Los Angeles, C. A. Williams. LGBTQ plus Health and Wellness 263. Institute, 2016, https://williamsinstitutelawukla.edu/wp content/uploads/how many adults identify as transgender in the United States PDF. 31 E. Coleman, W. Bochting, M. Botzer, P. Cohen-Ketnes, G. Dekipura, J. Feldman, L. Fraser, E.T. Alabama, Standards of Care for the Health of Transsexual, Transgender, and Gender Nonconforming People, Version 7, International Journey. NAL of Transgenderism 13, Number 4, 2012, 165, 232. 32 E. Coleman, P. Colgan, and L. Gurin, Male Cross-Gender Behavior in Myanmar, Burma, A Description of the Occult, Archives of Sexual Behavior. 21, Number 3, 1992, 313 321, S. J. Kessler and W. McKenna, Gender, an Ethno-Methodological Approach, New York, Wiley, 1978, A. Wilson, How We Find Ourselves, Identity Development and Two-Spirit People, Harvard Educational Review 66, 1996, 303317. 33 P. R. McHugh, Psychiatric Misadventures, American Scholar 61. 1992, 497 510. 34. Coleman E. T. Alabama, Standards of Care, 168. 35 N. M. Fisk, Gender Dysphoria Syndrome, the conceptualization that liberalizes indications for total gender reorientation and implies a broadly based multidimensional rehabilitative regimen, Western Journal of Medicine. 120, 1974, 386, 391, American Psychological Association, definitions related to sexual orientation and gender diversity, https://www.apa.org/pi/lgbt/resources/ Sexuality definitions PDF 36. WPATH Board of Directors, WPATH Psychopathologization State. Ment, released May 26, 2010, https://www.apath.org/policies. 37. Coleman et. Alabama, Standards of Care, 187. 38. W. Meyer, A. Webb, C. Stewart, J. Finkelstein, B. Lawrence, and P. Walker. Physical and Hormonal Evaluation of Transsexual Patients, a Longitudinal Study, Archives of Sexual Behavior 15, No. 2, 1986, 121, 138. 39. W. J. Meyer 3, A. Webb, C. A. Stewart, J. W. Finkelstein, B. Lawrence, and P. A. Walker, Physical and Hormonal Evaluation of Transsexual Patients. A Longitudinal Study, Archives of Sexual Behavior 15, 1986, 121, 138, v. Tain Prishaw, S. H. Ducharme, T. W. Barber, and S. R. Chipkin, Endocrinologic Treatment of Gender Identity Disorders, Endocrine Practice 9, 2003, 12, 21. 40. L. M. Dickey, D. H. Kurasik, and N. G. Sharon, Mental Health Concede. Errations with transgender and gender nonconforming clients, in Guidelines for the Primary and Gender-Affirming Care of Transgender and Gender Non-Binary People, ed. M. B. Deutsch, San Francisco, CA, Center of Excellence for Transgen. De Health, 2016, https://transcareucsfedu/guidelines/mental health. 41. M. L. Hendricks and R. J. Testa, A Conceptual Framework for Clinical Work with Transgender and Gender Nonconforming Clients, an adaptation of the Minority Stress Model, Professional Psychology, Research and Practice 43. 2012, 460-467, Institute of Medicine, The Health of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender People. 42. W. O. Bochting, M. H. Miner, R. E. Swinburne Romine, A. Hamilton, and E. Coleman, Stigma, Mental Health and Resilience in an Online Sample of the U.S. Transgender Population, American Journal of Public Health 103, No. 5. 2013, 943-951. 43. For Continuing Discrimination, C. C. Dorson, An Integrative Review of Nurse Attitudes Towards Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Patients. 264. Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Canadian Journal of Nursing Research 44, 2012, 18, 43, For Lack of Culture. Ally Inclusive LGBTQ+ Communication and Care, CKL Ekstrand and J.M. Ehrenfeld, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Healthcare, A Clinical Guide to Preventive, Primary and Specialist Care, New York, Springer, 2016, M.J. Eliason and P. L. Chin, LGBTQ Cultures, What Healthcare Professionals Need to Know About Sexual and Gender Diversity, 3rd ed. Philadelphia, Wolters Kluwer. WER, 2018, J. Landry, Delivering Culturally Sensitive Care to LGBTQI Patients. Journal for Nurse Practitioners 13, No. 5, 2017, 342-347, A. S. Kurokalian, K. L. Ard, and H. J. Makadon, Advancing Health Equity for Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual and Transgender, LGBTQ, People Through Sexual Health Education and LGBTQ Affirming Healthcare Environments, Sexual Health 14, 2017, 119. F. A. Lim, D. V. Brown, and S. M. Kim, Addressing Healthcare Disparities in the Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Population, a Review of Best Practices. American Journal of Nursing 114, 2014, 24-34, https://doi.org/101097/01. NAJ 0004504238975936, and Joint Commission, Advancing Effective COM. Communication, Cultural Competence and Family, and Patient-Centered Care for the Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual and Transgender, LGBT, Community, a Field Guide. Oak Brook, Illinois, Joint Commission, 2011, and For Being Invisible and Expiry. Insing Discrimination, C. R. Carabez, M. Pellegrini, A. Mankiewicz, M. Eliason, M. Chano, and M. Scott, Never in All My Years. Nurses Education About LGBT Health, Journal of Professional Nursing 31, 2015, 323-329, X-Strand. Anne Ehrenfeld, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Healthcare, and Eliason. And Chin, LGBTQ Cultures. 44. For the Need for More Education, C. M. Eliason, S. Dibble, and J. D. Joseph, Nursing Silence on Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Issues. The Need for Emancipatory Efforts, Advances in Nursing Science 33, 2010. 206-18, https://doi.org/101097/ans0b013e3181e63e49, and F. Lim, M. John Sun, and M. J. Eliason, A National Survey of Faculty Knowledge, Experience, and Readiness for Teaching Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Health in BAC. Calorite Nursing Programs, Nursing Education Perspectives 36, No. 3, 2015. 144-152, https://doi.org/105480/14-1355, for the study of U.S. Medical School. Hours on LGBTQ+ Education, C. J. Abedin-Maliver, E. S. Goldsmith, L. Stewart, W. White, E. Tran, S. Brenman, M. Wells, E. T. Alabama, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender-Related Content in Undergraduate Medical Education, Journal of the American Medical Association 306, 2011, 971-977, https://doi.org/101001/. JAMA 2011-1255, for other health provider education programs, C. Lim, Johnson, and Eliason, A National Survey of Faculty Knowledge, and for Lack of Understanding of LGBTQ+ Inclusive Care, C. Landry, Delivering Culturally Sensitive Care to LGBTQI Patients. 45. For the 2022 Index, see Human Rights Campaign, Healthcare Equality Index 2020, https://www.hrc.org/resources/Healthcare Equality Index. 46. For the Provider Directory, CGLMA, for Patients, accessed April 26, 2021, http://glma.org view page and page ID = 939 and Grandparent ID = 534 and Parent ID = 938 and Node ID = 1, Practitioners can CGLMA, for Providers and Researchers, accessed April 26, 2021, http://www.glma.org/index. CFM, Fuse Action = page view page and page ID = 940 and Grandparent ID = 534 and Parent ID = 534. And for the Guidelines, CGLMA, Guidelines for Care of Lesbian, Gay, Bisex, UAL, and Transgender Patients, San Francisco, GLMA, 2006, http://glma.org/_ data/n_0001/resources/live/glma%20 guidelines%202006%20 final PDF. C. LGBTQ plus health and wellness 265. Also National LGBT Health Education Center, 10 Things, Creating Inclusive Health Care Environments for LGBT People, Boston, Ma. Fenway Institute, 2016, https://www.lgbtqia-healtheducation.org/publication/ten-things, and LGBTQIA+ gloss. Summary of Terms for Healthcare Teams, published February 3, 2020, https://www. lgbtqiahealtheducation.org/publication. Team/47. Institute of Medicine, The Health of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Trans Gender People. 48. For health risks, including cancers, see Institute of Medicine, The Health of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender People, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Health Considerations for LGBTQ Youth, updated to cm. Bur 20, 2019, https://www.cdc.gov/healthy-youth/disparities/smy-htm, for silicone use, C.C. Burden, R. Abbas, V. Andrew, F. Michard, C. Ryu, V. DeCamps, Y. Yazdampena, E.T. Alabama, illicit massive silicone injections always induce chronic and definitive silicone blood diffusion with dermatologic complications, Medi. Cina 98, No. 4, 2019, E14143. https://doi.org/101097/MD00000000000014143. And for prostate, anal, and colon cancer, see U. Burmer, A. Ozonoff, and M. Xiaopeng, An Ecological Analysis of Colorectal Cancer Incidence and Mortality. Differences by Sexual Orientation, BMC Cancer 11, 2011, 400. 49 F.O. Buchting, L. Margolis, M. G. Baer, D. Bruiso, E. C. Diaz Toro. C. Kamen, L. S. Kansas Opua, E. T. Alabama, LGBT Best and Promising Practices Throughout the Cancer Continuum, 2016, https://mock.org/wp content/uploads/LGBT Health Link Best and Promising Practices Throughout the Cancer Continuum PDF. Part V. Relationships, Families, and Youth. 267. 8. LGBTQ+ Relationships and Families. Sarah R. Young and Sean G. Massey. Learning Objectives. Upon completion of this chapter, students will be able to do the following. Explain the social construction of sex, gender, and sexuality. O. Describe the ways that LGBTQ+ people form relationships and the configurations of LGBTQ+ relationships. O. Describe the myths that exist regarding the quality of LGBTQ+ relationships and the research that refutes those myths. Describe how people struggle for social justice within historical contexts of inequality. O. Describe some of the negative consequences of homophobia, heterosexism, and minority stress and the ways LGBTQ+ people manage those consequences. O. Identify different types of LGBTQ+ family formations, including challenges to family formation and family building. O. Describe sources of stress and buffers for LGBTQ+ families and for LGBTQ+ individuals within their families of origin. Analyze how key social institutions shape, define, and n. 4 structures of inequality. O. Describe challenges that some LGBTQ+ families have in interacting with public and private systems, including legal, healthcare and human services, and educational systems. 268 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Describe the relationship between LGBTQ+ history, political activism, and LGBTQ+ studies. O. Articulate the queer viewpoint on LGBTQ+ relationships and families. Introduction. This chapter provides an overview of research and practice relating to LGBTQ+ families, relationships, and parenting. It describes the definitions LGBTQ+ people have for family and the relationships LGBTQ+ individuals have with their families of origin. It investigates how minority stress, family acceptance, and rejection affect these relationships. The chapter discusses how LGBTQ+ people form intimate relationships, how people in these relationships navigate established, often discriminatory, social and legal systems, and how recent social and legal changes, for example, marriage equality, affect these relationships. It talks about the nature and prevalence of families headed by LGBTQ+ people that include children and the ways that LGBTQ+ people become parents. It reviews the changing legal landscape as it relates to same-sex parenting and family building and delineates some of the challenges these families face when interacting with legal systems, healthcare and human services providers, and educators. The final section considers what it means to come out as LGBTQ+ to one's children. Each section also critically explores the relevant scientific literatures, challenges existing anti-LGBTQ+ myths, and identifies resources and organizations that support LGBTQ+ families. It is difficult to quantify how many people in the United States are in LGBTQ+ relationships. U.S. Census data give us some idea, although the numbers are likely underreported. The U.S. Census counted approximately 10.7 million adults, 4.3% of the U.S. adult population, who identify as LGBTQ+, and 1.4 million adults, 0.6% of the U.S. adult population, who identify as transgender. One of those, approximately 1.1 million, are in same-sex marriages, totaling 547,000 couples. 2 and 1.2 million are part of an unmarried same-sex relationship, totaling 600,000 couples. 3. What is a relationship? The word relationship can refer to many types of social interactions. Relationship research typically focuses on interpersonal relationships, which are deep, close relationships between two or more people. These relationships are sometimes described in other ways, as a friendship, a couple. LGBTQ+ relationships and families 269. Or a marriage. Research exploring LGBTQ+ interpersonal relationships is often centered on intimate or sexual relationships that are described as a partnership, a couple, a marriage, or just a relationship. How do LGBTQ+ relationships form? Relationships vary in the internal and external resources that strengthen the relationship, contributing to the well-being of the members in the relationship, and that help them cope with the stressors they have to confront both as individuals and as a couple. The availability of external resources is a changing landscape for same-sex couples. 4. For example, research has demonstrated that gay men, lesbians, and middle-aged heterosexuals, those looking for mates in what they term a thin market, are more likely to rely on the internet to find a partner. 5. A nationally representative longitudinal survey, How Couples Meet and Stay Together, HCMST, of over 4,000 adults found that, on average, although heterosexual and same-sex couples reported meeting primarily through friends, trends since 2009 suggest that the number of couples meeting online from both groups is increasing, but same-sex couples are significantly more likely to meet online than heterosexual couples. 6. Queer resistance. Some same-sex relationships, with or without children, follow the expected norms regarding monogamy and exclusivity. Some relationships, queer or stray from traditional heteronormative relationship norms, to include polyamorous relationships, 3 or more committed partners, multi-parent families, often 2 women partners raising children with a male platonic friend who is the biological father, or platonic partnering, often a queer man and woman who are friends and partner to raise a child. 7. Queering these relationships can certainly lead to burdens, including negative judgment and discrimination from external sources. On the other hand, they can also bring strengths, including freedom, creativity, and a family or relationship that is tailor-made to the people involved. Figure 8.1. A study of 1,000 gay men in Britain found that approximately 40% were or had been in an open relationship. In a study of gay male couples in the San Francisco Bay Area, agreements guiding open relationships varied considerably among gay male couples, with most heteronormative, a societal belief that makes heterosexuality the default and assumes that everyone is heterosexual until proved otherwise, normalizing heterosexuality and othering any other identity or experience apart from heterosexuality. Polyamorous. The practice of, or desire for, intimate relationships with more than one partner, with the consent of all partners involved. A polyamorous family is one made up of more than 2 sexual or romantic partners and their dependent children. 270 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Having rules or conditions regarding extrarelational sex. A related study found that about equal numbers reported having agreements to allow sex with people outside the relationship, 47%, and agreements to be monogamous, 45%, with some, 8%, reporting disagreements. Other studies have found slightly higher levels of monogamy, 52.8%, and fewer couples reporting open relationships, 13.0%. And some find monogamish relationships, 14.9%, or discrepant relationships, in which partners do not agree on whether they are in an open or monogamous relationship, 19.3%. One study reported even higher rates of agreement to be monogamous, 74%. 8. Interestingly, most people maintain a strong bias in favor of monogamous relationships, viewing them more favorably than consensual non-monogamous relationships in terms of their potential for providing relationship and sexual satisfaction. Monogamous relationships are also seen as more likely to preserve sexual health. However, little evidence exists to support these views. Most couples have little assurance that their partners remain faithful forever, and there is little evidence that non-monogamists are less likely to practice safer sex. These widespread biases reflect negative media representations and the views of mental health providers and politicians. 9. The AIDS epidemic fueled the study of sex among men who have sex with men, but there are significantly fewer studies of the sexual agreements of lesbian and bisexual female couples. The Ultimate Lesbian Sex Survey, conducted by the online magazine Autostraddle, asked lady types who sleep with lady types about their relationship agreements. Of the over 8,500 people who completed the survey, 56% reported being in a monogamous relationship, 15% in a non-monogamous relationship, and 29% reported not being in a relationship. When Figure 8.1. The polyamory logo of a heart entwined with an infinity symbol. Public domain. Open Sophias. Non-monogamous relationships. Deep, close relationships between two or more people who may engage consensually in sexual activities with others outside the relationship. AIDS. The acronym formed from Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome, a chronic disease caused by the HIV virus that has disproportionately affected the LGBTQ+ community, particularly gay men, bisexual men, trans women, and men who have sex with men. LGBTQ+ relationships and families. 271 asked about their preferred type of relationship, 62% said monogamy, 22% said mostly monogamy, 6% said open relationship, 5% polyamory, and the rest a range of other configurations, such as triad, polyfidelity, and don't ask, don't tell. 10. Relationship quality. The field of relationship studies is an interdisciplinary field that includes, but is not limited to psychology, social work, and marriage and family therapy. Before 2015, this field was not uniformly open to the study of same-sex couples, but it now is an important site of inquiry about LGBTQ+ relationship quality, longevity, and impact. Much of the literature on same-sex relationship quality focuses on comparing LGBTQ+ people's dating, cohabitation, and marriage pathways and experiences with heterosexual people. This work has repeatedly found that LGBTQ+ relationships experience the same level of satisfaction compared with non-LGBTQ+ relationships, and that similar variables predict stability and overall satisfaction in these relationships. 11. The outcome of this research has shown repeatedly that LGBTQ+ relationships are just as well adjusted as their heterosexual counterparts and experience similar stressors. Figure 8.2. Polyamory flag. At San Francisco Pride. March 2004. CC by S.A. Pretzel Pause. 272 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. However, LGBTQ+ people, as stigmatized minorities, experience higher rates of mental and physical health challenges, such as mood and anxiety disorders, compared with heterosexual and cisgender PAO. Plea 12. This unique stress, called minority stress, affects those in LGBTQ+ relationships both internally, internalized heterosexism, and externally, experiences of discrimination, and has a negative effect on relationship quality and satisfaction. Figure 8.3. One way to explain the connection is that internalized stigma increases the likelihood for experiencing depression, and depression produces stress on a relationship. 13. In one sample of 142 gay men, trust in relationships was influenced by experiences of discrimination when measuring overall relationship satisfaction. In this same sample, those with lower internalized heterosexism had a greater sense of commitment and higher levels of relationship satisfaction. 14. Figure 8.3. Minority stress process in lesbian, gay, and bisexual populations. Public domain, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Minority stress. Health disparities often found in minority groups can be explained in part by the discrimination they endure, and this discrimination causes stress and illness. Eilen Meyer developed this socio-behavioral theory. Internalized heterosexism. Heterosexism that an individual believes and therefore replicates and incorporates internally. LGBTQ+ relationships and families. 273. This stress provides unique challenges for LGBTQ+ couples and families, compared with their straight and cisgender counterparts. LGBTQ+ couples often have to navigate judgment and rejection from their families of origin and in systems including employment and faith communities. As mentioned earlier, non-heteronormative couples, for example, polyamorous LGBTQ+ couples, may face even more relationship scrutiny from authors, although the impact of such scrutiny remains underexplored in the research. Additional factors that affect heterosexual and cisgender relationships also affect LGBTQ+ relationships, including dating violence and divorce. Prevalence of dating violence among LGBTQ+ adolescents. Although not as robust a line of inquiry as for heterosexual youth and adults, is higher than national averages for all adolescents. In addition, dating violence in adolescence appears to predict its perpetuation into college years, as well as other behaviors, such as not using condoms, that put these youth at risk as they enter adulthood. Thus the recognition and prevention of relationship and dating violence with LGBTQ+ communities is important. Some researchers and practitioners theorize that the lack of consistent and positive role models and inclusion of healthy LGBTQ+ relationships in sex education curricula and from PAR enterprises and mentors creates a vacuum of information on negotiating healthy relationships, particularly for adolescents. 15. Thus, one way to improve relationship quality for LGBTQ+ couples and families is to ensure an inclusive curriculum and access to information that includes queer couples and families across the lifespan. Those who enter the normative relationship of legal marriage may later opt to seek a legal divorce. Although the process of initiating a explore. Do a Google Images search, https://images.google.com/ for LGBTQ+ relationships. Take note of what you see in the results. What types of LGBTQ+ relationships are represented? What types of relationships or identities discussed in this section are not represented? What types of issues that are important to LGBTQ+ relationships are identified in the images? What image would you design for your ideal LGBTQ+ relationship? 274. Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. Divorce has become a fairly equal process between same-sex and different sex couples. Rates of divorce may be different in several studies. In the United Kingdom, lesbians were twice as likely to seek a divorce compared with gay men. In reporting on these statistics, one sociologist theorized that higher rates of divorce among queer and lesbian women can be explained by women entering commitment sooner and having higher standards for the relationship overall. 16. What is a family? For some, family refers specifically to a social unit of two people, most often a man and a woman, who live together, share resources, and are raising children, or plan to reproduce and raise children, figure 8.4. However, family actually describes many types of social organizations. It can refer to groups of people organized by kinship and biology with designations like parents, siblings, cousins, and aunts or uncles as well. Figure 8.4. A bronze statue in the garden of the Palace of Nations in Geneva, Switzerland, titled Family, representing two parents and a baby. CC by S.A. Murad Ben Abdallah. LGBTQ+ relationships and families 275. As those, regardless of kinship, who live together, share resources, or care for each other. 17. Nuclear family, single-parent family, extended family, family of choice, and blended family are terms used to describe different types of families. Indeed, the effort to understand the meaning and function of family is a central goal of many of the social sciences. Families serve varied functions, including reproducing and providing for children, regulating sexuality and gender by communicating and reinforcing social norms, and transmitting cultural knowledge. However, the particular functions and purpose of family also vary across cultures and can change over time. For example, the Western notion of family changed significantly as populations moved from farm and household-based economies to industrial factories and into cities. Whereas farming relied on the family to create the labor necessary for maintenance of land, the production of necessary goods, and ultimately the survival of its collective members, the family in the cities that blossomed under industrial capitalism became a more effective or intimate relational unit that can also serve as a source of individual happiness. 18. Heteronormativity in families. Like heterosexual relationships, same-sex relationships form within the culturally defined social norms that organize sexuality and pair bonding in a society in a particular historical context. Modern same-sex relationships, however, exist within a heteronormative context that privileges heterosex relationships, organizes gender role expectations in a way that reinforces those expectations, and marginalizes non-heterosexual desire, love, and pair bonding. Additionally, heteronormativity also reinforces the ideal, although not always the practice, of sexual and romantic monogamy. Links family authenticity with the presence of children, and implies the need to adhere to patriarchal ideals for the division of domestic labor, sex roles, and often even the vows and covenants made between partners. What are LGBTQ+ families? These contested definitions of family vary considerably across time and cultural context but have always influenced understanding of LGBTQ+ families. Figure 8.5. 19 researchers investigating the definitions of family for people in the United States found that definitions included a broad range of understandings. They describe an inclusionary model, defining family quite broadly as same-sex and heterosexual couples with or without children, regardless of marital status. A moderate model defines nuclear family, a couple and their dependent children, typically assumed to be a heterosexual couple. Single-parent family, a one-parent-headed family, typically one parent with a dependent child or children. Extended family, the kin or relatives outside the nuclear or single-parent family, may include aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, or others related by blood or marriage. Family. In the context of human society, a group of people related by either consanguinity, by recognized birth, affinity, by marriage or other relationship, coincidence, as implied by the words. Etymology, from the Latin familia, or some combination of these. Family of choice. A deliberately chosen group of people that satisfies the typical role of family as a support system. These people may or may not be related to the person who chose them. Blended family. A couple with children from previous relationships. 276 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Family as all households with children, including same-sex households. Finally is the exclusionary view, defining family as a heterosexual married couple with children. 20 other important aspects of family are the functional characteristics it serves, such as relationship quality, commitment, care, love, or in the case of inclusionists, whatever it means to them. 21. Research has also explored the boundaries of family, proposing the idea of fictive and voluntary kin. 22 chosen families are defined as non-blood related friends who exist somewhere between the realm of friends and kin, who perform a surrogate role, often filling in for family members who are missing due to distance, abandonment or death. 23 It has been suggested that chosen families are more common among marginalized groups. 24 However, use of the term chosen family may vary by class and race. White middle-class LGBTQ+ people are more likely to use the term, and lower-income LGBTQ+ people of color are less likely to use it, but also less likely to use exclusionary definitions of family in general. 25. Family support and rejection. Family support and acceptance is an important psychological resource that can influence an individual's well-being in a number of ways. Figure 8.6. Figure 8.5. Two fathers with their son. C.C. by Kurt Lowenstein Educational Center International Team. LGBTQ+ relationships and families. 277. It improves one's sense of self-worth, increasing optimism and positive affect. 26 Unfortunately, supportive and nurturing family is not the reality for all LGBTQ+ people. Most families exist within a social context defined by heterosexism and anti-LGBTQ+ prejudice. Some families are able to resist heterosexism and embrace LGBTQ+ family members, and some, although initially challenged by the idea that a family member is LGBTQ+, are able to resist or overcome their prejudices and accept those LGBTQ+ members. For others, heterosexism and anti-LGBTQ+ prejudice are too pernicious and may manifest as hostility, rejection, and even violence. Family stressors. Rejection by family members of one's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression can affect the health and wellness of people who identify as LGBTQ+. According to Dr. Caitlin Ryan at the Family Acceptance Project, this rejection can include violence like hitting, slapping, or physically hurting the youth because of his or her LGBT identity. Excluding LGBT youth from family events and family activities, and pressuring the youth to be more, or less, masculine or feminine. 27. LGBTQ+ people whose families reject their sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression have higher rates of suicide across their Figure 8.6. Sign at a pride event. CC bias a ardfan. Heterosexism. Bias that suggests that heterosexuality, or heterosexual relationships, are superior to any other relationships, for example, queer, gay, lesbian. 278 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Lifetime, higher rates of depression, and greater risk of HIV infection paired with those who report higher levels of acceptance by their families. 28. Family buffers. Family acceptance lessens some aspects of LGBTQ+ minority stress, such as the distress and negative feelings that may be associated with sexual orientation. LGBTQ+ youth with accepting families report greater acceptance of their own sexual identity, less internalized homophobia, higher self-esteem, more social support, better overall physical and mental health, less substance abuse, and lower risk of suicide. Support from one's family may also contribute to individual resilience and thriving. Many of these effects continue across the lifespan. 29. Increasing the acceptance by families, decreasing their rejecting behaviors, and assisting family members of LGBTQ+ people to understand the root causes of their reactions to their queer children will improve the health of LGBTQ+ people. Acceptance includes behaviors that support a youth's LGBT identity even though you may feel uncomfortable. Connect youth with an LGBT adult role model, and work to make your religious congregation supporting of LGBT members, or find a faith community that welcomes your family and LGBT child. 30. Much of this research has focused on the role of parents in demonstrating acceptance, and less is known about the role of siblings, grandparents, and other extended family. Promising research is showing the importance of siblings and grandparents in the lives of LGBTQ+ people. 31. Some families experience feelings of loss, grief, and shame, among others, when they find they have LGBTQ+ family members. Loss and grief may result from feeling that they have to give up more heteronormative ideals of marriage or grandchildren for their child. Shame may be related to either latent or blatant anti-LGBTQ+ bias and the fear of being judged by others for having an LGBTQ+ family member. Outside resources may allow families to process their feelings separate from their family members. An important organization supporting the experiences of families with LGBTQ+ family members is PFLAG, formerly known as Parents, Families, and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. PFLAG was started in the United States in 1973 by a mother publicly supporting her gay son and has expanded to over 200,000 members in 400 locations. 32. Using a three-pronged approach of advocacy, education, and support, PFLAG's chapters across the United States function largely as support groups for families and friends to process their feelings and to shift to becoming advocates for their loved ones. Figure 8.7. Resilience. An individual's ability to recover, or bounce back, from a stressful or traumatic experience. Thriving. The condition of individuals who experience a stressful or traumatic event and who not only bounce back but flourish as a result of the event. LGBTQ+ relationships and families. 279. Figure 8.7. The PFLAG contingent at San Francisco. Pride 2004. CC by SA. Pretzel pause. Explore. PFLAG is one of the oldest and best-known national, and now international, organizations devoted to supporting LGBTQ+ people and their families. Explore the PFLAG website, https://pflag.org/ and the support, education, and advocacy available there for LGBTQ+ people, their families, and their allies. Pick one resource and describe it in detail. Why do you think this would be an important resource? What is the history of PFLAG, and how has it made a difference for LGBTQ+ people? What is its basic philosophy? How do PFLAG resources help you better understand the different types of LGBTQ+ family formations and strategies to build LGBTQ+ families? Research with LGBTQ+ families. Researchers interested in better understanding LGBTQ+ families and relationships face challenges, such as identifying those who are in same-sex relationships or couples, recruiting samples of adequate size, and 280 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Adequately representing racial, gender, and sexuality diversity within the population. Because LGBTQ+ people continue to face discrimination from their birth families, places of employment and communities, and ongoing threats from social and legal institutions, some may be hesitant to reveal their identities or relationships. Because same-sex marriage has been legal in the United States only since 2015 and the means of relationship formation have been actively shifting, records available to researchers are limited or incomplete. 33. Also, a great deal of research that is affirming to LGBTQ+ people relies on exclusionary heteronormative definitions of family that limit LGBTQ+ families to those conforming to a traditional heterosexual model, or that suggest ideal LGBTQ+ families are those that attempt to conform to those exclusionary models. These definitions may result in the additional marginalization of families that fail to conform to these definitions, for example, chosen families, families without children, non-monogamous families, or polyamorous families. In addition, such research often focuses on white families, neglecting queer families of color, working-class queer families, and other families situated at the intersection of multiple systems of oppression. 34. LGBTQ+ families with children. Although not all families include children, becoming parents can be an important goal for many. Research has suggested that a wide range of motivations push people to become parents, including emotional bonding, personal fulfillment, giving and receiving love, continuing the family line, and not being alone later in life. Other reasons include one's partner wanting to become a parent or a need to feel complete. Lesbian mothers and gay fathers have reported many of the same motivations for becoming parents, but these motivations may be shaped by the unique context of LGBTQ+ parenthood. For example, a study of the parenting motivations of gay fathers found that some were motivated by the desire to instill tolerance in their children, thereby creating a more tolerant world. 35. Approximately 48% of LGBTQ+ women and 20% of LGBTQ+ men under age 50 are raising children. 36. Some are doing so as part of a couple and some as single parents. In addition, approximately 3.7 million children in the United States have a parent who is LGBTQ+, and approximately 200,000 have parents who are part of a same-sex relationship, as either couples or single parents, figure 8.8. 37. Non-monogamous families. Couples who have children and who engage consensually in sexual activities with other adults outside each couple. LGBTQ+ relationships and families 281. How are LGBTQ+ families with children formed? LGBTQ+ families with children are created several ways. Some may become parents while in a heterosexual relationship, and they come out later in life. Some may be in a relationship with a member of the other sex, but identify as bisexual or non-heterosexual. Others may identify as LGBTQ+, be in a same-sex relationship, and become parents through the use of assisted reproductive technology, surrogacy, adoption, or foster care. 38. Parents coming out as LGBTQ+. Because of societal pressure and expectations, LGBT people of older general Arations may have entered relationships with a different sex partner to avoid admitting their sexual orientation, to avoid stigma and be accepted, or to have children at a time when family building options for LGBT people were unimaginable for most. Children's reactions to parents coming out as LGBT range from disbelief and shock to blaming the other parent for the LGBT person's changed identity, to feelings of acceptance and Figure 8.8. A same-sex couple with their children at San Francisco Gay Pride 2008. CC by S.A. Caitlin Childs. 282 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Love. 39 Some adult children report feeling closer to their parent now that they know. 40 Many of these reactions are mediated by the child's age and developmental stage at the time of disclosure. In fact, some experts on family communication now suggest that coming out to one's children is about strengthening and deepening the relationship, not divulging a dark secret. 41. Parents who come out as transgender face experiences similar to those of their cisgender LGBT counterparts, for example, challenges disclosing their sexuality and gaining acceptance from children, ex, and current partners, and extended family members, but also different. First, the child's age may influence reaction to the disclosure. The younger the children are, the more flexible their thinking and the easier they adapt to the news. Second, finding those who have a similar experience coming out as transgender to their children may be difficult. A transgender parent often needs to connect with other transgender parents in similar circumstances to find support. Third, many transgender parents report that their relationships with their children were the same or better after disclosing their identity than they were before disclosure. 42. Gay and lesbian stepfamilies may also have needs and challenges distinct from either straight families or gay and lesbian families with children. 43. In addition to the challenges of forming a stepfamily, gay and lesbian individuals often have to negotiate whether, how, and whom to come out to and assess the impact of coming out on both the individual and the family. Co-parenting with a different sex ex-spouse or partner can range from supportive to antagonistic and can acknowledge or ignore the person's new same-sex partner or spouse. Myths about same-sex parenting and children in LGBTQ+ families. Myths associated with same-sex parenting and the experiences of children raised by same-sex parents have negatively influenced the decisions of LGBTQ+ parents and interactions with legal and social services professionals. Cyanals. 44. These myths include concerns that children raised by same-sex Parents or in LGBTQ+ households will experience disruptions in their general identity development or in their gender role behaviors, or that they will become gay or lesbian themselves. Other myths suggest these children will have more mental health and behavioral problems, will experience problems in their social relationships and experience more stigmatization, teasing, and bullying, and are more likely to be sexually abused by their parents or parents' friends. Research has soundly refuted all these myths. LGBTQ+ relationships and families 283. The psychologist Charlotte Patterson conducted some of most cited research debunking the negative myths about same-sex parenting. Her research has explored the behavioral adjustment, self-concepts, and sex role behaviors of children raised in same-sex households, concluding that more than 2 decades of research has failed to reveal important differences in the adjustment or development of children or adolescents reared by same-sex couples compared to those reared by other sex couples. Please. 45. She points out that the quality of family relationships is the most important predictor of healthy child development. A review exploring the implications and fitness of same-sex parenting for children found that across 23 studies, the most common myths about impaired emotional functioning, greater likelihood of a homosexual sexual orientation, greater stigmatization by peers, non-conforming gender role behavior and identity, poor behavioral adjustment, and impaired cognitive functioning were simply not true. Children raised by lesbian moms and gay dads were no more likely to experience negative outcomes than children raised by heterosexual parents, figure 8.9. 46. Figure 8.9. Gay couple and child at San Francisco Gay Pride. 2008. CC by S.A. Caitlin. Childs. 284 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Both the myths about LGBTQ+ parents and their children and the research refuting the myths have found their way into the family courts. Prejudicial attitudes and stereotypes describing unfit lesbian moms and irresponsible gay dads have historically been used in custody cases to justify punitive court decisions. Research that establishes the fitness of LGBTQ+ parents has been influential in custody cases, and Patterson herself has served as an expert witness in numerous custody and other court cases. 47 LGBTQ+ families' lives are shaped by the powerful social forces of heterosexism and cissexism. These forces can influence policy and law, including family court cases, so there is a continuing need for unbiased and scientifically rigorous studies on LGBTQ+ family formation and the developmental and social outcomes for children in these families. Navigating and changing systems and institutions. Some LGBTQ+ people and their allies have seized the moment of societal change by trying to change systems from within, finding private sector corporations to be much more open and agile in response to their needs than public institutions. To not lose customers or employees because of anti-LGBTQ+ sentiment, many corporations are opting to strengthen LGBTQ+ workplace policies and affinity groups. 48 such policies include equal spousal and partner health care benefits, affirmative transgender health care benefits, gender-neutral bathrooms, and non-discrimination policies that provide protections for sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. Figure 8.10. To capture the progress being made in the private sector, the Human Rights Campaign rates corporations in their annual Corporate Equality Index, described as a benchmarking tool on corporate policies and practices pertinent to lesbian, gay, bisex, UAL, transgender, and queer employees. These ratings are often used by corporations to demonstrate openness and inclusion. 49. These corporate workplace gains haven't come without criticism. However, some have voiced concerns that private sector openness to LGBTQ+ communities is really just a way of manipulating workers into complacency by keeping employees happy and exploiting their need to seek meaning through their job. These policies can mask labor viola tie-ins and exploitative practices, thereby creating the perfect marriage of capitalism and personal identity. 50. These corporate policies and practices are often described as assimilationist, that is, a strategy that strives for access to those in power and is rooted in an interest group and legislative lobbying approach to political change. 51. Stereotypes. Negative, positive, or neutral beliefs about the members of a group that are often unsubstantiated. Attitudes. Positive or negative. Effective evaluations of someone or something. Assimilationist. Fixing the system from within, trying to fit into the status quo. Integrating LGBTQ+ relationships and families. 285. Other institutional change from within has occurred in healthcare and human services agencies. The National Association of Social Workers expressed its support in 2002 for allowing same-sex couples to foster and adopt, and has repeatedly issued professional support for same-sex marriage, for example, in 2013 and 2015 in relation to Supreme Court rulings. 52. In 2004, the American Medical Association issued a similar statement supporting adoption, and in 2012, issued support for same-sex civil marriage. In 2013, the American Academy of Pediatricians expressed its support for allowing same-sex couples to marry and to become foster and adoptive parents. Other professional groups, for example, the American Psychiatric Association and the American Counseling Association, have followed suit. Collectively, these statements recognize that combating discrimination against LGBTQ+ families is important. Discrimination is itself a public health issue, and families should receive professional and unbiased care and services. Parenting and family building. Family and adoption rights are one way that LGBTQ+ parents are discriminated against if they have biological children, want to adopt, or want. Figure 8.10. A 2018 rally in support of protecting access to health care for the transgender community. CC by S.A. Ted Iden. 286. Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. Access to infertility treatment. Only 5 states actively ban discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity for foster and adoptive parents. An additional 3 states ban discrimination based on sexual orientation, and 10 states have laws that allow discrimination against LGBTQ+ prospective foster parents. Most states are largely silent on the topic, opening up a range of treatment toward same-sex adopting families, from active discrimination that is based in law to indifference. 53. Little change has been made to recognize same-sex parents despite the overwhelming evidence that being raised in an LGBTQ+ family is not inherently harmful or destructive to the children. 54. Numerous studies have, however, documented the health and stress impacts of unequal laws on families that are headed by same-sex couples. For instance, should a child fall ill, a parent who is not legally recognized may be excluded from making medical decisions or may be separated from their child during an emergency because they are not recognized by medical staff as a parent or guardian. Unnecessary legal hurdles and simultaneous societal discrimination against same-sex households appear to be the root of stress, not the LGBTQ+ parents themselves. 55. Legal systems. Same-sex couples report navigating many legal challenges that vary depending on how the couple structures their family. Interviews with 51 LGB parents in California found that the law affected their lives and decisions in 3 dominant arenas: 1. How to have children, 2. Watch 5 positive things to say to a queer family trying to conceive. https://youtube/7nxtz1n0ko. A doula based in Brooklyn, New York. Morgan Richardson advises viewers how to positively interact with a queer family that is trying to conceive. What is your biggest takeaway from this advice? Was there anything that surprised you or made you curious to learn more? Explore one of the resources that Richardson identifies. How does it deepen your understanding of the issues? How does Richardson define allyship? What advice about allyship did you find helpful? LGBTQ+ relationships and families. 287. Where to live, and 3. How their family was, or wasn't, recognized. 56. Although some legal protections exist nationally, legal protections for LGBTQ+ families vary widely by state, highlighting the need to carefully consider the 3 arenas when determining how to best protect one's family. LGBTQ+ polyamorous couples who wish to have their entire family recognized and legally protected face numerous challenges, the biggest being that in almost all states and countries you may designate only one spouse in a legal marriage. These designations often mean that polyamorous couples cannot obtain health insurance for all their spouses or partners. 57. Health care and human services providers. Same-sex couples, with or without children, report unequal treatment in health care and human services care compared with their heterosexual and cisgender peers. For same-sex couples seeking health care for their children, invisibility or not being recognized by healthcare providers as a family unit is one barrier to quality health care. A survey of nursing and medical students found that 69% did not directly ask about the relationship among family members or were unsure if they should directly ask if the 2 same-sex adults were a couple responsible for the child receiving care. 58. Not being seen and legitimized as a family unit is stressful to the couple and can also complicate care if one parent is not recognized as a guardian or is left out of decision-making processes. Supportive and affirming policies, practices, and professionals are particularly needed to serve the aging LGBTQ+ community. The aging LGBTQ+ population is underserved and experiences higher risk of medical issues compared with their heterosexual peers. 59. Having higher need, combined with stigma from healthcare providers, leads to unsatisfactory and unequal treatment in out-of-home care. Couples who are aging and require out-of-home care often report anxiety about how they will be treated by staff and whether they will be seen, treated, and respected as a couple. 61. Study found that over half of elder LGBTQ+ adults were opposed to assisted living, and 80% were opposed to out-of-home care because of fear of discrimination, including how their partner would be treated and whether their advance directives for health care would be recognized and respected. 61. Discrimination from human services providers in care and decision making has long been of concern. For example, LGBTQ+ people in general and same-sex couples in particular face bias and outright 288 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Discrimination when trying to adopt a child from foster care or through a social services agency. A survey of 169 diverse gay and lesbian parents found that over one-third were not emotionally supported when they were seeking to adopt. Their adoption worker did not express support for them, in contrast to the experience of straight adopting couples, and nearly 15% felt very stressed when coming out as lesbian or gay to their adoption worker, fearing that it would limit their chances of having a child placed in their home. 62. Schools and educators. LGBTQ+ families with children interact with education systems with varying degrees of support for their families and identities. Challenges may include being treated differently from straight and cisgender parents, not having their family structures represented in the curriculum, and not having both same-sex parents respected as equal parents when decisions need to be made about their child. In addition, some LGBTQ+ parents have described trying to help their children explain their family structure. For example, I have 2 dads, 2 other children at school, which is especially difficult when the classroom lacks LGBTQ+ cultural competency. These challenges can have a negative effect on the well-being of LGBTQ+ families and their children. College teaching and education programs need to place greater emphasis on training future educators, before they enter the classroom, in how to demonstrate cultural competence when working with LGBTQ+ families. 63. Trends and changes in the legal landscape. As Patterson and colleagues have pointed out, today's quickly shifting legal landscapes regarding LGBTQ+ relationships, marriage equality, reproductive technologies, and foster parenting and adoption by LGBTQ+ individuals have brought challenges but also promise for improving the lives of LGBTQ+ families. However, these advances remain vulnerable to changing attitudes and political majorities. After marriage equality became law through the landmark Obergefell v. Hodges, 2015, ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court, state legislatures began considering legislation to limit its influence, and court cases based on the right to religious freedom try to reverse gains. The future legal landscape for LGBTQ+ people appears uncertain. 64. Marriage equality. The recognition of same-sex marriage as a human and civil right, as well as recognition by law and support of societal institutions. LGBTQ+ relationships and families. 289. Strategies for change, queer cautions and resistance. LGBTQ+ communities, and the families that form within the community, are not monolithic. Therefore, any discussion of family within such a diverse and intersectional community will be a complicated one. For some LGBTQ+ people, the LGBTQ+ movement's recent emphasis on assimilationist approaches to social change, such as fighting for access to heteronormative institutions like marriage, is misguided and actually privilege heterosexuality over queer lives. Some highlight the diverse and creative ways that LGBTQ+ people create families, emphasizing the importance of choosing families and raising concerns about laws and legally sanctioned institutions that often place limitations on what counts as family. Some LGBTQ+ people are concerned that vital and limited resources in the fight for things like a national non-discrimination law have been reallocated to the fight for marriage equality. Thus, ironically, a lesbian living in a state like Texas can now marry her wife but be unable to order a wedding cake if the local baker opposes LGBTQ+ families or marriage. Others look beyond the argument that marriage provides a way to gain access to important resources and benefits, for example, health insurance, inheritance and property rights, visitation rights in hospitals and jails, adoption rights, instead asking why these benefits must be tied to marriage in the first place. Some scholars suggest that queer communities should reject all notions of family building altogether. They point out that rather than making these benefits available to all, marriage equality has created a new set of boundaries that define who has access to certain privileges that remain inaccessible for others in the broader LGBTQ+ community. 65. Profile: LGBTQ+ family building. Challenges and opportunity. Krista Craven. Queer people have a long history of creating family in many different ways, including creating chosen families among adults, and sometimes children, who may not be biologically related. Yet with the enhancement of legal rights in recent years, such as same-sex marriage, many LGBTQ+ people are feeling more pressure than ever to form families that include biological or adopted children or both. People have said to me, after we got married, the next logical question from our families and friends was, when will you have kids? With greater access to reproductive technologies and adoption for same-sex parents over the last few decades. 290 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. LGBTQ+ people have significant opportunities to build families. However, experts estimate that a quarter of all pregnancies end in loss, and a similar number of adoptions fall through. 12% of U.S. women are diagnosed with infertility, and transgender people are often faced with difficult reproductive decisions relating to transition. With the rise in LGBTQ+ family making, the gay bi boom, the numbers of reproductive losses through miscarriage, stillbirth, failed adoptions, infertility, and sterility have also increased. In addition to heteronormative assumptions about who should have children, LGBTQ+ intended parents face another layer of invisibility and isolation as they combat the well-documented cultural silence surrounding reproductive loss. Even among those who support LGBTQ+ families, there is often political silencing of queer family-making narratives when they do not produce a happy ending. Moreover, the reproductive challenges LGBTQ+ families continue to face have received little attention and have been exacerbated by increasingly restrictive laws regarding LGBTQ+ adoption and family recognition following the 2016 U.S. elections. LGBTQ+ family making is politicized even within queer communities by progressive efforts to create a seamless narrative of progress toward enhanced marital and familial rights. These contentious political battles often eclipse the challenges and barriers LGBTQ+ parents face in establishing and gaining recognition as families. Physicians and public health experts estimate that 10–20% of all recognized pregnancies in the United States and 30–40% of all conceptions end in pregnancy loss. Estimates for other countries vary substantially. The knowledge that a pregnancy has ended is likely higher for LGBTQ+ people, who are often more intentional in planning their families than their straight peers and thus more likely to be doing early home pregnancy tests. Public perception regarding pregnancy loss differs substantially from public health estimates. A 2015 survey of over 1,000 and U.S. adults showed that 55% thought miscarriage was rare, occurring in 5% or less of pregnancies. 66 In addition, 12% of U.S. women are diagnosed with infertility, and fertility preservation options are not always made available to transgender people considering hormones or surgery. Likewise, a review of U.S. studies among different populations estimates adoption failure rates, or what adoption agencies euphemistically refer to as disruptions, of 10-25%. 67 Statistics on adoption are not kept in most countries. I interviewed over 50 LGBTQ+ people to understand how they experience loss, grief, and mourning. They included those who carried pregnancies, non-gestational and adoptive parents, and families from a broad range of racial/ethnic, socioeconomic, and religious backgrounds. I found LGBTQ+ relationships and families 291. That stories of loss, death, and reproductive challenges that accompany queer family making are often ignored or silenced both inside and outside LGBTQ+ communities, resulting in personal and political isolation. 3. Examples drawn from my study highlight the need for more inclusive support resources. 68. Alex and Nora's story. When I spoke with Alex and Nora, they had experienced a second trimester loss less than a year before. Nora, a cisgender lesbian, had physically carried their first daughter, but she had developed health complications that made another pregnancy dangerous for her health. The couple agreed that Alex, who had previously identified as a female-to-male transman, would carry their next child. Alex had adopted a genderqueer lesbian identity after becoming pregnant and was pregnant at the time of our interview. Nora explained how her experience of their loss was not only a physical and emotional one but also personally and legally complex. In losing our daughter, I lost not only a biological and a physical connection, I also lost the ability to have legal rights to our future children, to have my name on this child's birth certificate. I'm not even going to be able to petition for that where we live. In 2011, Nora would have had no legal rights to their child born by Alex, because the couple lived in a state where non-gestational queer parents were denied access to second-parent adoption of their children. But to Nora, having to formally adopt in any jurisdiction and be evaluated on her fitness as a parent was devastating. Nonetheless, the couple continued to consider pursuing legal adoption in another state or country and then returning to their home state to request a reissued birth certificate that would recognize them both as legal parents. Unlike same-sex marriages or civil unions, which were not recognized in much of the United States before 2015 and not recognized in countries where laws do not permit same-sex unions, adoptions are recognized across jurisdictions. However, financial instability. Nora was a full-time graduate student and Alex an administrative assistant put this option for giving both of them legal parental status out of the please reach. Although the couple lived in a liberal Midwestern town, the homophobic state and federal laws that governed Nora's relationship or lack of legal relationship with the child born by her partner heightened her 292 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies experience of loss. They encountered silencing within queer community ties following their loss, which resulted in feelings of isolation. As Alex explained, LGBTQ+ reproductive loss complicates the political rhetoric. It's the same reason you don't hear about gay divorce, because it complicates the political rhetoric of trying to get marriage equality. Significant changes in the legal landscape for LGBTQ+ couples and families have occurred in the 2010s, in the United States and throughout the world. After the national recognition of same-sex marriage in 2015 following the Obergefell v. Hodges U.S. Supreme Court case, many LGBTQ+ parents assumed that the presumption of parenthood, that both individuals in a marital union are legal parents to any child born within that union, would be extended to lesbian and gay married couples, as it is for heterosexual couples. However, legal precedent on this issue has been inconsistent, which can leave LGBTQ+ families, even those formed within legal marriages, vulnerable in ways that heterosexual married couples are not. Additionally, any children born to same-sex parents outside a legal marriage must still be formally adopted by the same-sex second parent. In the case that the couple legally marries, or the marriage becomes legally recognized, after the child is born, a step-parent adoption is required. As of April 2019, only 15 states allow unmarried parents to petition for second-parent adoption. Laws also exist in some states that allow discrimination against LGBTQ+ parents by adoption agencies that cite religious beliefs against same-sex parenting. In 2019, U.S. legal experts in the American Bar Association acknowledged that, despite the federal recognition of same-sex marriage in 2015, state-sanctioned discrimination against LGBT individuals who wish to raise children has dramatically increased in recent years. 69 Many adoptive parents also expressed the fear that homophobia and heterosexism within adoption agencies and among birth families meant they had a higher likelihood of adoption disruption than heterosexual couples. Mike's story. Mike's particularly heartbreaking story concerned suffering the loss of twins in an adoption. He and his partner, Arnold, had traveled to Vermont to get a civil union during the 1990s and began the adoption process. Shortly afterward, in their home state, which didn't legally recognize their relationship with their stable jobs and multiracial family, Mike is a white pediatrician and Arnold an African American high school teacher. The adoption agency they worked with thought they were an ideal family to place biracial twins, whose 18-year-old mother had 2 children already and was living in a battered women's shelter. They moved for LGBTQ+ relationships and families 293 ward with an open adoption, meeting with the birth mother on multiple occasions and attending all doctor appointments. When the twins were born, the names that Mike and Arnold gave them appeared on their birth certificates. They spent 10 days at home with the twins, but on the 10th day, the last day that birth mothers in their state could legally reclaim their children, at 30 minutes to midnight, the call came. Mike and Arnold later spoke with staff from their adoption agency, who explained that the birth mother had contacted the biological father of the twins, whom she had been estranged from for months, to tell him that she had put them up for adoption to a gay male couple. He did not approve of having a gay couple raise the twins and convinced her to reclaim them. Despite the birth mother desperately trying to reverse that decision to reclaim the twins and making several calls to Mike and Arnold pleading with them to take the children, the adoption was never formalized. Arnold had struggled with depression previously, and after losing the twins, he began to abuse drugs and alcohol and was unable to return to work. Ultimately, after 2 years, his addiction led to the end of their relationship. When we spoke, Mike had recently begun the adoption process again as a single man. This time, however, he was pursuing the adoption of An older child, he said. This adoption is in the foster system, with parents whose parental rights had already been terminated. I don't want the chance of a birth parent reclaiming again. There's no way I could do that again. It was like the twins had suddenly died. 1 minute they were here and the next hour they weren't here. It was horrible. Yet as many adoptive parents told me, what was sometimes most difficult about their losses was that the child had not died and that their heartache couldn't be a pure sense of grief or loss that one might experience mourning the death of a loved one. Rather, the child they had come to know and love was out there somewhere, and that knowledge created ongoing questions and multilayered grief. Mike's story is one of multiple interlocking losses and demonstrates how reproductive losses do not always involve the death of a child, nor are they centered solely around the absence of that child, or children, in one's life. LGBTQ+ adoptive parents, as well as those who experienced pregnancy loss, infertility, and sterility, frequently spoke about the loss of innocence that shattered their initial expectations of linear progress surrounding reproduction. Reproductive losses can also result in the loss of dreams for particular kinds of family, as Vero's story highlights. 294 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Vero's story. When Vero came out in the late 1970s, she initially thought she didn't want to have kids. She explained when we connected over Skype, I waited longer than I should have. Being gay, being raised in a Hispanic Catholic family, I didn't even see it as a reality. Coming out before the 1990s gay bi boom and then leaving home as a teen to serve in the U.S. Army for 10 years, like many other LGBTQ+ people who grew up during this time, she felt that forming a family would not be an option for her. But as she found a more supportive community, and many of her LGBTQ+ friends began having kids, it started to feel like a reality. Although she didn't initially wish to carry a child, when she desired children with a long-term partner who was unable to carry, she decided to begin monitoring her ovulation. A year and a half later, that relationship had ended. But I kept thinking about it and decided that that was something I really wanted with or without that relationship. So, I went on with the process. I had a donor. Everything was good to go. And so, I went to get a physical, and during that physical was when they found my cancer. And so, it quickly became I was staged pretty high. And so that quickly became the focus. Even though it having a baby was sitting in the back of my head, it was more about getting the cancer staged, having biopsies, and starting treatment, blah blah blah. So, all of that kind of consumed me. I didn't have to think about it losing my ability to conceive right away. But then that came. Fighting back tears. I still get emotional about it. At the time, Vero's doctors estimated that the advanced stage of her cancer gave her between 3 months and 10 years to live. Although well-meaning friends suggested she consider adoption after initial chemotherapy treatment seemed successful, Vero felt that would not be fair to the child because of the uncertainty about her future health. When I asked Vero how she did cope once she was able to focus on her experience beyond the immediacy of her cancer treatment, she spoke about struggling because, she said, some people don't even see my experience as a loss, because I never conceived. She also had complex feelings that others seemed not to understand. Once all of the dust settled after 3 years of chemotherapy, An experimental treatment, I felt very grateful. I mean, if it LGBTQ plus relationships and families 295 hadn't been for this child that I had already named but that I never had, I wouldn't even be here. Through tears. I think. What helped me find peace in it all was the gratitude that I was still here, and in the last 16 years that my life would have been completely different. It took a really different turn. Not a 180, but at least a 45-degree angle. Laughing. It gave me more time to be with all of my friends' kids. If I'd waited any longer than I did to get my physical, I probably wouldn't have made it, period. It kind of gave me a different gift. It hit me in a bunch of different ways, and it still hits me every once in a while. I was thinking about it just yesterday, that kid would probably have been 14 or 15 by now, and how different my life would be. Just completely different. Vero's experience underscores not only the depth and complexities of losing one's dream of family but also how grief can shift and evolve over time. As others have frequently said, it never leaves you. Together, Alex and Nora's, Mike's, and Vero's stories paint a vivid picture of the multiple interlocking losses that frequently accompany the loss of a child or dreams of a child. LGBTQ+ parents face general social taboos about discussing reproductive loss, but these expectations are frequently magnified by the legal and political barriers they face in gaining recognition as families. Additionally, they face pressures within LGBTQ+ communities where stories of loss are often silenced in efforts to present a political vision for LGBTQ+ progress. More inclusive support resources that embrace the diverse realities and challenges of forming LGBTQ+ families are necessary for bereaved LGBTQ+ individuals and families. A notable finding of my study was that over half the participants faced financial struggles in their efforts to expand their families. For most, the urgency to become pregnant or adopt again after a loss drove them to invest more, both financially and emotionally, in those efforts. Yet many discussed this financial investment with a great deal of ambivalence, for fear that it would detract from the emotional loss they experienced. Their stories challenge the assumed affluence of LGBTQ+ individuals who seek to expand their families, even among those who do so via expensive assisted reproductive technology and adoption. As a queer parent who found few resources after my own second trimester loss and who bore witness to the ways that my partner was further isolated as a non-gestational parent, I have always given this project a public focus. When I published Reproductive Losses, Challenges to LGBTQ Family Making, I launched a companion website http://www.reproductivelos.org, an interactive and expanding resource for LGBTQ+ indie. 296 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Visuals and Families. Readers can access an archive of commemorative photos and stories, as well as advice to LGBTQ+ parents experiencing loss and those who support them. But there is far more work to be done to overcome the silencing and isolation surrounding reproductive loss, create opportunities for sustained dialogue among LGBTQ+ intended parents, medical and adoption professionals, and other support professionals, and acknowledge that grappling with grief and mourning, particularly in a moment of legal and political uncertainty, is inescapable for many queer people. Key questions. What are some of the negative consequences of homophobia, heterosexism, and minority stress for LGBTQ+ people in Terms of relationship building and creating families. What myths have you heard regarding the quality of LGBTQ+ relationships? What does research say about those myths? Why is it challenging to research LGBTQ+ families and relationships? What are some of the challenges that LGBTQ+ families face as they interact with legal systems? Research resources. Compiled by Jessica Zemprush and Rachel Wexelbaum. Discuss, choose one or two resources listed in this chapter, and discuss them in relation to what you have learned about LGBTQ+ relationships and families. Present, choose a key topic or event found in this chapter. Then locate one or two resources from the quick dip and deep dive sections and develop a presentation for the class. Explain the significance of the topic, and provide additional details that support your explanation. Create, what idea, person, or event from this chapter really moved you? Do more research on that idea, person, or event based on the resources in this chapter. Then create your own artistic response. Consider writing a poem, drawing a picture, or editing a photograph in a way that demonstrates both LGBTQ+ relationships and families. 297. What you have learned and how you feel about the issue or person. Debate, find a partner or split into groups, and choose a topic, idea, or controversy from this chapter. Have each partner or group present an opposing perspective on it. Use at least two of the resources in this chapter to support your argument. Quick Dip, online resources. COLAGE. COLAGE, Children of Lesbians and Gays Everywhere, https://www.college.org/ is a national movement of children, youth, and adults with one or more LGBTQ+ parents. COLAGE builds community and works toward social justice through youth empowerment, leadership development, education, and advocacy. This is the only national organization in North America focused on the needs of children of LGBTQ+ parents. Family Acceptance Project. For nearly 20 years, the Family Acceptance Project, http://family-ect.sfsu.edu, has provided evidence-based family education information and resource materials on how families can best support LGBTQ+ children. Its website includes links to its publications and research. Family Equality Council. The Family Equality Council, https://www.familyequality.org/, is a national organization that provides advocacy and support for LGBTQ+ parents and families. Gender Odyssey. The annual Gender Odyssey Conference, http://www.genderodyssey.org, addresses the needs and interests of children of all ages who are trans, gender and gender diverse, their families, and the professionals who serve them. Gender Spectrum. Gender Spectrum, https://www.genderspectrum.org, informs interactions with all youth, especially in family, parent, or caregiver gender sensitive. 298 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies and Gender Inclusive Environments. Resource lists, trainings, support groups, and research are all available via the website. GLBT Resources for Children, a bibliography, by the Rainbow Round Table. Two librarians, Nancy Silverad in San Francisco and Dana Giusti in Philadelphia, began compiling in 2004 the first annotated bibliography of children's and young adult books about children with LGBTQ+ PAR enterprises, http://www.ala.org/rt/glbtrt/popular resources. These titles have become classics, and most remain in print, even as resources for children continue to increase. See, for example, Goodreads same-sex parents book lists at https://www.goodreads.com/list/tag/same-sex parents. Lesbian and Gay Parenting, from the American Psychological Association. The American Psychological Association published a review in 2005 of the scholarly literature and court cases related to gay and lesbian parents and their children, https://www.apa.org/pi/lgbt/resources/parenting. This resource, designed for students, researchers, lawyers, mental health care professionals, and parents, comprises 3 sections: a summary of the research findings on gay fathers and lesbian mothers, an annotated bibliography of those resources, and a series of amicus briefs and professional association policies related to gay and lesbian parents. This resource provides frequently cited, authoritative foundational research that has served as the basis for further research. LGBTQ Youth and Schools Resource Library. The American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, curates a resource list for middle school, high school, and college LGBTQ+ students on their rights related to free speech, assembly, forming gay-straight alliances, attending the prom, accessing online information in school libraries, mental health support, privacy, and seeking LGBTQ+ support on college campuses. See https://www.aclu.org/library LGBT Youth Schools Resources and links. Movement Advancement Project, MAP. The Movement Advancement Project provides reports and videos with an overview of laws and policies affecting LGBTQ+ families in the United LGBTQ+ relationships and families 299 states, such as laws and policies related to fostering and adopting LGBTQ+ children, the child welfare system, transgender rights, medical decision-making policies, and discriminatory tax laws for LGBTQ+ families. See https://www.map.org/equality maps. Obergefell v. Hodges. See the full text of the U.S. Supreme Court decision in 2015's Obergefell, a landmark civil rights case in which the court ruled that the fundamental right to marry is guaranteed to same-sex couples by both the Due Process Clause and the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. https://www.supremecourt.gov/opinions/14 pdf/14 556_3204 pdf. Resolution on Marriage Equality for Same-Sex Couples, from the American Psychological Association. The APA Council of Representatives adopted this resolution on August 3, 5, 2011. See https://www.apa.org/about/policy/same-sex. SAGE. SAGE is a premier organization providing services and advocacy for LGBTQ+ elders. Its website, https://www.sageasa.org/, provides robust resources regarding elder rights and issues of concern. Trevor Project. The Trevor Project is the leading national organization providing crisis intervention and suicide prevention services to LGBTQ+ youth. The P.306 website, https://www.thetrevorproject.org, features resources, edu, cational tools, advocacy, and ways to get involved. The Trevor Project is especially well known for its crisis phone, chat, and text lines. Deep Dive Books. Families We Choose, Lesbians, Gays, Kinship, by Kath Weston. This classic book was first published in 1991 by the anthropologist Kath Weston. On the basis of interviews and participant observation with lesbians and gay men in the San Francisco Bay Area, the book articulated 300 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. For the first time, how LGBTQ+ people were creating families of their own. The book was revised and updated in 1997, New York, Columbia University Press. Gay Fatherhood, Narratives of Family and Citizenship in America, by Ellen Lewin. This ethnography, written by an anthropologist, tells the story of how gay men in America have chosen to become fathers and the issues they confront during this journey. The book explores the decision to become a parent for gay men, how that decision affects their relationships with extended families and religious, racial, and ethnic communities, and how they reconcile their gay identity with their daily lives as parents. Chicago University of Chicago Press, 2009. Invisible Families, Gay Identities, Relationships, and Motherhood Among Black Women, by M.C. Moore. The first book focused on African American lesbians and the families they create. This book gives visibility to families headed by Black lesbians, and has provided the research design, survey instrument, and interview questions to conduct future research on Black and non-Black LGBTQ+. Families of Color, Berkeley, University of California Press, 2011. The Kids, The Children of LGBTQ Parents in the USA, by Gabriella Herman. One in a groundbreaking series supported by the Arcus Foundation about LGBTQ+ communities around the world. This book displays images by an award-winning photographer and recounts personal experiences of over 50 children of LGBTQ+ parents. These children describe the impact of having LGBTQ+ parents on their lives and value systems. Excerpts from the book are available at https://thekidsgabriellaherman.com/New York. New Press, 2017. Queer Kinship and Family Change in Taiwan, by Amy Brainer. Brainer is an anthropologist who investigated the experiences of Taiwan SA families from the perspective of queer and trans informants, as well as their siblings, parents, and other family members. She analyzes the strategies that families use to navigate their internal differences and the broader social, cultural, and political contexts within which these struggle. LGBTQ+ relationships and families. 301 GLEs and celebrations occur. This book is an important contribution to the literature on queer kinship from an anthropological perspective. New Brunswick, N.J., Rutgers University Press, 2019. The Right to Be Parents, LGBT Families and the Transformation of Parenthood, by Carlos A. Ball. Ball is the first author with a legal background to describe court cases involving gay and lesbian parents and custody of their biological or adopted children. Using research from sociologists and psychologists that lawyers use in court, Ball defends the right to parenthood for LGBTQ+ people. New York, New York University Press, 2014. To Survive on This Shore, Photographs and Interviews with Transgender and Gender Nonconforming Older Adults, by Jess T. Dugan and Vanessa Faber. Transgender and non-binary older adults in this visual exhibit, from 2018. With a second edition in 2019, they share their stories about the role that their gender identity played while growing up, forming intimate relationships, and choosing to create families of their own or not. Because the population of older LGBTQ+ people is often overlooked when discussing family and relationships, this is a valuable resource for those engaged in gerontology studies as well as in child and family studies. Visit the companion website at https://www.tosurvivionthishore.com/portraits. Heidelberg, Germany, Kehrer Verlag. Transgender Parenting, a Review of Existing Research. By Rebecca L. Stotzer, Jody L. Herman, and Amira Hassan Bush. This first comprehensive analysis of research studies on transgender PAR enterprises contains 51 studies that focus on LGBTQ+ civil rights and legal representation. Although more research is needed on the many facets of transgender and non-binary parenting, this is a solid starting point for anyone doing academic research on the topic. Los Angeles, C.A., Williams Institute, 2014, https://scholarship.org/uc/item/3rp0v7qv. Glossary. AIDS. The acronym formed from Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome, a chronic disease caused by the HIV virus that has disproportionately 302 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies affected the LGBTQ+ community, particularly gay men, bisexual men, trans women, and men who have sex with men. Assimilationist. Fixing the system from within, trying to fit into the status quo, integrating attitudes. Positive or negative affective evaluations of someone or something. Blended family. A couple with children from previous relationships. Extended family. The kin or relatives outside the nuclear or single parent family, may include aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, or others related by blood or marriage. Family. In the context of human society, a group of people related by either consanguinity, by recognized birth, affinity, by marriage or other relationship, coincidence, as implied by the word's etymology. From the Latin familia, or some combination of these. Family of choice. A deliberately chosen group of people that satisfies the typical role of family as a support system. These people may or may not be related to the person who chose them. Heteronormative. A societal belief that makes heterosexuality the default and assumes that everyone is heterosexual until proved otherwise. Normalizing heterosexuality and othering any other identity or rents apart from heterosexuality. Heterosexism. Bias that suggests that heterosexuality, or heterosexual relationships, are superior to any other relationships, for example, queer, gay, lesbian. Internalized heterosexism. Heterosexism that an individual believes and therefore replicates and incorporates internally. Marriage equality. The recognition of same-sex marriage as a human and civil right, as well as recognition by law and support of societal institutions. Minority stress. Health disparities often found in minority groups can be explained in part by the discrimination they endure, and this discrimination causes stress and illness. Eileen Meyer developed this socio-behavioral theory. Non-monogamous families. Couples who have children and who engage consensually in sexual activities with other adults outside each couple. Non-monogamous relationships. Deep, close relationships between two or more people who may engage consensually in sexual activities with others outside the relationship. Nuclear family. A couple and their dependent children, typically assumed to be a heterosexual couple. LGBTQ+ relationships and families 303. Polyamorous. The practice of, or desire for, intimate relationships with more than one partner, with the consent of all partners involved. A polyamorous family is one made up of more than two sexual or romantic partners and their dependent children. Resilience. An individual's ability to recover, or bounce back, from a stressful or traumatic experience. Single-parent family. A one-parent-headed family, typically one parent, with a dependent child or children. Stereotypes. Negative, positive, or neutral beliefs about the members of a group that are often unsubstantiated. Thriving. The condition of individuals who experience a stressful or traumatic event and who not only bounce back but flourish as a result of the event. Notes. 1 A.R. Flores, J. Herman, G. J. Gates, and T. N. T. Brown. How many adults identify as transgender in the United States? Los Angeles, C.A. Williams Institute, 2016, https://williamsinstitutelawukla.edu/wp-content/uploads/how many adults identify as transgender in the United States PDF. 2 A.P. Romero, 1 million LGBT adults are married to someone of the same sex at the 2-year anniversary of Obergefell v. Hodges, Williams Institute. June 23, 2017, https://williamsinstitutelawukla.edu/wp-content/uploads/ Obergefell, 2-year marriages, June 2017 PDF. 3 G. J. Gates and F. Newport, an estimated 780,000 Americans in same-sex marriages, Gallup, April 2015, https://newsgallup.com/poll/1828837/ Estimated 780,000 Americans, sex, marriages ASPs. 4. For resources that strengthen relationships, CFD Fincham and SRH Beach, Marriage in the New Millennium, A Decade in Review, Journal of Marriage and Family 72, No. 3, 2010, 630-649, and for availability of external resources, CSS Rostowski and EDB Regal, Same-Sex Couple Relationship Strengths, A Review and Synthesis of the Empirical Literature, 2000, 2016. Psychology of Sexual Orientation and Gender Diversity 4, No. 1, 2017, 1-13. 5 M. J. Rosenfeld and R. J. Thomas, Searching for a Mate, The Rise of the Internet as a Social Intermediary, American Sociological Review 77, No. 4. 2012, 523-547. 6 M. J. Rosenfeld, R. J. Thomas, and M. Falcon, How Couples Meet and Stay Together, Waves 1, 2, and 3, Public Version 3.04, plus Wave 4 Supplement. Version 1.02, Computer Files, Stanford University Libraries, accessed January 6, 2022, https://datastanford.edu/hcmst. 7 D. Adams, What Polyamorous and Multi-Parent Families Should Do to Protect Their Rights, Prima Facie, blog, LGBT Bar, December 11, 2018. https://bar.org/barnews/what polyamorous multi-parent families should do to protect their rights/ 304 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. 8. For the Study of Gay Men in Britain, C.G. Grammary, Brojobs, author. Talks Straight Men on Man Sex and Repressed Homosexual Desire, Queerty. August 6, 2015, https://www.queerty.com/brojobs author Talks Straight Man on Man, Sex, and Repressed Homosexual Desire, 20150806, for the study of gay male couples in the Bay Area, C.C. Hoff and S.C. Baufer, Sexual Agreements Among Gay Male Couples, Archives of Sexual Behavior 39, No. 3. 2010, 774-787, for the related study showing equal numbers, C.C. Hoff, S.C. Baufer, D. Chakravarti, L.A. Darbs, and T.B. Nalins, Relationship Characteristics and Motivations Behind Agreements Among Gay Male Couples. Differences by Agreement Type and Couple Serostatus, AIDS Care 22, No. 7. 2010, 827-835, for a study finding different levels, C.J.T. Parsons, T.J. Starks, K.E. Gamarol, and C. Grave, Non-Monogamy and Sexual Relationship. Quality Among Same-Sex Male Couples, Journal of Family Psychology 26, No. 5, 2012, 669-677, https://doi.org/101037/A00295661, and for higher rates of agreement to be monogamous, C.S.W. Witten, E.M. Whitebrecht, and A.D. Kuruluk, Monogamy Agreements in Male Same-Sex Couples, Associations with Relationship Quality and Individual Well-Being, Journal of Couple and Relationship Therapy 14, 2015, 39-63. The term monogamish was first coined a few years ago by relationship and sex columnist Dan Savage, who shared that the arrangement he has with his long-term partner, in which they are committed to each other but can have sex with others, is not just a phenomenon for gay men. A. Sertash, What It Really Means to Be Monogamish, Glamour, May 9, 2016, https://www.glamour.com/story/what is monogamish. 9 T. D. Conley, A. Seymours, J. L. Matzik, and A. Ziegler, The Fewer the Merrier. Assessing Stigma Surrounding Consensually Non-Monogamous Romantic Relationships, Analyses of Social Issues and Public Policy 13, No. 1, 2012. 129. 10. Rees, Here's the Salacious Sex Statistics on Queer Women in Non-Monogamous versus Monogamous Relationships, Autostraddle, June 9, 2015. https://www.autostraddle.com/Here's the Salacious Sex Statistics on Queer Women in Non-Monogamous versus Monogamous Relationships 290347/. 11 C. Kamen, M. Burns, and S. R. H. Beach, Minority Stress in Same-Sex Male Relationships, When Does It Impact Relationship Satisfaction, Journal of Homosexuality 58, No. 10, 2011, 1372-1390, D. M. Frost and I. H. Meyer. Internalized Homophobia and Relationship Quality Among Lesbians, Gay Men, and Bisexuals, Journal of Counseling Psychology 56, 2009, 97-109, D. M. Frost and I. H. Meyer, Internalized Homophobia and Relationship Quality Among Lesbians, Gay Men, and Bisexuals, Journal of Counseling Psychology 56, 2009. 97-109, E. A. Payne, D. Umberson, and C. Rechek, Sex in Midlife, Sexual Experiences in Lesbian and Straight Marriages, Journal of Marriage and Family 81. 2019, 7-23, https://doi.org/101111/jimf12508. 12 I. H. Meyer, Prejudice, Social Stress and Mental Health in Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Populations, Conceptual Issues and Research Evidence, PSY. Ecological Bulletin 129, 2003, 674-697. 13. Frost and Meyer, Internalized Homophobia. 14. Kamen, Burns, and Beach, Minority Stress in Same-Sex Male Relationships. 15. M. Dank, P. Lockman, J. M. Zweig, and J. Yonner, Dating Violence Exp. Renses of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Youth, Journal of Youth and LGBTQ+ Relationships and Families 305. Adolescence 43, 2014, 846, 857, https://doi.org/101007/S10964-013-9975 8, t. Gillum, Adolescent Dating Violence Experiences Among Sexual Minority Youth and Implications for Subsequent Relationship Quality, Child and Adolescent. Social Work Journal 34, No. 2, 2017, 137-145, https://doi.org/101007/S10560-016-0451-7, Dr. Marrow, Social Work Practice with Gay, Lesbian, Bisexual, and Transgender Adolescents, Family in Societies 85, No. 1, 2004, 91-99. 16 M. Bullman, Lesbian couples 2.5 times more likely to get divorced than male same-sex couples, ONS figures reveal, Independent, October 18, 2017, https://www.independentco.uk/news/UK/home news/lesbian couples. More likely divorced male same-sex marriages UK ONS figures 8006741 HTML 17. For Family as Kinship and Biology, C.L. Steele, W. Kidd, and A. Brown. The Family, 2nd ed. Hound Mills, UK, Palgrave Macmillan, 2012, For Family. Regardless of Kinship, C.A.P. Edwards, and E. E. Graham, The Relationship between Individuals' Definitions of Family and Implicit Personal Theories of Communication, Journal of Family Communication 9, No. 4, 2009, 191-208, https://doi.org/10.1080/152674309030700147. 18 J. D. Emilio, Sexual Politics, Sexual Communities, 2nd ed. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1998. 19 A. B. Becker and M. E. Todd, A New American Family? Public Opinion Toward Family Status and Perceptions of the Challenges Faced by Children of Same-Sex Parents, Journal of GLBT Family Studies 9, No. 5, 2013, 425, 448. 20 B. Powell, C. Balzendel, C. Geist, and L. C. Steelman, Counted Out. Same-Sex Relations and Americans' Definitions of Family, New York, Russell Sage, 2010, 26. 21 K. E. Hull and T. A. Ordill, Conventional and Cutting Edge, Defini. Tie-ins of Family in LGBT Communities, Sexuality Research and Social Policy. 16, 2019, 33, For Family and Its Functional Characteristics, C. Powell et Alabama. Counted Out. 22 M. K. Nelson, Wither Fictive Kin? Or, What's in a Name, Journal of Family Issues 35, No. 2, 2014, 201-22, D. Braithwaite, B. W. Bach, L. Baxter, R. DeVernier Rowe, J. Hammonds, A. Hosek, E. Willer, E. T. Alabama, Constructing Family, A. Typology of Voluntary Kin, Journal of Social and Personal Relationships 27, No. 3, 2010, 388-407. See also P. H. Collins, Black Feminist Thought, Knowledge, Consciousness, and the Politics of Empowerment, 2nd ed. New York, Routledge. 2000. 23 K. L. Blair and C. F. Pukel. Family Matters, but sometimes Sen Family Matters More, Perceived Social Network Influence in the Dating Decisions of Same and Mixed-Sex Couples, Canadian Journal of Human Sexuality 24, 2015, https://gogailcom/ps/I do, p=HRCA and U=NYSL_OAB and ID equal. Gale A44158557 and V=21 and it R and SID Google Scholar and ASID F30 2E263B. 24. Nelson, Wither Fictive Kin, Braithwaite et Alabama, Constructing Family. 25. A. Stein, What's the Matter with Newark? Race, Class, Marriage Paul. Idex, and the Limits of Queer Liberalism, in the Marrying Kind? Debating. Same-Sex Marriage Within the Gay and Lesbian Movement, ed. M. Bernstein. N. V. Taylor, Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press, 2013, 39-65. 4. More Unchosen Families, C. K. Weston, Families We Choose, Lesbians, Gays. Kinship, New York, Columbia University Press, 1997. 26. P. A. Thomas, H. Liu, and D. Umberson, Family Relationships and Well-Being, Innovation in Aging 1, Number 3, 2017, https://doi.org/101093/jeroni/ 306 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. IGX025, P. Simi Sterling, and R. Friend, The Influence of Social Support and Problem. A TIC Support on Optimism and Depression in Chronic Illness, a Prospective Study. Evaluating Self-Esteem as a Mediator, Health Psychology 22, Number 2, 2003. 123-129. 27. C. Ryan, D. Hubner, R. M. Diaz, and J. Sanchez, Family Rejection as a Predictor of Negative Health Outcomes in White and Latino Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Young Adults, Pediatrics 123, Number 1, 2009, 346-352. 28. C. Ryan, S. T. Russell, D. Hubner, R. Diaz, and J. Sanchez, Family Acceptance in Adolescence and the Health of LGBT Young Adults, Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychiatric Nursing 23, Number 4, 2010, 205-13. 29. For negative feelings associated with sexual orientation, C. B. A. Fien. Stein, L. Wadsworth, J. Davila, and M. R. Goldfried, Do Parental Acceptance and Family Support Moderate Associations Between Dimensions of Minority Stress and Depressive Symptoms Among Lesbians and Gay Men, Professional Psychol. OD, Research and Practice 45, Number 4, 2014, 239-46, https://doi.org/101037/ A0035393, for Accepting Families of LGBTQ+ Youth, C.H.R. Bregman, N.M. Malik, M.J.L. Page, E. Mackinnon, and K.M. Lindahl, Identity Profiles in Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Youth, The Role of Family Influences, Journal of Youth and Adolescence 42, Number 3, 2013, 417-430, https://doi.org/101007/S10964. 012-9798 Z, for Less Internalized Homophobia, C.A.R.D. Ajeli, A.H. Grossman, M.T. Starks, and K.O. Sinclair, Factors Associated with Parents' Knowledge of Gay, Lesbian, and Bisexual Youth Sexual Orientation, Journal of GLBT Family Studies 6, Number 2, 2010, 178-198, for Higher Self-Esteem and so on, C. Ryan et Alabama, Family Acceptance in Adolescence and the Health of LGBT Young Adults, for Support from Family, C.S.L. Katzwise, M. Rosario, and M. Sappies, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Youth and Family Acceptance, Pediatric Clinics of North America 63, Number 6, 2016, 10/11/1025. https://doi.org/101016/jpcl2016-07005, and for effects across the lifespan, C. E. M. Mers, N.S. Consedine, H. J. Schulz, and C. Schuengel, Well-being of Adult Children and Aging Parents, Associations with Intergenerational Support and Relationship Quality, Aging and Society 29, 2009, 783-802, https://org/101017/s0144686x090085114. 30. Ryan et. Alabama, Family Rejection as a Predictor of Negative Health Outcomes in White and Latino Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Young Adults. 31. For the Importance of Siblings, C.K.R. Allen and K.A. Roberto. Family Relationships of Older LGBT Adults, in Handbook of LGBT Elders, ed. D. Harley and P. Teester, Cham, Switzerland, Springer, 2016, and for Grandparents. C.K.S. Scherer, Gay, Lesbian, Bisexual, and Queer Grandchildren's Disclosure Process with Grandparents, Journal of Family Issues 37, No. 6, 2016, 739-764. 32. About PFLAG, PFLAG, accessed April 26, 2021, https://pflag.org/. About. 33. For Challenges to Researchers, C.D. Umberson, M.B. Thomer, R.A. Kroger, A.C. Lodge, and M. Su, Challenges and Opportunities for Research on Same-Sex Relationships, Journal of Marriage and Family 77, 2015, 96, 111. https://doi.org/101111/jimf12155, for the Supreme Court ruling on same-sex marriage, see Obergefell v. Hodges, No. 14-556, U.S. June 26, 2015, and for Shifting Relationship Formation, C.L.A. Peplau and A.W. Fingerhut, The Close Relationships of Lesbians and Gay Men, Annual Review of Psychology. 58, 2007, 405-424. LGBTQ+ Relationships and Families 307. 34 K. Crenshaw, Demarginalizing the Intersection of Race and Sex, A Black Feminist Critique of Anti-Discrimination Doctrine, Feminist Theory and Anti-Racist Policies, University of Chicago Legal Forum, No. 1, 1989, 139-167. 35. For Motivations, C. D. Langdridge, P. Sheeran, and K. Connolly, under Standing the Reasons for Parenthood, Journal of Reproductive and Infant Psy. Ecology 23, No. 2, 2005, 121-133, and W. B. Miller, Childbearing Motivations, Desires, and Intentions, A Theoretical Framework, Genetic, Social, and General Psychology Monographs 120, No. 2, 1994, 223-58, https://www.spinlmnih.gov/pub/80453744, for a Need to Feel Complete, C.C.R. Newton, M. T. Hearn, A. Ayub, and M. Howell, Motives for Parenthood and Response to Failed in Vitro Fertilization, Implications for Counseling, Journal of Assisted Reproduction. Tyen and Genetics 9, No. 1, 1992, 24-31, and for Gay Fathers Motivations, C. A. E. Goldberg, J. B. Downing, and A. M. Moyer, Why Parenthood, and Why Now? Gay Men's Motivations for Pursuing Parenthood, Family Relations, an Interdisciplinary Journal of Applied Family Studies 61, No. 1, 2012, 157-174. 36 G. J. Gates, Demographics of married and unmarried same-sex couples. Analyses of the 2013 American Community Survey, Los Angeles, CA, Williams Institute, 2015, https://williamsinstitutelawukla.edu/wp content/uploads/demo. Graphics, same-sex couples, ACS 2013, March 2015 PDF. 37 G.J. Gates, Marriage and Family, LGBT Individuals and Same-Sex Couples, Future of Children 25, Number 2, Fall 2015, 6787, https://www.jsder.org/stable/4358197 38. Gates, Marriage and Family. 39 Kate Davies, Adult Daughters whose mothers come out later in life. What is the psychosocial impact? Journal of Lesbian Studies 12, NOS 2, 3. 2008, 255-263, https://doi.org/101080/108941608021614222, L. Raulo. How LGBTQ parents can handle coming out to their children, Washington Post, October 9, 2020, https://www.washingtonpost.com/lifestyle/2020/10/09/ Parents come out/ 40. Davies, Adult Daughters whose mothers come out later in life. 41. Raulo, How LGBTQ parents can handle coming out. 42. Lambda Legal, FAQ about transgender parenting, accessed April 26, 2021, https://www.lambdalegal.org/knowyourrights/article/transparenting FAQ. 43 C. Bergeson, A. Bermia, J. Bible, K. Matera, B. Van Eden Moorfield. and M. Jushak, Pathways to Successful Queer Step Family Formation, Journal of GLBT Family Studies 16, Number 4, 2020, 368-384, https://doi.org/101080/1. 550428x.2019.1673866, A. M. Bermia, B. Van Eden Moorfield, J. Bible, and R. E. Petron, Undoing Normativities and Creating Family, A Queer Step Family Experience, Journal of GLBT Family Studies 15, Number 4, 2019, 357-372, J. M. Lynch and K. Murray, For the Love of the Children, The Coming Out Process for Lesbian and Gay Parents and Step-Parents, Journal of Homosexuality 39, Number 1. 2001, 24, https://doi.org/101300/J082V39N01_01, M. R. Moore, Gendered Power Relations Among Women, A Study of Household Decision-Making in Black Lesbian Families, American Sociological Review 73, Number 2, 2008, 335-356. 44 C. J. Patterson and R. E. Redding, Lesbian and Gay Families with Children, Implications of Social Science Research for Policy, Journal of Social Issues 52, Number 3, 1996, 29, 43. 45 C. J. Patterson, Children of Lesbian and Gay Parents, Current Directions. In Psychological Science 15, 2006, 241, https://doi.org/101111/J1467-8721. 308 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. 2006.00444x. See also C. J. Patterson and J. L. Wainwright, Adolescents with Same-Sex Parents, Findings from the National Longitudinal Study of Adolescent Health, in Adoption by Lesbians and Gay Men, A New Dimension in Family Diversity, ed. D. Brodzinski and A. Pertman, New York, Oxford University Press. 2011, 85 110, C. J. Patterson, Children of Lesbian and Gay Parents, Child Development 63, 1992, 1025 1042, and C. J. Patterson, Children of the Lesbian Baby Boom, Behavioral Adjustment, Self-Concepts and Sex Role Identity. In Contemporary Perspectives on Lesbian and Gay Psychology, Theory, Research, and Application, ed. B. Green and G. Herek, Beverly Hills, CA, Sage, 1994. 156 175. 46 N. Anderson, C. Amley, and E. A. Iteroy, Outcomes for Children with Lesbian or Gay Parents, a Review of Studies from 1978 to 2000, Scandinavian Journal of Psychology 43, 2002, 335-351. 47. For Prejudice Influencing Court Decisions, C. Patterson and Redding. Lesbian and Gay Families with Children, for Research Establishing the Fitness of LGBTQ+ Parents, C. C. J. Patterson, Parental Sexual Orientation, Social Science Research, and Child Custody Decisions, in the Scientific Basis of Child Custody Decisions, 2nd ed., ed. R. M. Galatzer-Levy, L. Krauss, and J. Galatzer-Levy. Hoboken, N. J. Wiley, 2009, and for Patterson as Expert Witness, C. Shelby. Frame, Charlotte Patterson, At the Forefront of LGBTQ Family Studies, June 26, 2017, American Psychological Association, https://www.apa.org/members/ Content/Patterson LGBTQ Research. 48 R. Githens, Capitalism, Identity Politics and Queerness Converge, LGBT. Employee Resource Groups, New Horizons in Adult Education and Human Resource Development 23, No. 3, 2009, 1831. 49. For the most recent index, see Human Rights Campaign, Corporate Equality Index, https://www.hrc.org/campaigns/corporate equality index. 50. Githens, Capitalism, Identity Politics and Queerness Converge, 18. 51 C. A. Rimmerman, The Lesbian and Gay Movements, Assimilation or Liberation. New York, Routledge, 2015, 12. 52. United States v. Windsor, 570 U.S. 744, 2013, Obergefell, 2015. 53. Movement Advancement Project, 2019, https://www.map.org/. 54 A. E. Goldberg, Lesbian and Gay Parents and Their Children, Research on the Family Life Cycle, Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association. 2010, S. Golumbach and S. Badger, Children Raised in Mother-Headed Family Lies from Infancy, a follow-up of Children of Lesbian and Single Heterosexual Mothers, at Early Adulthood, Human Reproduction 25, 2010, 150-157, J. G. Polsky, E. C. Perrin, J. M. Foy, E. T. Alabama, The Effects of Marriage, Civil Union, and Domestic Partnership Laws on the Health and Well-Being of Children, Pediatrics. 118, No. 1, 2006, 349-364. 55 E. C. Perrin, B. S. Siegel, and Committee on Psychosocial Aspects of Child and Family Health of the American Academy of Pediatrics, Promoting the Well-Being of Children Whose Parents Are Gay or Lesbian, Pediatrics 131. 2013, 1374, 1383. 56 N. K. Park, E. K. Zyak, and K. Slazenblevens, How Law Shapes Experiences of Parenthood for Same-Sex Couples, Journal of GLBT Family Studies. 12, 2016, 115-137. 57 A. L. Johnson, Counseling the Polyamorous Client, Implications for Competent Practice, Vistas Online, American Counseling Association p.306. Cyanal Information/Library, Article 50. LGBTQ+ Relationships and Families 309. 58 R. Chapman, R. Watkins, T. Zappia, P. Nicole, and L. Shields, Nursing and Medical Students' Attitude, Knowledge, and Beliefs Regarding Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual and Transgender Parents Seeking Health Care for Their Children, Journey. NAL of Clinical Nursing 21, 2012, 938-945. 59 S. Morrison and S. Dinkle, Heterosexism and Healthcare, A Concept. Analysis, Nursing Forum 47, 2012, 123-130. 60 S. D. Erdley, D. D. Anklam, and C. Reardon, Breaking Barriers and Building Bridges, Understanding the Pervasive Needs of Older LGBT Adults and the Value of Social Work in Healthcare, Journal of Gerontological Social Work. 57, NOS 2, 4, 2014, 362-385, https://doi.org/101080/0163437222013 871. 61 km# and FE Netting, Long-Term Planning and Decision Making Among Midlife and Older Gay Men, Journal of Social Work in End of Life and Palliative Care 3, 2007, 59-77. 62 S. Brown, S. Smalling, V. Groza, and S. Ryan, The Experiences of Gay Men and Lesbians in Becoming and Being Adoptive Parents, Adoption Quarterly. 12, NOS 3/4, 2009, 229-46. 63. Brown et Alabama, The Experiences of Gay Men and Lesbians in Becoming and Being Adoptive Parents. 64 C. J. Patterson, R. G. Riskind, and S. L. Tornello, Sexual Orientation and Parenting, A Global Perspective, in Contemporary Issues in Family Stud. IES, Global Perspectives on Partnerships, Parenting, and Support in a Changing World, ed. A. Abella and J. Walker, New York, Wiley/Blackwell, 2014, https://onlinelibrary.wiley.com/doi/abs/10.1002, for the UNC Tain Legal Landscape, C.E. Kazyakand and M. Stange, or a positive response. Public Opinion of LGB Issues After Obergefell v. Hodges, Journal of Homosexuality 65, No. 14, 2018, 2028, 2052, and S. Miller, 3 years after. Same-sex marriage ruling, protections for LGBT families undermined, USA. Today, June 4, 2018, https://www.saturday.com/story/news/nation/2018/06/04/ Same-sex marriage ruling undermined gay parents/650112002/ 65. C. For example, L. Edelman, No Future, Queer Theory and the Death Drive. Durham, N.C., Duke University Press, 2004. 66 J. Bardos, D. Hirsch, J. Friedenthal, S. A. Mismer, and Z. Williams, A. National Survey on Public Perceptions of Miscarriage, Obstetrics and Gynecology 125, No. 6, June 2015, 1313, 1320, https://doi.org/101097/AOG000 0000000000859. 67. Child Welfare Information Gateway, Adoption Disruption and Dissolution. Washington, D.C., Children's Bureau, June 2012, https://www.childwelfare.gov/pub/s_disrupt PDF 68. These stories are based on interviews Craven conducted between 2011 and 2014 and are adapted from Krista Craven, Reproductive Losses, Challenges to LGBTQ Family Making, New York, Routledge, 2019, Krista Craven and Elise Abbott Peel, Stories of Grief and Hope, Queer Experiences of Reproductive Loss. In Queering Maternity and Motherhood, Narrative and Theoretical Perspectives on Queer Conception, Birth and Parenting, ed. M. F. Gibson, Bradford, on, Demeter Press, 2014, 97 110, and Krista Craven and Elizabeth Peel, Queering Reproductive Loss, Exploring Grief and Memorialization, in Interrogating Pregnancy Loss, Feminist Writings on Abortion, Miscarriage and Stillbirth, ed. Emma R. M. Lind and Angie DeVoe, Bradford, on, Demeter Press, 2017, 225-45. Reprinted. By permission of the publisher. 310 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. 69. National LGBT Bar Association Commission on Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity, Report to the House of Delegates, Washington, D.C., American Bar Association, 2019, https://nacnit.org/wp-content/uploads/ABBA resolution 113.002 PDF 311. 9. Education and LGBTQ+ Youth. Kimberly Fuller. Learning Objectives. Upon completion of this chapter, students will be able to do the following. Describe the connections between identities and embodied experiences. O. Recognize the steps of coming out and the range of responses for gender and sexuality identities. Describe how people struggle for social justice within historical contexts of inequality. O. Differentiate between the components making schools supportive and inclusive and those needing improvements. O. Assess resources for LGBTQ+ youth facing discrimination, oppression, and marginalization. Describe intersectionality from an LGBTQ+ perspective. O. Analyze how key social institutions shape, define, and enforce structures of inequality. O. Identify health and education disparities for minoritized gender and sexuality identities. Education and LGBTQ+ youth development. Youth spend the majority of their lives involved in schools and associated activities. Concurrent with social and emotional development, LGBTQ+. 312 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Youth sexual and gender identities are evolving. Some LGBTQ+ youth face challenges with underrepresentation in school curricula, lack of edu, cational programming, and discrimination, harassment, and oppression by peers, teachers, and parents. However, with the changing cultural narrative toward acceptance, LGBTQ+ youth are finding more than ever before environments that are accepting, access to services tailored to LGBTQ+ youth, and opportunities to connect with other youth through clubs, organizations, and other youth programming. This chapter focuses on the current social and educational barriers to healthy LGBTQ+ youth development, such as inequities and injustice, on LGBTQ+ youth's resiliency, and on the role of supportive adults in facilitating positive youth development. LGBTQ+ persons experience significant growth and development through youth and adolescence. Many of the important milestones, including identity recognition, coming out, and transitioning, can occur During these years, positive family, educator, and peer responses toward LGBTQ+ youth can set the framework for healthy development, whereas rejection can lead to negative mental, emotional, and physical health and educational outcomes. This chapter describes identity development for LGBTQ+ individuals, family response, the impact of educational establishments on development, inclusive school practices, and other important aspects of the lives of youth and adolescents. Figure 9.1. Each aspect of development and each environmental and social system within the lives of LGBTQ+ youth can become a protective factor at a time when acceptance is still evolving throughout the United States. Identity disclosure. Youth are socialized from a young age through the lens of heteronormativity and cisnormativity, or the view that everyone is heterosexual and straight, which creates difficult conditions for LGBTQ+ students. From as early as elementary school, youth are taught that anything outside heterosexuality equates to being bad and that the romantic relationships LGBTQ+ youth have are abnormal. 1. Because society makes the presumption that all youth are cisgender and heterosexual, youth are often burdened with having to disclose their identities to others, historically referred to as coming out. Identity disclosure is different for sexual minority, transgender, and gender nonconforming youth. Their evolution of identity and disclosure of it can be a vastly different experience from that of others. Sexual and gender minority development and disclosure are described later in the chapter. Identity recognition. When LGBTQ+ individuals first identify their sexual or gender identity, transitioning the process social, legal, and or medical one goes through to affirm one's gender identity. Heteronormativity. Viewing all people as heterosexual, or those who feel attraction to the opposite sex. Cisnormativity. Viewing all people as cisgender, or those whose gender aligns with the sex assigned at birth. Coming out, also known as coming out of the closet, a process in the lives of LGBTQ+ people of disclosing one's sexual orientation or gender identity to others. Education and LGBTQ+ youth. 313. LGBTQ+ demographics. Youth and adolescents acknowledge their sexual orientation and disclose it to others earlier than ever before. Youth initially recognize they are attracted to another person of the same gender at about age 10. Mates show some understanding their identities as young as 7, with the average age at around 13.4. With increased visibility of LGBTQ+ persons in mainstream culture, it is likely these ages are becoming younger. 2. Approximately 2% of youth identify as gay or lesbian, 6% as bisexual, 3% as not sure of their sexual identity, and 3% as transgender or gender nonconforming. These labels stay consistent into early adulthood. Approximately 3% of young adults ages 18 to 26 describe themselves as exclusively or mostly homosexual or bisexual, with more females, 3.4%, than males. 2.6%, identifying as LGBTQ+. Conservative estimates report 3.5% of adults, or approximately 9 million people, in the United States identify as lesbian, gay, or bisexual. 3. Figure 9.1. LGBTQ+ teens supporting one another. Unsplash license, Shinji Rice. 314 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. 2 studies have been conducted on the rates of identity disclosure to parents of LGBTQ+ youth in the United States. Both studies reported more than half, 56% and 59%, of the LGBTQ+ youth studied were out to their families. Coming out can be challenging for LGBTQ+ youth. Many sexual minority youth who have not come out, 30%, report that the most frequent obstacle to coming out is fear that their family may not be accepting of them, or even that their family has been openly discriminatory. A small proportion, 19%, state that they are not sure how their families would react, and 10% state that they are not ready to come out. Some youth, however, resist identity-based labels and perceive disclosing their sexuality as unimportant. 4. Transgender or non-binary identity disclosure and demographics. As of 2022, an estimated 300,000, or 1.4%, of U.S. youth ages 13 to 17 identify as transgender. Youth in this age group were significantly more likely to identify as transgender than adults age 65 or older, and constitute 18% of the national transgender identified population. The study found that young people identify as transgender at different rates in different states. Estimates ranged from 3.0% in New York to 0.6% in Wyoming. The study also found that white people were less likely to identify as transgender than Latinx people, American Indian or Alaska Native, and biracial/multiracial groups. 5. A 2018 report by the Human Rights Campaign found only 21% of transgender and gender-expansive youth to be out to their parents, and 33% of youth were considering whom to disclose to in their family and how to manage these relationships after disclosure. Figure 9.2. In 2018, nearly half, 41%, of all transgender and gender-expansive youth had at least one parent to whom they have come out. Research suggests concern over family response is a barrier to coming out. Although both mothers and fathers were anticipated by their child to act negatively to a disclosure at least half the time, fathers are more likely to respond negatively than mothers, 63% versus 54%. 6. Research has found that youth begin to understand the concept of gender identity as early as ages 1 and 2. In these earlier stages, youth start to internalize the physical differences, penis, vulva, breasts, between genders. At these ages, children do not necessarily have a full grasp of their own identity or what it means to identify as a certain gender, but they begin to understand what those parts of a body symbolize. By age 3, children can label their own gender, and by 4 they. Education and LGBTQ+ youth 315 feel quite certain about their gender identity. All children during these years before puberty explore their gender presentation and expression, and experiment with toys typical to their gender or of the opposite gender. By the time youth reach 5 to 6 years of age, they adopt rules about what it means to be a certain gender and what will be accepted by others. By age 7, youth feel a sense of gender constancy and may begin fantasizing about being another gender or having different physical characteristics to align with their identity. 7. Gender nonconforming youth may then try to reconcile the differences between their sex assigned at birth and their gender identity by making subtle changes to their dress and social appearance. They may alter styles, wearing more masculine or feminine clothing, and use differ and names or pronouns. Allowing youth to socially transition, or begin to live according to their true gender identity, can have very positive effects. It can reduce their distress and dysphoria, and it can reduce the likelihood of developing depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, suicidal ideation, and attempts, self-harm, isolation, homelessness, and incarceration. 8. Figure 9.2. A sign carried at the 8th Pride Parade in Belgrade, Serbia, on September 15, 2019. CC by S.A. Bojan Kvetanovic. Read. In 2013, the Pew Research Center conducted a survey of 1,197 LGBTQ+ adults about their perceptions of society's acceptance of LGBTQ+ issues, and about their experiences of prejudice and discrimination. The study focuses on lesbians, gay men, and bisexuals, but it also contains important information on transgender Americans and LGBTQ+ people of color. Read through the overview of the report at https://www.socialtrends.org/2013/06/13. 316 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Family support or rejection. Family support. LGBTQ+ youth whose families have supported them, for example, showing warmth, enjoying time together, having closeness, have a greater likelihood of positive health outcomes, including healthy self-esteem, general good health, and social support. Figure 9.3. Family support is also a protective factor against negative health outcomes in early adulthood, such as depression, suicidal ideation, and substance abuse. Family support has been demonstrated to have a lifelong impact on adult development. Figure 9.3. Individuals and families show their support during a pride parade. Unsplash license, Jakila. Tony. What are 3 of your main takeaways from the survey? What surprised you, and what did not surprise you? Why is it important for parents and educators to understand the ages at which children and youth begin to understand their own sexuality and gender? What are some of the differences among the experiences of gay men, lesbians, and bisexuals? What about LGBTQ+ people of color versus white LGBTQ+ people? What social structures might help explain those differences? Education and LGBTQ+ youth. 317. Augment quality of life, and reduction of victimization, and to improve physical and mental health, including in older adults. Trans youth have also reported long-lasting positive effects from family support. 72% of trans youth with parental support reported being more satisfied with their lives than those without. 33%. These same youth reported more consistent, 70%, positive mental health outcomes than those whose parents were not supportive. 15%. 9. Family rejection. A majority of research on LGBTQ+ youth and their families, however, has emphasized the negative outcomes of family rejection. Rejection is associated with higher levels of emotional distress, suicidal ideation, and suicide attempts. In fact, LGBTQ+ youth whose parents were frequently rejecting during adolescence reported a rate of suicide attempts that was more than 8 times that of those with accepting parents. Research also suggests the adolescent and young adult LGBTQ+ community experiences increased homelessness as a result of family rejection, particularly for youth of color. Upon disclosure of sexual orientation, some parents decide to eject their children from the house, forcing them to live with other family members, in friends' homes, in foster care, in homeless shelters, or on the streets. Of the 2 million homeless youth in 2014 in the United States, 40% identify as LGBTQ+. Homeless LGBTQ+ youth may suffer even more negative health outcomes than those not displaced from home. 10. PFLAG. PFLAG is a national organization begun in 1973 by Jean Manford to support parents and loved ones of LGBTQ+ people. Formerly called PAR. Enterprises, Families, and Friends of Lesbians and Gays, PFLAG has evolved over time to be inclusive of all LGBTQ+ persons and families. It advocates on behalf of all LGBTQ+ people and also provides a space for loved ones and youth to come together to talk about challenges associated with coming out, affirmatively raising LGBTQ+ children, and respecting and valuing all. 11. LGBTQ+ youth and education. Youth spend more than 50% of their waking hours in schools. Schools play an important part in the development of youth's social skills. PFLAG, formerly known as Parents, Family, and Friends of Lesbians and Gays, an organization that supports the family and friends of LGBTQ+ people as they seek to understand and affirm their LGBTQ+ loved ones. 318 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Educational growth and cognitive development. The climate of schools can shape the experiences that LGBTQ+ students have throughout their lives and contribute to the overall well-being of their mental health. The experiences and outcomes of LGBTQ+ students from supportive schools show stark differences from those students from schools that are neutral or rejecting. Figure 9.4. Figure 9.4. Students at a national coming out day celebration in Seattle, Washington. CC by Seattle. Parks and Recreation. Visit. Representatives from 21 U.S. federal agencies that support programs and services focusing on youth created the website youth.gov. Read about the experiences of LGBTQ+ youth in schools across the United States, and explore some of the resources provided on the schools page at https://youth.gov/youth-topics/LGBTQ-youth/school experiences. Think about your experiences in kindergarten through 12th grade or the experiences of a young person you know well. How would you describe the atmosphere for LGBTQ+ students in that school? The website reports high levels of harassment of LGBTQ+ students in schools. Was that your experience too? Did your school use any of the strategies discussed? If so, which of the strategies worked the best? If not, which do you think would have helped? Education and LGBTQ+ Youth 319. History of LGBTQ+ INCLUSIVITY. In education. In 1984, Project 10, the first support group for LGBTQ+ students in a formal educational system, was started in a Los Angeles high school by Virginia Uraby, a teacher and counselor. Uraby experienced significant backlash from community members. Project 10's mission was to create supportive, welcoming, and safe campuses for sexual minority youth. It helped establish the first safe zones and develop training for schools on implementing policy changes to protect youth. Similar efforts began on the East Coast several years later. GLSEN, formerly the Gay, Lesbian, and Straight Education Network, was founded in 1990 by a group of teachers in Massachusetts with a passion for improving the quality of education for LGBTQ+ youth. GLSEN has become a leading national organization for ensuring safe and affirming educational systems for LGBTQ+ youth. Also during the 1990s, the first Gay-Straight Alliance, GSA, was established in Salt Lake City, Utah. Despite resistance that continues today from the community, administration, and parents, the Salt Lake City GSA persevered, and schools all across the nation slowly began implementing similar support efforts. As of 2015, nearly 60% of students reported having GSAs at their school. 12. GLSEN has been conducting the National School Climate Survey every year since 2001, and LGBTQ+ content and resources in schools have been gradually increasing every year. Out of almost 18,000 LGBTQ+ students sampled by GLSEN's 2019 National School Climate Survey, about 20% reported positive inclusion of LGBTQ+ issues in curricula. Most, 61.6%, reported that their school had a Gay-Straight Alliance, Gender Sexuality Alliance, GSA, or Queer Straight Alliance, QSA, or similar club, and 48.9% reported access to library materials with information on LGBTQ+ issues, figure 9.5. 13. State legislation shapes the experience of students in schools. According to a comprehensive survey published in the Columbia Law Review, 20 states maintain statutes that prohibit or restrict the discussion of homosexuality in public schools. Some laws prohibit teachers from promoting homosexuality or suggesting that there are safe ways to practice homosexual sex. Others demand that teachers disseminate misinformation, such as homosexual conduct is a criminal offense, and homosexual activity is primarily responsible for contact with the AIDS virus. This argument has been present in sex education since the 1980s. Policies such as these promote peer discrimination, harassment, and assault of LGBTQ+ youth. 14. 320 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Sex education. Since the 1980s, sexual health education has focused on an abstinence-based, or abstinence-only until marriage, approach. This approach to sex education promotes sex as an act that occurs between two heterosexual cisgender persons after getting married. Further, same-sex attraction is feared and gender stereotypes are reinforced. Public health organizations and most parents agree that sex education should include discussions of LGBTQ+ identities. 85% of parents of high schoolers reported wanting sexual orientation discussed in sex education, and 78% of middle school parents wanted sexual orientation discussed in sex education. 15. In reality, less than 4% of LGBTQ+ youth reported any mention of sexual or gender orientation in their health classes, and only 12% were told about same-gender relationships. The routine omission. Figure 9.5. LGBTQ+. Resources in a school. Library. CC BY. College Library. Education and LGBTQ+ Youth 321. Of LGBTQ+ issues from sex education curricula constitutes a violation of adolescent human rights. 16. It is a violation because it robs youth of sex UAL agency by withholding information that is critical to health and well being. 17. Whether habitual or deliberate, the omission of LGBTQ+ topics from health curricula implies that sexual and gender fluidity are not part of the natural biological order and are by default unnatural or perverse. 18. When discussions of LGBTQ+ issues do appear in health text books, the language clearly shifts toward LGBTQ+ persons as the other, and makes it seem as though the sexual experiences of LGBTQ+ youth are vastly different from those of heterosexual and cisgender youth. 19. Although LGBTQ+ youth do have some differences in sexual experiences, including information tailored to their needs can help reduce the risk of sexually transmitted infections. Sex education that affirms LGBTQ+ youth delays the age of first sexual intercourse and reduces unintended teen pregnancy rates of HIV and other sexually transmitted infections, overall number of sexual partners, and unprotected sex while increasing condom and contraception use. 20. Neutral and negative schools. As of 2020, only 17 states and the District of Columbia had laws specifically addressing the discrimination, harassment, and bullying of students based on sexual orientation and gender identity. Lack of leg. ILATIAN means interpretation of policies is variable and leaves policy development up to individual districts and schools. Students in schools without policies are at a greater likelihood of experiencing discriminatory practices and are more likely to fear discrimination and bullying in the future. Even more troubling for LGBTQ+ students, 5 states, Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, Oklahoma, and Texas, prohibit presenting any content on LGBTQ+ issues. 21. Heteronormative socialization becomes more intense as youth age. An earlier exposure to discrimination has been shown to increase the likelihood of victimization for LGBTQ+ youth. 22. A 2015 analysis of the Youth Behavior Risk Surveillance Survey found high rates of peer bullying behavior toward LGBTQ+ youth. Of LGBTQ+ students experiencing discriminatory behaviors. 322. Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. 10% were threatened or injured with a weapon on school property. 34% were bullied on school property. 28% were bullied electronically through social media or other sites. 23% experienced sexual dating violence in the prior year. 18% experienced physical dating violence, and 18% were raped at some point in their lives. 23. A study of transgender youth found even higher rates of discrimination and violence in several areas. 25% experienced physical bullying. 52% experienced dating bullying. 35% experienced bullying specifically due to gender. And 47% experienced bullying specifically due to gender expression. 24. School bullying has long-term effects on the mental health and quality of life of LGBTQ+ students. Bullying has been shown to be associated with increased depression, anxiety, and suicidality and decreased self-esteem. Bullying can also affect school outcomes by increasing negative attitudes toward school, truancy, and disciplinary problems while lowering GPAs and decreasing interest in pursuing further education. Figure 9.6. 25. Educators confirm witnessing discriminatory and violent behavioral or toward LGBTQ+ students in schools, even as early as elementary school. An alarming 70% of LGBTQ+ youth heard anti-gay speech at school, for example, "That's so gay," gay, you're so gay, 60% heard. Another type of homophobic remark, for example, fag or dyke, and 56% heard homophobic remarks from their teachers. Additionally, youth heard comments about gender expression from peers at least 60% of the time, and from teachers and school staff 71% of the time. Many of these behaviors go unnoticed and undocumented. In fact, some educators, between 31 and 42%, fail to recognize harassment by other students, such as the use of the word fag or the phrase "that's so gay," and do not intervene appropriately when it arises. 47. Education and LGBTQ+ youth. 323% of LGBTQ+ students who reported homophobic harassment to a teacher or support staff, and over 90% of students who heard gender expression discrimination never saw the school staff intervene. 57% of LGBTQ+ youth never reported harassment and assault because of fear of inaction by the school. Bullying isn't exclusive to fellow students in schools. 44% of educators reported hearing other school staff make derogatory comments about or toward LGBTQ+ students, with the highest prevalence of educator bullying and harassment occurring in middle school. 26. Figure 9.6. The Welsh Assembly Government sponsored the anti-bullying Respect Tour of 2009. CC by ND Working Word. Explore GLSEN's policy maps, https://mapsclson.org, provide a comprehensive overview of state laws that affirm non-discrimination or protect transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming students. Find the state where you live or where you grew up on each of the maps. What kinds of protections does this state offer for kindergarten through grade 12 students? What are the differences between how states treat sexual orientation and gender identity? What trends do you see? Explore other parts of the GLSEN website and pick one resource you find most compelling. Why is this important to you? 324 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Michigan, Maine, Virginia, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania have ruled that discriminating against transgender students is a violation of Title IX, which prohibits sex discrimination in schools. 27. Supportive movements in LGBTQ+ education. Laws in some states enforce inclusivity of LGBTQ+ issues across the curriculum. California, for instance, has implemented new legislation supporting inclusion of LGBTQ+ themes in the classroom. The Fair, Accurate, Inclusive, and Respectful, Fair Education Act was enacted in early 2012. It mandates an inclusive and non-discriminatory curriculum, including LGBTQ+ historical events, such as the Stonewall Rebellion. The act was passed to curb LGBTQ+ suicides and alleviate bullying. 28. Other states shortly followed suit. New York and Washington adopted more inclusive laws for their school districts that took effect July 2012. 29. The Dignity for All Students Act requires public school boards in both states to include language regarding sexual orientation and gender expression in their curricula and school policies. A similar law passed in early 2019 requires all New Jersey schools to teach LGBTQ+ history and achievements across the curriculum. An additional level of protection exists for transgender students that is based on federal law. The Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act prohibits schools from disclosing a student's transgender status. ADI. Tian Ally, the law allows youth to amend school records if information is. Figure 9.7. The Capitol. Trans Pride on May 20, 2017, in Washington, D.C. was hosted by the Studio Theater. CC by S.A. Ted Iden. Title 9. A federal law banning discrimination based on sex at schools receiving federal funding. This includes harassment and discrimination for failing to conform to gender expectations and is interpreted to often include LGBTQ+ persons. Education and LGBTQ+ youth. 325. Inaccurate, misleading, or in violation of the student's rights of privacy, which enables students to change their name and gender marker on their transcripts. 30. The Office for Civil Rights of the Department of Health and Human Services can investigate complaints made by students and PAR enterprises. In cases of discrimination, the Department of Education can sue the school district and deny federal funding. 31. Supportive schools. Over the last several decades, with socio-cultural changes across the United States toward greater LGBTQ+ acceptance, schools have increasingly become more positive spaces for youth, some more than others. Positive schools typically have several key assets, including an environment where youth interact with caring and accepting educators and staff. Other assets include supportive school groups, inclusive curricula, and comprehensive policies to reduce school harassment and bullying. Supportive schools make it a standard policy for all youth to be more accepting and inclusive of LGBTQ+ students and are less likely to tolerate discriminatory and violent behavior between students. LGBTQ+ students in more supportive environments are less likely to have depression and suicidal ideation, use drugs, and be truant. 32. The role of educators and other support staff. Educators play an integral role in healthy youth development and increase feelings of safety for LGBTQ+ students. When cisgender and heterosex UAL teachers become allies of LGBTQ+ students and advocate for and support them, these students increase their academic achievement and their quality of life. Some educators even advance their allyship further and mentor students, sponsor LGBTQ+ student organizations, connect LGBTQ+ students to community resources, and openly advocate for inclusion despite consequences imposed by employers, for example, probation or loss of employment. Studies on transgender youth have found that when school staff are more supportive, trans youth feel safer because the teachers are more likely to stop harassment when they see it. Including material on LGBTQ+ lives in course content, such as sex education, can have a large impact on the mental and emotional well-being of LGBTQ+ youth. 33. 326 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. LGBTQ+ Clubs. LGBTQ+ clubs, originally known as gay-straight alliances, are school-based organizations that enhance the school community for LGBTQ+ youth and their allies and are often advised by an allied or self-identifying teacher at the school. LGBTQ+ clubs promote advocacy, encourage youth leadership, and allow youths to socialize in a supportive and non-discriminatory environment. Developed in Massachusetts during the 1980s, LGBTQ+ clubs originally focused on the needs of sexual minority youth. National organizations, such as the GSA Network and GLSEN, and Several state-focused organizations were influential in spreading LGBTQ+ clubs to more schools across the United States, Figure 9.8. More recently, with the increasing emphasis on the needs of transgender youth, groups have been adjusting their focus to include the needs and rights of general minority students in their missions. Some groups, for example, have altered their names to Gender Sexuality Alliance or even Queer Student Alliance to encompass a broad spectrum of identities. 34. Having LGBTQ+ clubs in school is one of the largest protective factors for LGBTQ+ youth. Research on victimization, drug use, and mental health found reduced instances of victimization and harassment and increased feelings of support and connectivity, leading to reductions in anxiety and depression. Students felt more connected, empowered, and supported by their schools and other adults, and they were less inclined to feel marginalized and victimized by peers and school-based adults. 35. Watch. Virginia Uribe, a retired teacher and counselor in the Los Angeles Unified School District, started Project 10, the first LGBTQ+ support program for students. On a 2015 episode of the MSNBC web series Fearless, https://youtube.be/qfel5rh4uq, she describes the obstacles she faced when she founded the program in 1984 and some of the lessons she learned. Uribe has earned numerous awards for her work on behalf of LGBTQ+ youth. Why was Project 10 such an important organization? Who were her early allies and advocates, and who was unable to support the project or even attacked it? Why? What can we learn from comparing the environment that Uribe worked in during the late 1980s and early 1990s with the environment for LGBTQ+ youth now? Gay-straight alliances, school-based organizations of LGBTQ+ youth and allies who meet to support LGBTQ+ students. This can involve advocacy and activism, as well as a social component. Education and LGBTQ+ youth 327. Whereas most LGBTQ+ clubs are embraced and supported in schools, some receive pushback from the administration, community, school boards, and parents fearing the club may encourage homosexuality. In the most extreme cases, some opponents have gone as far as banning all school clubs. Unfortunately, resistance occurs most often in school districts where LGBTQ+ students need these services the most. For example, in 2003, in an effort to eliminate controversy after approving a LGBTQ+ student group at a high school in Boyd County, Kentucky, a principal banned all non-curricular clubs at the school for the remainder of the year. 36. Bathrooms and locker rooms. Beginning in the 2010s, controversy about the use of bathrooms and locker rooms for gender minority youth increased. As of 2016, over half the states in the United States were suing over the rights of transgender students to use the bathroom aligned with their gender. LGBTQ+ youth perceive bathrooms as the most unsafe spaces within their school building. Although not all schools can undergo a full renovation to include a new gender-neutral restroom, schools can take a current restroom and relabel it as gender-neutral for all students to use. See an example in Figure 9.9. Gender-neutral or single-stall bathrooms increase the sense. Figure 9.8. Gay-straight alliances save lives. Rally in support of Bill 24 in Calgary, Canada, on November 12. 2017. CC by J. Mac Ferson. 328 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies of Security of LGBTQ+ Youth. They provide a safe space for youth to use the restroom without having to choose between which bathroom to use or anticipate the negative backlash if someone who is unaccepting is inside. Unfortunately, gender minority youth are often the main advocates for bathrooms accommodating the needs of transgender persons. Having other supportive systems in place, such as educators who are accepting or LGBTQ+ clubs, often encourages gender minority youth to speak up and advocate for their needs. 37. Physical education courses are particularly difficult aspects of school for LGBTQ+ students. A study found that more than half of LGBTQ+ youth had been assaulted or harassed in physical education classes at least once because of their sexual orientation, 52.8%, or gender expression, 50.9%. Often this mistreatment is due to gender socialization about how masculine or feminine one should be and can often lead to difficulties for gender minority youth when using locker rooms and other facilities aligned with their gender identity. 38. Contrary to media presentations about the danger from transgender people using bathrooms aligned with their gender, it is gender minority youth who are at significantly greater risk for experiencing trauma and Figure 9.9. A. Bathroom for all genders and abilities. CC by S.A. Jeffrey Bell. Education and LGBTQ+ Youth 329. Violence in these public spaces. 11% of LGBTQ+ youth never feel safe in a locker room, with discomfort steeply increasing for trans, gender and non-binary youth in these spaces. 41% of trans gender boys, 34% of transgender girls, and 31% of non-binary youth never feel safe in locker rooms. Slightly more than half, 51%, of transgender youth have never used the locker room aligned with their gender identity, instead either using the locker room aligned with their sex assigned at birth or not participating in physical education activities. A national study conducted by the Human Rights Campaign found that 1/3 of all LGBTQ+ students do not attend physical education courses, 39% avoid locker rooms, and 23% avoid all school athletic facilities and fields, all of which can lead to further isolation and ostracization. 39. Challenges of educators. Educators face several challenges when addressing the needs of LGBTQ+ students. A study found that diversity courses for pre-service teachers, school counselors, and school psychologists covered race, class, and disability but failed to mention the needs of LGBTQ+ students. Ultimately, this leads to educators feeling unprepared to work with LGBTQ+ students, being unable to adjust their interactions, and wondering how to advocate for students on these issues. Even after getting licensed, many education professionals are not able to access comprehensive professional development opportunities and training, despite their interest. Many professionals have to find the appropriate resources for themselves. 40. Community opposition can also significantly influence educators' willingness to support youth. Despite personal acceptance of LGBTQ+ youth, some educators are reluctant to indicate their support of LGBTQ+ students out of fear of negative parental response, administrative backlash, and possible loss of employment. In particularly conservative areas, And in religiously affiliated schools, teachers may not have permission from the administration to demonstrate their support. Evaluations of teacher candidate training found that, despite research stating the importance of inclusion and school safety for LGBTQ+ students, many teachers would be unwilling to advocate for the needs of LGBTQ+ students or were unwilling to discuss sexual and gender minority identities publicly in the classroom. Although the culture of schools has been improving, schools still remain politically and religiously charged institutions and a battleground for the rights of LGBTQ+ students. 41. 330 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Conclusion. LGBTQ+ youth have several means of support and affirmation that can lead to positive health outcomes into their adulthood. Childhood through adolescence is a critical stage of development for all youth, but for LGBTQ+ youth, the failure of any one support system, family, school, peers, sports, etc., can have lifelong consequences. With national trends across all youth systems moving toward greater levels of acceptance and with the power of resilience, LGBTQ+ youth are equipped now more than ever to have positive and productive lives. All adults can be advocates for the rights and needs of LGBTQ+ youth. Profile: LGBTQ+ inclusion in PREK 12 teaching and learning. Sabia Prescott. Historically, pre-kindergarten 12th grade schools in the United States have not been designed to serve students of gender or sexual minorities. From laws regulating bathrooms and sports to severe restrictions on instruction, policies in many states do not support LGBTQ+ students or teachers. According to a 2019 national survey of LGBTQ+ students from GLSEN, these barriers often translate to lower educational outcomes and graduation rates and to higher rates of anxiety and depression among LGBTQ+ youth. 42. When polled in the GLSEN survey, only 1 in 5 LGBTQ+ students reported that they were taught positive representations of LGBTQ+ people, history, or events in their classes. Well, more than half, 67%, of students reported that they did not have access to information about topics related to LGBTQ+ issues in their school library, through the internet, on school computers, or in their textbooks or other assigned readings. At the same time, less than half of students, 42%, said their administration was supportive of LGBTQ+ students, and 48% said they would be somewhat or very uncomfortable talking with a teacher. Because the National Center for Education Statistics does not report on gender and sexuality in schools, self-reported data from the GLSEN survey is the most robust information available. Compounding general trends, the COVID-19 pandemic has worsened mental health of LGBTQ+ students and seen a drastic rise in politicization of inclusive education efforts. A record amount of legislation has been introduced in states across the country that would prohibit or severely limit representation and discussions of LGBTQ+ identities in kindergarten education and LGBTQ+ youth. 331. 10. 12th grade curricula and classrooms. In a majority of U.S. states, bills have been proposed that aim to restrict discussions of LGBTQ+ people and their history, or create privacy policies that would jeopardize queer students' well-being, such as in Florida, Georgia, and Texas. 43. At the same time, a handful of states maintain affirmative laws requiring kindergarten, 12th grade curricula to include accurate LGBTQ+ history. By the end of 2019, 4 states, California, New Jersey, Colorado, and Illinois, had mandates requiring LGBTQ+ inclusion in pre-kindergarten, 10-12th grade curricula. The state legislature in New York has recently moved in the same direction. On the opposite end of the spectrum, 5 states, Texas, Oklahoma, Mississippi, North Carolina, and Louisiana, maintain education laws forbidding teachers from portraying LGBTQ+ people or identities in a positive light, if at all. These laws, known as No Promo Homo laws, act in stark contrast with the states working toward statutorily mandated inclusion. Teachers in states with no promo homo laws may still work toward engaging and supporting their queer and trans students, but their work necessarily looks different from that in states with supportive legislation. 44. Stories of this harmful legislation have recently dominated headlines, but LGBTQ+ inclusion is happening, and not only at the state level. Just a few years ago, a majority of education leaders were not thinking or talking about queer and trans students. Today, in part because of the steep politicization, school leaders, parents, librarians, media specialists, and more, have taken up the public fight for LGBTQ+ inclusion. Districts in states with restrictive laws are fighting these laws at the local level, through school board elections, local advocacy groups, and even mayoral races. If resistance toward LGBTQ+ inclusion is becoming louder, so too is support from allies, educators, and students. Though these laws affect what educators can and can't teach, teachers can do many things to facilitate inclusive learning in a variety of political and social settings. The remainder of this profile explores how inclusive teaching and learning look in practice and what barriers exist for teachers doing this work. Inclusive student learning. Inclusion as an approach, although crucial, presents a unique challenge for queer students. To create an inclusive classroom that meets the needs of all students, schools must be able to identify and quantify those students' needs. To do that, those students must be visible. If schools can't identify the students they're trying to serve, they likely can't identify the supports they need. But queer students are often not public about the 332 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies process of coming to terms with their identities, especially at a young age. What's more, they exist across all other human demographics and therefore can't be lumped together under one group that looks or sounds the same. Because of difficulties in data collection of LGBTQ+ folks, including safety concerns when self-reporting, changing identities, and institutional bias, many queer students are unaccounted for in student data. For these reasons, much of the existing data on LGBTQ+ students, such as GLSENs, are self-reported. Its survey of 23,000 students ages 13 to 21 found that 95% of students reported hearing discriminatory remarks frequently at school, 63% reported hearing those remarks from teachers or staff, and 17% of students were prohibited from discussing or writing about LGBTQ+ topics in school assignments. 45 students are not only, then, told the challenges queer people face are invalid but hear this message from the school policies that govern them, the teachers who educate them, and the material they're taught. Recognizing the power of inclusive learning materials to address this problem, some states are exploring solutions through gender-inclusive history and social science curricula. Gender inclusive, in this sense, broadly describes curricula and other learning materials that teach about the lived experiences of a wide range of LGBTQ+ people and identities. This can be content focused specifically on LGBTQ+ people and identities, or content not focused on them, such as biology and English language arts. For example, an inclusive biology class might use non-gendered language or examine the assumptions that we make when classifying genetic phenomena into categories such as natural and unnatural. A biology course that goes beyond simple inclusion to affirming and validating might explore the bias behind what are often regarded as objective scientific discoveries, a bias that shapes the ways we conceptualize DNA and genetic makeup. A common misconception about queer and trans inclusion is that it is reserved for only certain academic areas and not others. In reality, every subject, topic, and conversation can be made inclusive and affirming. Indeed, all subject matter is shaped by gender and sexuality biases, regardless of whether we are aware of it. When California passed its Inclusive History Social Science Framework in 2016, it was the first state to make an attempt to guide creation of textbooks that cover LGBTQ+ people and people with disabilities. The vote came 5 years after the state's passage of the Fair Education Act in 2011, and textbooks using the framework were implemented for the first time during the 2019-2020 school year. Not only was the publishing process arduous, but the content creation itself required multiple commitments of history experts, educators, and advocates to debate the exact education and LGBTQ+ youth 333 content and wording that ultimately went to a vote. The resulting content is groundbreakingly comprehensive and now published in textbooks used throughout the state. Unfortunately, the materials in California are proprietary and therefore not available to other states looking to implement a similar curriculum. To be inclusive of gender and sexual minorities, student-facing materials must incorporate LGBTQ+ characters, identities, and histories. They should present accurate and impartial information to students about not only what queer and transgender identities are but how they determine privilege and oppression, in addition to describing the implicit biases that help sustain this oppression. Inclusive content can be specifically about LGBTQ+ people or not, but it always includes queer and gender diverse examples, names, stories, and images. Teachers and school administrators can take specific steps to intentionally create more inclusive learning environments. As more states move toward inclusive curricula, the need for comparable educator support is growing rapidly. 3 of the biggest challenges to inclusion in schools is preparing teachers to teach inclusive content and create inclusive learning environments, providing them the resources to do so, and supporting them in these efforts. Inclusive teaching practices. In recent years, there has been a growing push among pre-kindergarten, 12th grade educators toward culturally responsive teaching, or teaching that recognizes students' particular strengths in the classroom and leverages them to make learning experiences more relevant and effective. Countering the notion that teachers should cover only what is in the assigned texts regardless of students or context, culturally responsive teaching explores narratives beyond those that have historically been told in textbooks. Not to be confused with the current battle over what has been dubbed critical race theory, cultural responsiveness aims to offer a variety of perspectives, experiences, and lenses to students for understanding content. With the push toward culturally responsive teaching has come a wider understanding of the value of representation among educators, in the classroom and in the curriculum, as well as a growing popularity of the concept of windows and mirrors. Rudine Sims Bishop, Professor Emerita of Education at The Ohio State University, first developed this idea in 1990. 46 She suggested that curricula should offer students both a window to lives and experiences different from theirs and a mirror so they can see themselves reflected in the material. The latter is particularly 334 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies important for students who belong to one or more minority groups. By no coincidence, students of color, those with disabilities, and LGBTQ+ students seldom see themselves reflected or represented in pre-kindergarten, 12th grade curricula. The growing support for cultural competence and representation is situated between this single narrative paradigm in which existing curricula teach through the lens of only one identity and current knowledge of what it takes for students to succeed. We know that students must feel a sense of safety, respect, and belonging in schools in order to learn. We know validation from teachers and space for students to develop inquiry into their own identities are critical to their social-emotional development. And yet many schools are falling short of meeting these needs, either by failing to address them or by addressing basic safety instead of pedagogy, rather than both. The Northwestern University professor Sally Nuema argues in her book How Girls Achieve that educating young girls takes more than simply forging paths in schools that are not designed for them. Rather, it takes active and intentional unteaching of harmful lessons ingrained in them long before they ever arrived in the classroom. It takes teaching specific skills such as strategy and transgression to prepare them to navigate a world that relies on their lack of these skills. This idea should also be applied to teaching and learning for LGBTQ+ students. Queer students as a group face similar challenges in regard to the lack of representation they see in curricula and the unconscious bias with which they are often taught. Teaching and engaging them requires teachers and school leaders alike to actively unlearn tired stereotypes and interrogate their own understanding of what is normal and given. 47. The term inclusive learning environments has grown more popular in recent years alongside the push for LGBTQ+ acceptance in schools and the movement toward culturally responsive teaching. Inclusive, in this sense, refers to classrooms or other learning environments in which educators, librarians, and school staff recognize their own privilege as starting points for difficult conversations. It also requires that educators be willing and prepared to use affirming language and that they support a variety of narratives that challenge students to open lines of inquiry into cultural assumptions. When it comes to queer and trans students specifically, an inclusive learning environment is one in which educators take steps to understand straight and cisgender privilege, how it overlaps with other types of privilege, and what dynamic it creates in a classroom. It is one in which educators are open to learning about different identities, so they have context and language to talk about them. It is also one in which educators, education and LGBTQ+ youth 335 have the time, space, and school support to understand LGBTQ+ history, at least at a basic level, and how it informs current understandings of queer identities. Although this all might sound like a heavy load to put on teachers, who are already notoriously short on time and resources, the barrier of entry to inclusion work is low. For example, educators can start by making small but intentional changes to the way they address groups of students. By using gender-neutral phrases such as folks, everyone, or y'all. Instead of boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, or you guys. This type of change is minimal but meaningful, and it signals to students who do not identify as male or female or are questioning their gender identity that they belong. It also models and normalizes inclusive language for all students, regardless of identity. For smaller content changes such as this, having editable materials, rather than textbooks, can be especially useful. Inclusive professional learning materials are those that prepare EDU cadres to create learning environments in which inclusion is normal and expected. Such resources could be texts on relevant and contextual queer history, an explanation of some of the challenges that queer and trans people face more broadly, or simply information on language, pronouns, and why they matter. Ideally, these resources recognize nuance and diversity within queer communities and engage teachers around intentionally anti-racist queer inclusion. For early and elementary educators, this might be resources that explain the importance of including Black and brown same-sex families in a lesson on family trees. For secondary teachers, it might be adding to the class library foundational writings by Black and brown authors, such as Audre Lorde or Gloria Anzaldúa. Exposure to a diversity of queer ideas and narratives is critical for students, those who may see themselves represented in these stories and those who do not, to disrupt the single-story narrative. Summary: the disproportionate educational outcomes that LGBTQ+ students face are the result of many compounding factors, such as a lack of representation and support in school, politicization of their existence, and systemic bias. Inclusive materials remain a critical part of the effort to address these challenges and are the focus of an increasing number of efforts. Although teaching and learning are intrinsically tied, it is important to recognize the different needs between student and teacher-facing materials. Instituting inclusive curriculum laws and policies calls for inclusive profesores sciental learning, because if teachers are not adequately prepared, inclusive content will do very little to create more inclusive learning environments. 336 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Key questions. What does research tell us about the process of coming out? In terms of both gender and sexual identity? What is the range of responses to LGBTQ+ youth if they choose to disclose their gender or sexuality identities to family members? How do these responses affect LGBTQ+ people's lives? What are the differences between supportive and inclusive schools and those needing improvements? What are some health and education disparities for minorities' gender and sexuality identities, and why do they exist? Research resources. Compiled by Ray Ann Montague and Melody Scagnelli Townley. Discuss, choose one or two resources listed in this chapter, and discuss them in relation to what you have learned about education and LGBTQ+ youth. Present, choose a key topic or event found in this chapter. Then locate one or two resources from the quick dip and deep dive sections and develop a presentation for the class. Explain the significance of the topic, and provide additional details that support your explanation. Create, what idea, person, or event from this chapter really moved you? Do more research on that idea, person, or event based on the resources in this chapter. Then create your own artistic response. Consider writing a poem, drawing a picture, or editing a photograph in a way that demonstrates both what you have learned and how you feel about the issue or person. Debate, find a partner or split into groups, and choose a Topic, idea, or controversy from this chapter. Have each part or group present an opposing perspective on it. Use at least two of the resources in this chapter to support your argument. Education and LGBTQ+ Youth 337. Quick Dip, online resources. Chosen Family, Stories of Queer Resilience, by Tyler Oakley. Tyler Oakley shares people's stories of their LGBTQ+ experience in a series of videos at https://youtube.com/playlist, list equal PL29-08TJ6 Nyaj. Augazitko Lajkati. Curricula inclusive of LGBTQ+ people, from GLSEN. GLSEN is an educational organization that conducts research and partners with decision makers to ensure inclusive, safe school policies, empower student leaders via activities like Day of Silence and Ally Week, and create developmentally appropriate resources and curricula for educators. For its resources, see https://www.glsen.org/educate/resources/curriculum. GALE, the Global Alliance for LGBT Education. This international organization is a learning community that promotes full inclusion of LGBTQ+ people by identifying, enhancing, and sharing educational expertise. See https://www.galeinfo/n. The Genderbread Person, from Hughes, a global justice collective. Using a gingerbread image, this genderbread person is a teaching tool that helps explain the differences among gender identity, gender expression, anatomical sex, gender, and sexual orientation. The site also includes lesson plans, activities, and essays. All content on the site, https://www.genderbread.org, is free for others to use. GSA Network. This national organization for LGBTQ+ racial and gender justice trains youth to organize gay-straight alliances, mobilize, and advocate for an intersectional movement for healthier communities and safer schools. It provides assistance for teachers and advisors starting an alliance, Regis, tiering an alliance, and beginning a campaign. See https://sanetwork.org. Journal of LGBT Youth. This quarterly journal presents peer-reviewed scholarly articles, practitioner-based essays, policy analyses, and revealing narratives from 338 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. LGBTQ+ Young People. For the most current issue, see https://www.10dfonline.com/toc/wjly20/current. LGBTQ Writers in Schools, from Lambda Literary. Since 2015, Lambda Literary has joined with the New York City Department of Education to bring award-winning LGBTQ+ writers into schools to discuss their books and lives. Every participating student receives a free copy of the book discussed. To learn more, visit https://lambdaliterary.org/2021/09. Movies with LGBTQ+ characters for teens, from Common Sense Media. From goofy rom-coms and musicals to powerful documentaries and drama. The picks in this list celebrate love, perseverance, and real-life icons. Other lists are available for TV, games, books, music, and more, from https://www.commonsensemediaorg/lists/LGBTQ movies for teens. PFLAG. This national organization advocates on behalf of all LGBTQ+ people and is where loved ones and youth can talk about coming out affirmatively, raising LGBTQ+ children, and other relevant matters. Visit https //flag. Org for more information. Rainbow Book List, from American Library Association. The Rainbow Book List presents an annual bibliography of quality books with significant and authentic LGBTQ+ content. Titles on this list are for people from birth to 18 years old. For the latest list, see https://glbtrtala.org/rainbowbooks/archives/1331. Trevor Project. The Trevor Project provides crisis intervention and suicide prevention services to LGBTQ+ young people under age 25. In the United States, dial 1-866-488-7386, or visit its website, https://www.thetrevorproject.org. Welcoming Schools, of the HRC Foundation. The Welcoming Schools program, sponsored by the Human Rights Campaign, HRC, provides lesson plans, resources, and trainers to work with education and LGBTQ+ youth. 339 schools and districts across the United States to improve school climate with gender and LGBTQ+ inclusive training. See http://www.welcoming-schools.org. We Need Diverse Books. We Need Diverse Books is a grassroots organization that strives for change in the publishing industry, leading to literature that reflects the lives of all young people. See https://diversebooks.org. Deep Dive, Books and Film. It's Still Elementary, Re-examining LGBT Issues in Schools. Directed by Deborah Chasnoff. This film takes a look back at the controversial and revolutionary 1996 film It's Elementary, talking about gay issues in school. The original documentary provided practical advice about how to talk with elementary school students about gay issues. After it aired on PBS, the film and the filmmakers came under attack by the religious right. It's Still Elementary documents that controversy and follows up with the students and teachers from the first film to see how learning about gay issues in a positive environment affected their lives. United States, New Day Films, 2007. A Place in the Middle, written by Hinalomoa Nwankulu. Directed by Dean Hammer and Joe Wilson. In this true story, an 11-year-old girl in Hawaii yearns to join the boys-only hula group at her school. A friendly teacher empowers her through traditional culture. This educational film encourages students to think about diversity and inclusion and discusses how to prevent bullying. United States, Pacific Islanders in Communications, Independent Television, Zion Service, and the Ford Foundation, 2015, https://aplaceonthemiddle.org. Queer, There, and Everywhere, 23 People Who Changed the World, by Sarah Prager. This collection of true stories is aimed at teen readers and uncovers a rich queer heritage that encompasses diverse cultures and eras. New York, HarperCollins, 2017. 340 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Queer Brown Voices, Personal Narratives of Latina/LGBT Activism, edited by Uriel Quesada, Leticia Gomez, and Salvador Vidal Ortiz. Personal narratives from 14 Latinx LGBTQ+ activists illuminate a history that has received little attention. Austin, University of Texas Press, 2015. Raising My Rainbow, Adventures in Raising a Fabulous Gender-Creative Son, by Lori Duran. The author discusses raising a gender non-conforming child, its effect on family dynamics, the perceptions by others, and her son's reception in public education. New York, Broadway Books, 2013. The Right to Be Out, Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity in America's Public Schools, by Stuart Beagle. The second edition, updated in 2018, reviews the legal developments concerning curricula and pedagogy, transgender issues in educational environments, LGBTQ+ student participation in school sports, policy development on school bullying, and the right to be out for LGBTQ+. Kindergarten, 12th grade educators. Beagle explains the social, political, and personal tensions of being out in school in the contexts of First Amendment and 14th Amendment rights and that LGBTQ+ issues in educational environments affect all people. Beagle recommends straight gays to provide safe environments for LGBTQ+ students and educators to thrive. The first edition provides valuable case studies of how the courts addressed bullying and workplace discrimination in kindergarten 12th grade environments, and how school administrators responded to the court decisions. Both editions are must-reads for students in all education programs. Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press. Top 250 LGBTQ books for teens, Coming Out, Being Out, and The Search for Community, by Michael Cart and Christine A. Jenkins. This book identifies and summarizes titles that address important topics like coming out, being out, and community. The authors cover fiction, graphic novels, and general nonfiction aimed at readers in middle school and high school. Recent publications as well as classics are included. Chicago, Huron Street Press, 2015. Education and LGBTQ+ Youth 341. Glossary. Cisnormativity. Viewing all people as cisgender, or those whose gender aligns with the sex assigned at birth. Coming out. Also known as coming out of the closet, a process in the lives of LGBTQ+ people of disclosing one's sexual orientation or gender identity to others. Gay-straight alliances. School-based organizations of LGBTQ+ youth and allies who meet to support LGBTQ+ students. This can involve advocacy and activism, as well as a social component. Heteronormativity. Viewing all people as heterosexual, or those who feel attraction to the opposite sex. Identity recognition. When LGBTQ+ individuals first identify their sexual or gender identity. PFLAG. Formerly known as Parents, Family, and Friends of Lesbians and Gays, an organization that supports the family and friends of LGBTQ+ people as they seek to understand and affirm their LGBTQ+ loved ones. Title IX. A federal law banning discrimination based on sex at schools. Receiving federal funding. This includes harassment and discrimination for failing to conform to gender expectations and is interpreted to often include LGBTQ+ persons. Transitioning. The process, social, legal, and / or medical one goes through to affirm one's gender identity. Notes. 1 D.L.S. Blage and S.M. Swearer, Addressing Research Gaps in the Intersection Between Homophobia and Bullying, School Psychology Review 37. 2008, 155-159. 2 C. Ryan, D. Hubner, R. Diaz, and J. Sanchez, Family Rejection as a Predictor of Negative Health Outcomes in White and Latino Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Young Adults, Pediatrics 123, 2009, 346-352, C. Ryan, S. Russell, D. Hubner, R. Diaz, and J. Sanchez, Family Acceptance in Adolescence and the Health of LGBT Young Adults, Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychiatric Nursing 23, 2010, 205-19. 3. For percentages of youth identifying as LGBTQ+, CME Eisenberg. A. L. Gower, B. J. McMorris, G. N. Ryder, G. Shea, and E. Coleman, Risk and Protective Factors in the Lives of Transgender/Gender Nonconforming Adults. Sense, Journal of Adolescent Health 61, 2017, 521, 526, and M. M. Johns. R. Lowry, J. Anders Ajewski, L. C. Barrios, Z. Demisi, T. McManus, C. NRAS. Berry, E. T. Alabama, Transgender Identity and Experiences of Violence Victimization. Substance Use, Suicide Risk and Sexual Risk Behaviors Among High School. 342 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Students 19 states and large urban school districts, 2017, Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report 68, Number 3, 2017, 67, https://doi.org/10155585/mmwr. MM68038-3, for labels staying consistent, CVM Silencio, J. B. Peña, P.R. Duberstein, J. Searle, and K. L. Knox, Sexual Orientation and Risk Factors for Suicidal Ideation and Suicide Attempts Among Adolescents and Young Adults. American Journal of Public Health 97, 2007, 2017, 2019, and for estimates of those who identify as lesbian, gay, or bisexual, C.G. Gates, How Many People Are Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender, 2011, https://Williams Institute. law.ucla.edu/wp-content/uploads. 4. Human Rights Campaign, Growing Up LGBT in America, HRC Youth. Survey Report Key Findings, Washington, D.C., Human Rights Campaign, 2013. Pew Research Center, A Survey of LGBT Americans, Attitudes, Experiences, and Values in Changing Times, Washington, D.C., Pew Research Center, 2013, for Youth Who Resist Identity-Based Labels, CRC Savin Williams, The New Gay Teenager, Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 2005, and M. A. Wagaman. Self-Definition as Resistance, Understanding Identities Among LGBTQ Emerging Adults, Journal of LGBT Youth 13, Number 3, 2016, 207-230. 5. J. L. Herman, A. R. Flores, K. K. O'Neill, 2022. How many adults and youth identify as transgender in the United States? The Williams Institute, UCLA. School of Law. Trans, Pop, Update, June, 2022 PDF, UCLA.edu. 6. Human Rights Campaign, 2018 LGBTQ Youth Report, 2018, https://assets2.hrc.org/files/assets/resources, for mothers and fathers responses, C. A. H. Grossman, A. R. D. Augelli, T. J. Howell, and S. Hubbard, Parent Reactions to Transgender Youth Gender Nonconforming Expression and Identity, Journal of Gay and Lesbian Social Services 18, Number 1. 2005, 316. 7. C. L. Martin and D. N. Rubel, Patterns of Gender Development, Annual Review of Psychology 61, 2010, 353-381. 8. For Reducing Distress and Dysphoria, C. K. R. Olson, L. Durwood, and K. A. McLaughlin, Mental Health of Transgender Children Who Are Supported in Their Identities, Pediatrics 137, 2018, E20181436, for Reducing the Likelihood of Depression and So On, C. A. D. Augelli, A. Grossman, and M. Starks, Parents. Awareness of Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Youth Sexual Orientation, Journal of Marriage and Family 67, 2005, 474, 482, R. Garofalo, J. De Leon, E. Osmer, M. Dahl, and G. W. Harper, Overlooked, Misunderstood and at Risk, Exploring the Lives and HIV Risk of Ethnic Minority Male to Female Transgender Youth. Journal of Adolescent Health 38, 2006, 230-236, A. L. Roberts, M. Rosario, H. L. Corliss, K. C. Conan, and S. Bryn Austin, Childhood Gender Nonconformity, a risk indicator for childhood abuse and post-traumatic stress in youth. Pediatrics 129, 2012, 410, 417, W. C. Skidmore, J. A. W. Linzenmeyer, and J. M. Bailey, Gender Nonconformity and Psychological Distress in Lesbians and Gay Men, Archives of Sexual Behavior 35, 2006, 685, 697, R. Toomey, C. Ryan, R. Diaz, N. Card, and S. Russell, Gender Nonconforming Lesbian, Gay, Bisex, UAL, and Transgender Youth, School Victimization and Young Adult Psychosocial Adjustment, Developmental Psychology 46, 2010, 1580-1589, and R. Traverse, G. Bauer, J. Pine, K. Bradley, L. Gale, and M. Papademetrio, Impacts of Strong Parental Support for Trans Youth, a report prepared for Children's Aid Society. Etty of Toronto and Delisle Youth Services, https://transpulseprojectca/research/ Impacts of Strong Parental Support for Trans Youth / Education and LGBTQ+ Youth 343. 9. For Family as Protection Against Negative Health Outcomes in Early Adulthood, C.B.L. Needham and E.L. Austin, Sexual Orientation, Parental Support and Health During the Transition to Young Adulthood, Journal of Youth and Adolescence 39, No. 10, 2010, 1189-1198, https://doi.org/101007/S10964-010. 9533-6, and Ryan E. T. Alabama, Family Acceptance in Adolescence and the Health of LGBT Young Adults, for Family Support as a Lifelong Impact, C.P. Zani. Nato, E. Falischetti, and A. Sacker, Age Trajectories of Quality of Life Among Older Adults, Results from the English Longitudinal Study of Aging, Quality of Life Research 18, 2009, 1301-1309, https://doi.org/101007/S11136-009. 9543-6, and Y. Luo, J. Su, E. Granberg, and W. M. Wentworth, A Longitudinal Study of Social Status, Perceived Discrimination and Physical and Emotional Health Among Older Adults, Research on Aging 34, 2012, 275-301, https://doi.org/101077/01640-7511426151, and for Trans Youth and Family Support. See Traverse et Alabama, Impacts of Strong Parental Support for Trans Youth. 10. For Negative Outcomes After Family Rejection, C. D. Bontempo and A. D. Augelli, Effects of At-School Victimization and Sexual Orientation on Lesbian, Gay, or Bisexual Youth's Health Risk Behavior, Journal of Adolescent Health 30. 2002, 364-374, A. H. Grossman, A. R. D. Augelli, and T. S. O'Connell, Being Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and 60 or Older in North America, Journal of Lesbian and Gay Social Services 13, 2001, 2340, https doi.org/101300/J041V13N04_05. Pew Research Center, a survey of LGBT Americans, Ryan et. Alabama, family rejection as a predictor of negative health outcomes, and Toomey et. Alabama, gender non-conforming lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender youth, for rejection being associated with emotional distress. C. D'Angeli, Grossman, and Starks, P.A.R. Enterprises Awareness of Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Youth Sexual Orientation, A. D'Angeli, S. Hirschberger, and N. Pilkington, Suicidality Patterns and Sexual Orientation-Related Factors Among Lesbian, Gay and Bisexual Youths, Suicide and Life-Threatening Behavior 31, 2001, to 50-64, G. Rimafidi, Suicidality in a Venue-Based Sample of Young Men Who Have Sex with Men, Journal of Adults. Cent Health 31, 2002, 305-310, and Ryan et. Alabama, Family Rejection as a Predictor of Negative Health Outcomes, for Suicidal Ideation, C. D'Angeli, Grossman, and Starks, Parents' Awareness of Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Youth Sexual Orientation, D'Angeli, Hirschberger, and Pilkington, Suicidality Patterns and Sexual Orientation-Related Factors Among Lesbian, Gay and Bisexual Youths. And Rimafidi, Suicidality in a Venue-Based Sample of Young Men Who Have Sex with Men, for Suicide Attempts, C. Ryan et. Alabama, Family Rejection as a Predictor of Negative Health Outcomes, for Homelessness, C. N. Ray, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Youth, An Epidemic of Homelessness, New York. National Gay and Lesbian Task Force Policy Institute and the National Coalition for the Homeless, 2006, and for Percentage of Homeless Youth, C.S.K. Choi, B.D.M. Wilson, J. Shelton, and G. Gates, Serving Our Youth 2015, The Needs and Experiences of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Questioning Youth Experiencing Homelessness, Los Angeles, C.A., Williams Institute/True Colors Fund, 2015, https://williamsinstitutelawukla.edu/wp content/uploads/serving Our Youth, June 2015 PDF 11. Our Story, PFLAG, accessed April 28, 2021, https://flag.org/ourstory 12. GLSEN, Policy Maps, accessed 2015, http://maps.glsn.org 13. J. G. Kosi, E.A. Gradic, N. M. Giga, C. Valenas, and D. J. Dan Ischewski, the 2015 National School Climate Survey, The Experiences of Lay 344 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Being, Gay, Bisexual and Transgender Youth in Our Nation's Schools, New York. GLSEN, 2016, https://www.glsen.org/sites/default/files/2020-01/GLSEN% 2015 20 National 20 School 20 Climate 20 Survey 20 28 NSCS 29 20 20 Full 20 Report PDF 14. C. Roski, Anti-Gay Curriculum Laws, Columbia Law Review 117, 2017 1461 1541 https://columbialawreview.org/content/anti-gay curriculum laws/ For these policies effects, see GLSEN, Laws Prohibiting Promotion of Homosexuality in Schools, Impacts and Implications, Research Brief, New York, GLSEN 2018, https://www.glsen.org/research/laws prohibit promotion homosexuality. Impacts and Implicatio. 15. For an abstinence-based approach, see J.S. Santelli, L.M. Cantor, S.A. Grillo, I.S.S.B.E. Iser, L.D. Lindbergh, J. Heitel, A.T. Shalit, E.T. Alabama, Abstinence Only. Until Marriage, an updated review of U.S. policies and programs and their impact, Journal of Adolescent Health 61, 2017, to 73-80, for reinforcement of gender stereotypes, see Sexuality Information and Education Council of the United States, Pride or Prejudice, How Fear-Based Abstinence Only Until Marriage Curricula Present Sexual Orientation, 2008, http://hrp.law.harvard.edu. WP content/uploads/2013/03/sexleys_stereotypes 2008 PDF, and for percentages of parents who favor sex education, see Parents and Teens Talk About Sexuality, a national poll, New York, Planned Parenthood Federation of America and Center for Latino Adolescent and Family Health, 2015. 16. For mentions in health classes, see L.K. Gowan and N. Winges Yanez. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning youth's perspective. Types of Inclusive School-Based Sexuality Education, Journal of Sex Research. 51, 2014, 788-800, https://doi.org/101080/00224499213 8066484. 4. Same-gender relationships, see R.P. Jones and D. Cox, How Race and Religion Shape Millennial Attitudes on Sexuality and Reproductive Health, findings from the 2015 Millennials, Sexuality, and Reproductive Health Survey, Washington, D.C., Public Religion Research Institute, 2015, and for omission from Sex Edu. Cation Curricula, C. A. M. Miller and R. A. Schleifer, Through the Looking Glass, Abstinence Only Until Marriage Programs and Their Impact on Adults. Cent Human Rights, Sexuality Research and Social Policy 5, 2008, https://doi.org/101525/SRSP 2008 5328. 17 J. P. Elia and M. J. Eliason, Dangerous Omissions, Abstinence Only Until Marriage School-Based Sexuality Education and the Betrayal of LGBTQ Youth, American Journal of Sexuality Education 5, 2010, 1735, https://doi.org/101080/15546121003748848. 18 Ly Bei Cheng, The Trouble of Teen Sex, The Construction of Adu. Lesson Sexuality Through School-Based Sexuality Education, Sex Education. Sexuality, Society and Learning 3, No. 1, 2003, 6174, https://doi.org/10108. 0/146818103 20005-162. 19 M. H. Wadley, Keeping Adolescence in the Picture, Construction of Adolescent Sexuality in Textbook Images and Popular Films, in Sexual Cultures, and the Construction of Adolescent Identities, ed. J. M. Irvine, Philadelphia, Tem. Plea University Press, 1994, 183-205. 20. Planned Parenthood Federation of America, Human Rights Campaign Foundation, E.T. Alabama, A Call to Action, LGBTQ+ Youth Need Inclusive Sex Education. Tyen, May 2021, https://hrc prod requests s3 us west 2 amazon.com/call to action LGBTQ sex ed report 2021 PDF. Education and LGBTQ+ Youth 345. 21. GLSEN, Policy Maps, updated August 2020, https://mapsglson.org. 22 DLS Plage, S.R. Aragon, and M. Burkett, Homophobic Teasing. Psychological Outcomes, and Sexual Orientation among HS Students, What Influences Do Parents and Schools Have? School Psychology Review 37, 2008. 202-16, DLS Plage and S.M. Swearer, Addressing Research Gaps in the Intersection Between Homophobia and Bullying, School Psychology Review 37. 2008, 155-159, S. Horn, Adolescents Reasoning About Exclusion from Social Groups, Developmental Psychology 39, 2007, 71-84. 23 L. Can, E. O. Olson, T. McManus, W. A. Harris, S. L. Shanklin, K. H. Flint, B. Queen, E. T. Alabama, Sexual Identity, Sex of Sexual Contacts, and Health. Related Behaviors Among Students in Grades 9-12, United States and Selected Sites, 2015, Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report, Surveillance Summaries. 65, Number 9, 2016, 1-202, http://10.2.org/1098585/mmwr.ss650901. 24 M. E. Eisenberg, A. L. Gower, B. J. McMorris, G. N. Ryder, G. Shea. N. E. Coleman, Risk and Protective Factors in the Lives of Transgender/Gender Nonconforming Adolescents, Journal of Adolescent Health 61, Number 4, 2017. 521, 526. 25. For Mental Health, C. D. Augelli, Grossman and Starks, Parents. Awareness of Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Youth Sexual Orientation, and ESP. Lage, Aragon and Burkett, Homophobic Teasing, for Bullying, Mental Health, and School Outcomes, C. J. G. Cosi, E. A. Gradick, N. A. Palmer, and M. J. Boson, the 2013 National School Climate Survey, The Experiences of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Youth in Our Nation's Schools, New York, GLSEN. 2014, For Bullying's Effect on School Outcomes, C. C. Goodenow, L. A. Shalacha, and K. Westheimer, School Support Groups, Other School Factors, and the Safety of Sexual Minority Adolescents, Psychology in the Schools 43, 2006, 573-589. T. B. Murdoch and M. B. Bolch, Risk and Protective Factors for Poor School Adjustment in Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual, LGB, High School Youth, Variable and Person-Centered Analyses, Psychology in the Schools 42, 2005, 159-172, and S. M. Swearer, R. K. Turner, J. E. Gibbons, and W. S. Pollock, You're So Gay. Do Different Forms of Bullying Matter for Adolescent Males, School Psychology. Review 37, 2008, 221-27. 26. For Discriminatory and Violent Behavior, C. E. A. Dragowski, C. P. McCabe, and F. Robinson, Educators' Reports on Incidents of Harassment and Advocacy Toward LGBTQ Students, Psychology in the Schools 53, 2016, 127. 142, For Anti-Gay and Homophobic Speech at School, Comments about Gender Expression, and Staff Non-Intervention, C. J. G. Cosi, E. A. Gradick, A. D. Zomrone, C. M. Clark, and N. L. Truong, the 2017 National School Climate Survey, The Experiences of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Youth in Our Nation's Schools, New York, GLSEN, 2018, For Educators Not Recognizing Harassment, CSZ Athanasies and T. G. Larrabee, Toward a Consistent Stance in Teaching for Equity, Learning to Advocate for Lesbian and Gay Identified Youth, Teaching and Teacher Education 19, 2003, 237-61, P.C. McCabe, E.A. Dragowski, and F. Robinson. What is homophobic bias anyway? Defining and recognizing microaggressions and harassment of LGBTQ youth, Journal of School Violence 12, 2013, 7, 26, and R. Mudry and A. Medina Adams. Attitudes, Perceptions, and Knowledge of Pre-Service Teachers Regarding the Educational Isolation of Sexual Minority Youth, Journal of Homosexuality 51. 2006, 63, 90, and for youth not reporting harassment and assault, see COSI. 346 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. E.T. Alabama, the 2013 National School Climate Survey, and for educator bullying, see Dragowski. E.T. Alabama, reports on incidents of harassment and advocacy toward LGBTQ students. 27. National Center for Transgender Equality, Know Your Rights, accessed April 28, 2021, https://transequality.org/knowyourrights/schools. 28 T. Kushner, News for Educational Workers, Radical Teacher 92, 2011. 74-78. 29. For New York's and Washington's Laws, C.P. DeWitt, Dignity for All. Safeguarding LGBT Students, Thousand Oaks, C.A., Corwin, 2012. 3034 CFR. 997, A, 2, 2. 31. National Center for Transgender Equality, Know Your Rights. 32. For Schools as Positive Spaces for Youth, C.W.W. Black, A.L. Fed. Ava, and K.A. Gonzalez, Effects of Safe School Programs and Policies on the Social Climate for Sexual Minority Youth, a Review of the Literature, Journal of LGBT Youth 9, 2012, 321, 339, For Positive Schools, C. Aragon and Burkett. Homophobic Teasing, for Supportive School Groups, C. Black, Fidua, and Gonzalez, Effects of Safe School Programs, and Goodenow, Shalacha, and Westheimer, School Support Groups, for Policies to Reduce Harassment and Bullying, see COSI. E.T. Alabama, the 2013 National School Climate Survey, and for Supportive Schools, C. M. Burkett, D. L. S. Plage, and B. Koenig, LGB, and Questioning Students in Schools, the Moderating Effects of Homophobic Bullying and School Climate on Negative Outcomes, Journal of Youth and Adolescence 38. 2009, 989 1000, and Goodenow, Shalacha, and Westheimer, School Support Groups. 33. For Student Achievement and Quality of Life, C. J. K. McGuire, C. R. Anderson, R. B. Toomey, and S. T. Russell, School Climate for Transgender Youth. A Mixed Method Investigation of Student Experiences and School Responses. Journal of Youth and Adolescence 39, 2010, 1175-1188, for Educator Ally. Ship, C. L. Carroll and P. J. Gilroy, Transgender Issues in Counselor PTEPA. Ration, Counselor Education and Supervision 41, 2002, 233-43, https://org/101002/J1556-6978 2002 TB01286X, M. Gonzalez and J. McNulty, Achieve Incompetency with Transgender Youth, School Counselors as Collaborative Advocates, Journal of LGBT Issues in Counseling 4, 2010, 176-186, https://doi.org/1080/15538605201.5248441, and McGuire. E.T. Alabama, School Climate for Transgender Youth, and for Supportive School Staff Making Trans Youth Feel Safer, C. M. O'Shaughnessy, S. Russell, K. Heck, C. Calhoun, and C. Lobb, Safe place to learn, consequences of harassment based on actual or perceived sex. UAL orientation and gender nonconformity and steps for making schools safer. San Francisco, California Safe Schools Coalition, 2004, and S.T. Russell, J.K. McGuire, S.A. Lee, and J.C. Lariva, Adolescent Perceptions of School Safety. For students with lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender parents, Journal of LGBT Youth 5, 2008, 11, 27, https://doi.org/101080/193616508022222880. 34. For Gay-Straight Alliances, C.P. Griffin, C. Lee, J. Watt, and C. Bayer. Describing roles that gay-straight alliances play in schools, from individual support to school change, Journal of Gay and Lesbian Issues in Education. 1, 2004, 7, 22, and S. T. Russell, A. Morocco, A. Subramaniam, and C. Lob. Youth Empowerment and High School Gay-Straight Alliances, Journal of Youth and Adolescence 38, 2009, 891, 903, and for LGBTQ+ clubs in schools, C.J. E. Schindel, Gender 101 Beyond the Binary, Gay-Straight Alliances and Gender Activism, Sexuality Research and Social Policy 5, 2008, 56-70. Education and LGBTQ+ Youth 347. 35. For LGBTQ+ clubs as protective factors, CNC Heck, A. Flentia, and B. N. Cochran, Offsetting Risks, High School Gay-Straight Alliances and Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual and Transgender, LGBT, Youth, School of Psychology Quarterly. 26, 2011, 161-174, V. P. Poteet, K. O. Sinclair, C. D. DiGiovanni, B. W. Koenig, and S. T. Russell. Gay-straight alliances are associated with student health. A multi-school comparison of LGBTQ and heterosexual youth, Journal of Research on Adolescence 23, 2013, 319, 330, C. M. Porta, E. Singer, C. J. Mahas, A. L. Gower, E. Sawick, W. Fred Cove, and M. E. Eisenberg, LGBTQ Youth's Views on Gay-Straight Alliances, Building Community, Providing Gateways and Represent ing Safety and Support, Journal of School Health 87, 2017, 489, 497, and E. Sawick, C. Konishi, H. Rose, and Y. Hama, School-Based Strategies to Reduce Suicidal Ideation, Suicide Attempts and Discrimination Among Sexual Minority and Heterosexual Adolescents in Western Canada, International Journal of Child, Youth and Family Studies 5, 2014, 89, 112, for research on victimization, C. G. A. Portnoy, Perceptions of School Climate, Psychological Sense of Community and Gay-Straight Alliances, A Mixed Method Examination, Ph.D. Dis, University City of Maryland, Baltimore County, 2012, R. Toomey, J. K. McGuire, and S. T. Russell, Heteronormativity, School Climates and Perceived Safety for Gender Nonconforming Peers, Journal of Adolescence 35, 2012, 187-196, and N. E. Walls, S. B. Kane, and H. Wisniewski, Gay-Straight Alliances and School Exp. Renses of Sexual Minority Youth, Youth and Society 41, 2010, 307-332, 4. Drug Use, CNC Heck, N. A. Livingston, A. Flentia, K. Oost, B. T. Stewart, and B. N. Cochran, Reducing Risk for Illicit Drug Use and Prescription Drug Misuse. High School Gay-Straight Alliances and Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Youth, Addictive Behaviors 39, 2014, 824, 828, for Mental Health, C. Poteet. E.T. Alabama, Gay-Straight Alliances, and Walls, Kane and Wisniewski, Gay Straight Alliances, and for Youth Feeling Empowered, see Griffin et Alabama, describing roles that gay straight alliances play in schools, M. Mayberry, T. Chen-Nebel, and S. Curry, Challenging the Sounds of Silence, a Qualitative Study of Gay Straight Alliances and School Reform Efforts, Education and Urban Society 45, 2013. 307-339, and J. B. Mayo, Jr., Expanding the Meaning of Social Education, What the Social Studies Can Learn from Gay Straight Alliances, Theory and Research. In Social Education 41, 2013, 352-381. 36. For Banning School Clubs, see Mayberry, Chen-Nebel and Curry, Chow. Lenging the Sounds of Silence, Mayo, Expanding the Meaning of Social Edu. Catyon, and Boyd County High School Gay Straight Alliance et Alabama v. Board of Education of Boyd County, Kentucky, 03-17 DLB, 2003. 37. For states suing over bathroom rights, CC Emma, 10 more states sue Obama administration over transgender bathroom directive, Politico, July 8, 2016. http www.politico.com/story/2016/07. States sue 225303, and for bathrooms as unsafe spaces, see Porta et Alabama, kicked out. 38 SM Lee, C. R. Bergson, J. E. Fulton, and C. G. Spain, Physical Education and Physical Activity, Results from the School Health Policies and Programs Study 2006, Journal of School Health 77, 2007, 435-463. 39. Human Rights Campaign, Play to Win, Improving the Lives of LGBTQ Youth in Sports, 2017, https://assets2hrc.org/files/assets/resources/playtawin. Final PDF. 40. For Pre-Service Training, CPC McCabe and F. Robinson, Committing to Social Justice, the Behavioral Intention of School Psychology and Education. 348 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Trainees to Advocate for Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual and Transgendered Youth, School Psychology Review 37, 2008, 469-486, and for Unavailability of Professional Development, C.T. Israel and G. Hackett, Counselor Education on Lesbian, Gay, and Bisexual Issues, Comparing Information and Attitude Exploration, Counselor Education and Supervision 43, 2004, 179-191, and J. S. Whitman, S. S. Horn, and C. J. Boyd, Activism in the Schools, Providing LGBTQ Affirmative Training to School Counselors, Journal of Gay and Lesbian Psychotherapy 11, 2007. 143-154. 41. For Community Opposition, C.A.B. Dessel, Effects of Intergroup Dialogue, Public School Teachers and Sexual Orientation Prejudice, Small Group Research 41, 2010, 556-592, for research on the importance of inclusion and school safety for LGBTQ+ students, see Athanasies and Larrabee, toward a consistent stance in teaching for equity, for teachers unwilling to advocate, see T. G. Larrabee and P. Moorhead, Broadening Views of Social Justice and Teacher Leadership, Addressing LGB Issues in Teacher Education, Issues in Teacher EDU. Catyon 19, 2010, 37-52, and for teachers unwilling to discuss sexual and gender minority identities in the classroom, CKK Kumashiro, Uncertain Beginnings. Learning to Teach Paradoxically, Theory into Practice 43, 2004, 111-115. 42 J. G. Kosi, C. M. Clark, N.L. Truong, and A.D. Zongron. The 2019 National School Climate Survey, The Experiences of Lesbian, Gay, Bisex, UAL, Transgender and Queer Youth in Our Nation's Schools, New York, GLSEN. 2020. 43. For the COVID-19 pandemic worsening mental health, see Trevor Project. Issues impacting LGBTQ youth, January 2022, https://www.thetrevorproject.org/ WP content /uploads /2022/01/ Trevor Project _public 1 PDF, and for state legislation that limits discussions of LGBTQ+ identities, see Wyatt Ronan, 2021 officially becomes worst year in recent history for LGBTQ state legislative attacks as unprecedented number of states enact record-shattering number of anti-LGBTQ measures into law. Human Rights Campaign, press release, May 7, 2021, https://www.hrc.org/press-releases. For LGBTQ state legislative attacks as unprecedented number of states enact record-shattering number of anti-LGBTQ measures into law. 44. In 2020, a U.S. District Court judge found that South Carolina's No Promo Homo laws violated the rights of LGBTQ+ students. John Riley. Federal Court declares South Carolina's No Promo Homo law unconstitutional. Metro Weekly, March 11, 2020, https://www.metroweekly.com/2020/03/ Federal Court declares South Carolina's No Promo Homo law unconstitutional. 45. COSI-ET Alabama, the 2017 National School Climate Survey. 46 R.S. Bishop, Windows, Mirrors, and Sliding Glass Doors, Perspectives. Choosing and Using Books for the Classroom 6, Number 3, Summer 1990. 47 S. A. Nuama, How Girls Achieve, Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 2019. Part 6. Culture. 350. 10. Screening LGBTQ+. Lynchdahl. Learning Objectives. Upon completion of this chapter, students will be able to do the following. Summarize the cinematic history of non-normative genders and sexualities, including homosexuality, bisexuality, and transgender identity. Summarize the history of film censorship as it relates to non-normative genders and sexualities, including homosexuality, bisexuality, and transgender identity. Identify key approaches to critiquing explicit and coded LGBTQ+ identities and themes in film. O. Discuss at least one approach in detail and apply it to an original interpretation of queer film. What is LGBTQ+ film and media? What do Robert Zemeckis' Who Framed Roger Rabbit? 1988, Penny Marshall's A League of Their Own, and David Fincher's Fight Club, 1999, have in common? According to film news website IndieWire, they're all among the best queer films you didn't know were queer. 1. The IndieWire reviewer reads homoerotic valences in Fight Club's plot, which revolves around illicit male-male contact shrouded in secrecy. But if homosexuality never crosses the viewer's mind, is the film still queer? The question of what counts as LGBTQ+ film and media is anything but straightforward. Queer, pertaining to a person or group that does not fall within the gender binary of heterosexuality. Screening LGBTQ+ 351. Many have debated what makes a gay film gay, a queer film queer, and so on. Must the plot revolve around someone's emergent sexuality, as in Todd Haynes's Carol, 2015, or Donna Deitch's Desert Hearts, 1985? Does an LGBTQ+ character suffice? How do we know a character's sex? Usually unless it is explicitly stated. Must we assume all film characters are straight until proved queer? What about Charles Herman Wormfeld's Kissing Jessica Stein, 2001, in which the title character dates a woman and comes out before finally finding the right man? Are films made by queer-identified directors intrinsically queer? A range of scholars have explored these questions. In a book on the early lesbian filmmaker Dorothy Artner, for example, Judith Main writes that, though Artner's films contain no overtly lesbian characters or plots, they devote constant and deliberate attention to how women dress and act and perform, as much for each other as for the male figures. To Alex Ander Doty, meanwhile, suggests that in many popular texts, queerness is less an essential, waiting to be discovered property than the result of acts of production or reception. This does not mean the queerness one attributes to mass culture texts is any less real than the straightness others would claim for these same texts. As with the constructing of sexual identities, constructing the sexualities of texts results in some real thing. 3. In other words, queerness may emanate from the viewer as much as from a same-sex kiss on screen. As Richard Dyer notes, in The Process of Investigation, the by, for, and about category phrase at the edges. For with these concerns in mind, this chapter outlines the history of queer representations in screen media and considers the ways both texts and audiences produce queerness in the face of legal and cultural restrictions on overtly queer content. Representation is important for marginalized groups, but applying labels to individuals and content raises ethical issues. With the aim of advocacy and comprehensibility, this chapter makes provisional use of categories such as gay and trans while remaining sensitive to historical contexts. Elsewhere, queer operates as a catch-all for non-normative sexual identities, behaviors, and aesthetics. Similarly, the sections of this chapter are makeshift, a subjective organizing tool to render the content more easily digestible. Part of the work of queer theory is to scrutinize and deconstruct categories, and the taxonomies of film genre and textbook chapter applied here are no exceptions. Finally, this chapter critiques many of the texts it describes. Critique does not necessarily indicate that the texts in question are unworthy of watching. Rather, recognizing their flaws as symptoms of the socio-political systems in which they are produced and consumed is essential to representation. Portrayal of a person or group by a representative who acts for them or in their interests. 352 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. The viewing process. Helping readers learn to identify and analyze these systems is, I believe, a textbook's core responsibility. Form and content. Although the thoughts and feelings they generate are real things, remember that media texts never present objective realities. From Madeline Allneck's outrageously campy codependent lesbian space alien seeks same. 2011, to hard-hitting documentaries such as David France's The Death and Life of Marsha P. Johnson, 2017, films are representations, Fig. Your 10.1. They're created through subjective human processes such as writing, casting, acting, costuming, editing, and more. However realistic and emotionally affecting, characters are works of art and artifice whose lives stop where the film does. Likewise, documentaries are based on real events but are always interpretations of those events. They are never fully objective. Analyzing screen media means considering not just what stories are told but also the techniques and processes, cinematography, editing, mise en scene, casting, and so on used to tell them, and how those elements work alongside the content to construct meaning. In literary contexts, form refers to the way a story is told, and content refers to the events, plotline, and characters of which it consists. Content might be thought of as the what of a text, form as how it's depicted. Making a film or a TV episode entails many decisions beyond plot and dialogue. Figure 10.1. The investigative journalist and documentary maker Dave France, Wright, and Joy Thompson left, accepting a Peabody Award for their documentary How to Survive a Plague. CC by Peabody Awards. Form: the way a story is told, including choices such as editing, cinematography, wardrobe, and framing. Content: the substance of a story, typically entailing narrative, characters, and dialogue. Screening LGBTQ plus 353. Ranging from camera angles to casting, to wardrobe, to sound mixing. And they all produce certain effects. The language of film form offers a means for examining these decisions and their effects. A trope, meanwhile, is a common or overused theme or device. 5. When overused, it becomes a cliché. Tropes are discussed further later in the chapter. The frequent trope of dramatic death in LGBTQ plus film, commonly called bury your gays, includes suicide. William Wyler's 1961. The Children's Hour, Lee Poole's 2001 Lost and Delirious, Adam Egoe. Ann's 2009 Chloe, Homicide, Anthony Minghela's 1999 The Talented Mr. Ripley, Kimberly Pierce's 1999 Boys Don't Cry, Ang Lee's 2005 Broke Back Mountain, Patty Jenks's 2003 Monster, and HIV/AIDS, Jonathan Demme's 1993 Philadelphia, Ryan Murphy's 2014 The Normal Heart, Bryan Singer's 2018 Bohemian Rhapsody. These tragic plotlines are so ubiquitous that B. Ruby Rich Riley noted that, in 1999, film's only lesbian happy ending involved a portal into John Malkovich's brain. 6. Films involving a queer character's tragic death aren't necessarily bad or homophobic, but the persistent, minimally varying association of queerness with unnatural death is reductive and harmful in much the same way that the automatic association of HIV/AIDS with male homosexuality is reductive and harmful. Historically, moreover, these tropes have been cultural or legal requisites for representation to exist at all. 2. Understand the reasons why the definition, production, and consumption of LGBTQ plus film and media remains so complicated today. This chapter devotes significant attention to socio-historical contexts, because such context is essential to understanding the contemporary conditions and manifestations of LGBTQ plus film and media. The chapter focuses almost exclusively on the United States. Watch for LGBTQ plus Pride Month in 2018. Them collaborated with Joey Soloway on a short film series called Queeros, in which filmmakers created films that deliberately queered the Hollywood narrative. One short, Kiki and the Misfits, a short about being trans in high school, makes fun of the Hollywood high school comedy. https://youtube/3y What tropes from teenage comedies can you identify in this short film? In what ways have these tropes been queered and reflected through a Latinx lens? What techniques does the filmmaker use to tell the story? Do you find them effective? Trope: a pattern, phrase, rhetorical device, or plot point that has been used so often it can be categorized and anticipated. 354 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Historical and legal contexts. As this chapter's title suggests, the history of LGBTQ+ film and media is bound up with social and political constraints that have consistently limited the expression and representation of non-normative genders and sexualities. Restrictions notwithstanding, all sorts of gender and sexual diversity have found ways to make themselves visible and identifiable since cinema's early days. Film's beginnings through the Hays Code. In the 1930s, the Motion Picture Production Code, often called the Hays Code, established moral guidelines that films produced for public consumption had to follow. These guidelines prohibited or restricted the depiction of subject matter such as profanity, drug trafficking, religious effrontery, and childbirth scenes. A motion picture was not to lower the moral standards of those who see it. 7. But before the code was imposed, films featured more homosexual content than one might expect. See, for example, Harry Beaumont's The Broadway Melody, 1929, and Cecil B. DeMille's The Sign of the Cross, 1932. Pre-code depictions of gay and lesbian characters were often caricatured and insulting, mincing, dissolute men and unflatteringly mannish women. These stereotyped conceptions of homosexuality reflect the era's prevailing notions of inversion, the idea that queerness equated to femininity in a male body or vice versa. In sexologist Richard von Krafft-Ebing's words, an invert possessed the masculine soul, heaving in the female bosom. 8. Though these stereotypes persist today and have been explored in such venues as David Thorpe's Do I Sound Gay? 2014. Queer and feminist theory have helped dispel the assumption that biological sex, male or female, is inherently connected to gender, masculine or feminine, or indeed that there are only two sexes or two genders. Poverty stopped many from attending movies when the Great Depression hit, so filmmakers tried shock value tactics to lure audiences. These tactics encompassed controversial material ranging from unprecedented violence to sexual perversion, including homosexual characters. 9. Par. Tiley. In response to this trend, Will Hays, then president of the Motion Picture Producers and Distributors of America, now Motion Picture Association of America, banned all gay male characters in film in 1933. 10. Representations of homosexuality were barred under this ban on the basis of representing sex perversion or any inference of it. Depictions of interracial relationships were also forbidden. 11. Screening LGBTQ+ 355. Just because the Hays Code forbade queer content doesn't mean none existed, however. Think of the pink elephant game, in which the objective is not to think about pink elephants. Knowing something is not supposed to be present often seems to make the possibility of its presence more acute. For this reason, censorship is notoriously ineffective for enforcing silence on a topic. Further, censorship often begets interpretive tendencies that seek out subtexts whose direct expression has been foreclosed, tendencies Sean Noriega has called reading against the grain. 12. McCarthyism and onward. The Hays Code's later years dovetailed with the Red Scare of the 1950s and Senator Joseph McCarthy's anti-communist smear campaigns. Josh Howard's documentary The Lavender Scare, 2017, explores the wave of homophobia that arose in conjunction with the Red Scare. The 1950s were a time of extreme scrutiny for gay men and lesbians, leading to firings and other forms of discrimination against individuals suspected of same-sex inclinations. Homosexuality was viewed as dangerously subversive and associated with communist activity, a huge stigma during the Cold War years. Still, film depictions of queer men and occasionally women proliferate during this time, partly because of the Hays Code's proscription on positive portrayals of perversion. These characters were often villainous or mentally ill. Indeed, the American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual listed homosexuality as a mental illness until 1973 and renamed gender identity disorder as gender dysphoria only in 2013. It's unsurprising that depictions of queer characters have frequently conformed to prevailing popular and medical opinion. Queerness and psychological disturbance remain linked in productions such as Darren Aronofsky's Black Swan, 2010, Sonny Malhei's The Roommate, 2011, and Phoebe Waller-Bridge's Killing Eve, 2018. Post-Hays Code film and television. The 1960s saw pushes for civil rights and freedom of expression in many walks of life. Uncoincidentally, the Hays Code was finally laid to rest in 1968. Having proved unpopular and largely unenforceable, it was replaced by the precursor to the current rating system, again from the Motion Picture Association of America, G, General Audiences, M, Mature, R, Restricted, and X, Under 16 Not Admitted. The ratings of PG, parental homophobia, fear or hatred for queerness and queer people. 356 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Guidance suggested, PG, 13, parental guidance suggested for those under 13, and NC, 17, under 17 not admitted, replacing X, were added later. As Vito Russo's book The Celluloid Closet, adapted into a 1995 documentary by Rob Epstein and Jeffrey Friedman, points out, same-sex representations historically have a much lower threshold for obscenity than do those of heterosexual relations, figure 10.2. That is, a scene where a man kisses another man has been treated as much more obscene, likelier to incur an R rating than a man kissing a woman. 13. Free expression, then and now. The first U.S. Supreme Court case to address homosexuality in terms of free speech was 1, Inc. v. Olson in 1958. In it, the court ruled that neutral or positive homosexual content was not inherently obscene. The case had major implications for the media industry, because productions with LGBTQ+ content or themes could not be instantly labeled as pornography even if they flouted the constrictions of the Comstock laws, which blocked content considered obscene from being distributed by mail, or figure 10.2. Vito Russo, author and co-founder of GLAAD, CC by S.A. Massimo Consoli. Screening LGBTQ+ 357. Other moral strictures that had historically mandated content considered obscene. Progressive changes in the portrayal of LGBTQ+ individuals, communities, and issues across media owe much to the continued activism of many groups, from local to international, and changes in public opinion. In 1985, Vito Russo and Joel Gomez, among others, founded the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation, now simply called GLAAD, so as not to erase those who identify in ways other than gay or lesbian, in response to negative media coverage of the AIDS crisis. GLAAD promotes inclusive language that does not pathologize. For example, it successfully lobbied the New York Times, the Associated Press, and other outlets to drop homosexual in favor of gay in 1987. GLAAD also hosts a media awards ceremony each year, compiles indexes related to LGBTQ+ representation in mainstream film, and publishes an annual report addressing the inclusion of LGBTQ+ elements in television. 14. Underground and experimental film. In spite of these legal and cultural restrictions, a gay underground cinema arose with iconoclastic independent filmmakers such as Andy Warhol and Kenneth Anger. Warhol's Blowjob, 1964, consists of a single long take implicitly of the face of a man on whom another man is performing oral sex. Anger, who worked with the sexologist Alfred Kinsey, made experimental films with homoerotic undertones, and sometimes overtones. Fireworks, 1947, which features a group of muscular male sailors and sexually suggestive imagery, led to obscenity charges against a distributor who screened it. A theater manager who screened Anger's Scorpio Rising in 1963 faced similar charges. In both cases, the charges were dismissed. Though born in Hollywood, the lesbian filmmaker Barbara Hammer spurned the mainstream, Figure 10.3. She directed the groundbreaking Dyke Tactics in 1973, a 4-minute short that consists primarily of fragmented, nonlinear images of naked women walking around outdoors. The later Nitrate Kisses, 1992, funded partially by the National Endowment for the Arts, features intimate footage of deviant couples, a thread related to the author Willa Cather and her rumored lesbianism, and the victimization of lesbians in Nazi Germany. Unprecedented and avant-garde as Hammer's style was, she has met criticism from within the feminist community for her association of female bodies with fruit, trees, and other natural images that some view as complicit with the heteropatriarchal construction of women as passive, flowery, and fertile. Pathologize. Representing a trait, behavior, or identity as a sickness or inevitable tragedy. 358 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Movements, Aesthetics, and Sensibilities. Camp. Amid the post-World War II baby boom, 1940s, 1950s suburban Amer ICA projected an idyllic image of the nuclear family, suburban homes with white picket fences, father as breadwinner, stay-at-home mom. This image and its performative Americanness became the target of parody and critique by dissidents, filmmakers prime among them. One manifestation of such dissent came to be known as camp. Camp is an aesthetic that privileges poor taste, shock value, and irony, intentionally challenging the traditional attributes of high art. It is often characterized by showiness, extreme artifice, and tackiness, such as the popular pink flamingo lawn ornaments from which John Waters's iconic film takes its name. Although largely ironic, camp can also devolve from earnestness gone awry, as in attempts at profundity that fall absurdly short of their targets. Paul Verhoeven's Showgirls, 1995, and Stephen Anton's Burlesque, 2010, exemplify the latter. In Notes on Camp, the cultural critic Susan Sontag suggests that nothing in nature can be campy, Figure 10.4. 15. Figure 10.3. Barbara Hammer, filmmaker. CC by SA Third Project. Camp. An aesthetic that privileges poor taste, shock value, and irony and poses an intentional challenge to the traditional attributes of high art. It is often characterized by showiness, extreme artifice, and tackiness. Screening LGBTQ plus 359. Since the 1960s, the camp cinema of John Waters has delighted some audiences while repulsing others. Pink Flamingos, 1972, Polyester, 1981, and Hairspray, 1988, lampoon the strictures and hypocrisies of the suburban United States, featuring the drag queen Divine and innumerable acts of subversion. Divine's influence went far beyond Waters's films, too. Legend holds Divine to be the inspiration for the villainous witch Ursula in Disney's The Little Mermaid, 1992. More recently, Liz Flahive and Carly Mensch's comedy series Glow, 2017, has embraced the campy 1980s phenomenon of the same name, giving fictional life to the erstwhile women's wrestling venture full of caricatured personae and self-consciously over-the-top storylines. New queer cinema. The rise of independent film festivals such as Sundance and Telluride in the 1970s and 1980s spotlighted smaller productions that lacked the financial backing of major studios, from avant-garde work to indie narrative cinema. Following the liberation-oriented activism of the 1970s, 1980s, and then the HIV/AIDS crisis, a movement of unconventional, experimental. Figure 10.4. Items on display at the camp, notes on fashion exhibit at the Metropolitan Museum of Modern Art in 2019. CC by Regan Verkreis. 360 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. And unapologetic films emerged in the early 1990s. Rich termed this movement New Queer Cinema, describing it as one favoring pastiche and appropriation, influenced by art, activism, and such new entities as music video. It reinterpreted the link between the personal and the political envisioned by feminism and rest-aged the defiant activism pioneered at Stonewall. 16. New queer cinema films such as Gus Van Sant's My Own Private Idaho, 1991, and Derek Jarman's Edward II, 1991, featured overtly queer content, often focalized through outsider characters. Many also engaged with or alluded to the AIDS crisis, including Richard Fung's 1991 Chinese characters, Marlon Riggs's 1989 Tongues Untied, Todd Haynes's 1991 Poison and 1995 Safe, and Greg Araki's 1992 The Living End. Cheryl Dunye's, Figure 10.5, mockumentary The Watermelon Woman, 1996, calls out the erasure of black lesbians in Hollywood and the persistence of racist film tropes over the years. The film follows Dunye's character as she stages interviews with both fictitious and real-life lesbian activists, including Sarah Schulman and Camille Paglia. Jenny Living. Stan's Paris is Burning, 1990, documents New York City ball culture, foregrounding Black and Latinx lives and communities involved in the dense Vogue scene. Iconic as it has become, scholars including Bell Hooks and Judith Butler have questioned the film's racial politics. Livingston. Figure 10.5. Cheryl Dunye. CC by Very Tatum. Screening LGBTQ plus 361. Who is white and from a privileged background, arguably profits off a marginalized community and the non-bivalent celebration of drag as a means of subversion and liberation. Critiques notwithstanding, Stephen Canals, Brad Falkuk, and Ryan Murphy joined forces to create Pose 2018, an FX series that draws from Paris is burning in its fictionalized representation of the same ballroom culture. Livingston has contributed in directorial and production roles to that production as well. Mainstream gay. Whereas new queer cinema was defined largely by the queer-identified directors, writers, and producers creating its films, LGBTQ+ films began to enter bigger markets in the early years of the 2000s. Ang Lee's Broke Back Mountain, 2005, for example, featured the straight, A-list stars Heath Ledger and Jake Gyllenhaal as covert lovers. Subsequently, films such as Julie Taymor's Frida, 2002, Lisa Kolodenko's The Kids Are Alright, 2010, Ryan Murphy's The Normal Heart, 2014, Morton Tildum's The Imitation Game, 2014, and Barry Jenkins's Figure 10.6. Moonlight, 2016, have all featured well-known, and disproportionately straight, actors and achieved mainstream prominence, including major award nominations. Figure 10.6. Barry Jenkins, the director of the 2016 film that won the Academy Award for Best Picture. CC by S.A. Jared Eberhardt. 362 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Television and Streaming Media. LGBTQ+ TV. Actress, comedian, and talk show host Ellen DeGeneres, Figure 10.7, is now an internationally recognizable figure who regularly appears on the Forbes annual World's 100 Most Powerful Women lists, but her success required the resuscitation of a career that went virtually comatose from 1997 to 2003. DeGeneres came out publicly as a lesbian on her sitcom Ellen, 1994-1998, in 1997. The show returned for one more season but was subsequently cancelled. Many speculate that the final season's poor ratings owed to network ABC's refusal to risk alienating conservative audiences by promoting it. Thanks largely to Ellen's milestone pronouncement, late 1990s and early 2000s television saw a spate of LGBTQ+ characters, personalities, and plotlines. Long-running NBC sitcom Will and Grace premiered in 1998, ended in 2006, and rebooted in 2017. It features a gay male lead as well. Figure 10.7. Ellen DeGeneres. CC by S.A. Glenn Francis. Screening LGBTQ+ 363. As a prominent gay supporting character. Although the show was ground-breaking and put some gay issues on a national stage, its characters played into many stereotypes and offered an almost exclusively white, cisgender, and normative representation of homosexuality. Ron Becker contextualizes the 1990s spike in LGBTQ+, mostly G and L, programming in terms of increasingly segmented markets. 17. The representation of certain safe forms of non-heterosexuality appealed to straight audiences among growing discourses of liberal tolerance. As commercial productions, the existence, or at least distribution of film and TV shows is always to some extent a business decision. Media studios and companies are unlikely to take a chance on something they don't believe will prove profitable. The 1990s marked a point at which many companies began to view sexual identity groups and queer-friendly audiences as viable marketing demographics. This trend continues in various venues, such as corporate pride sponsorships, mass market rainbow merchandise, and lifestyle networks such as LOGIP and Here TV. Showtime's Queer as Folk, 2000-2005, made a splash in 2000, a groundbreaking Americanization of a British series that had premiered the year before. The show, shot chiefly in Toronto, Canada, followed a group of friends and lovers through their lives in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Even though it was predominantly white, middle class, and cismally, Queer as Folk was pioneering in terms of promoting safe sex and portraying healthful, happy characters living with HIV. The show also thematized prominent issues often associated with gay male communities, for better or for worse, such as polyamory, body dysmorphia, drug and alcohol use, and homophobic discrimination in the workplace and beyond. The L Word, 2004-2009, considered by many the female version of Queer as Folk, premiered on Showtime in 2004. It achieved slightly greater diversity than its predecessor, featuring several actors of color, interracial relationships, a trans character, and a deaf character. With a racially diverse cast, ABC's The Fosters, 2013-2018, has established long-term success among a mainstream audience for which shows such as Glee, 2009-2015, and Modern Family, 2009-2020, helped pave the way. The Fosters explores an array of issues specific to LGBTQ+ people, such as transitioning and bullying, as well as more universal themes related to relationships, family, and the challenges of puberty. Figure 10.8. More recently, the animated series BoJack Horseman, 2014-2020, broke ground with its portrayal of asexual Todd Chavez, including his coming out and navigation of ace relationships. Ace relationships. An asexual person is known as ace, and they have asexual relationships. 364 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Artist and Activist Spotlight. RuPaul Charles. A major contemporary queer icon, RuPaul Charles, figure 10.9, gained fame in the early 1990s as a drag performer, actor, supermodel, musician, and all-around entertainer. 18 He has appeared in iconic LGBTQ+ films including Jamie Babbitt's But I'm a Cheerleader, 1999, and Beban Kidron's To Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar, 1995. RuPaul also produces, hosts, and judges the hit reality series RuPaul's Drag Race, in which he mentors competitors pursuing a cash prize and the coveted title of America's Next Drag Superstar. Although massively popular, the show's use of offensive terms and RuPaul's suggestion for which he later apologized that trans contestants possessed an unfair advantage over cis contestants have drawn criticism. Streaming services. Some lament the fall of the brick-and-mortar video rental store with the rise of digital video services, but the latter has proved a boon to LGBTQ+ film and television and many consumers who search for that content. The figure 10.8. Sherry Som, left, and Terry Polo, right. Play wives and foster parents on ABC's The Fosters. CC by Greg Hernandez. Screening LGBTQ+ 365. Impersonality, not to say anonymity, of these platforms removed the stigma, perceived or real, that might prevent interested audiences from renting or purchasing queer movies in person. These new delivery options and, later, streaming, a service Netflix began offering in 2007, opened veritable floodgates of viewership, especially in conservative cities, rural areas, and other environs where queer media was difficult to come by. Digital platforms such as Prime Video, Hulu, Hoopla, and Canopy have further extended the reach of mainstream, indie, and international film, often at little or no direct cost to viewers. Streaming and visibility. Retail giant Amazon broke ground with Jill, now Joey, Soloways Trans Parent, 2014-2019, the first show produced through Amazon Studios and aired on its streaming platform, Prime Video. Transparent follows Maura, newly out, and her family through their lives in Los Angeles. Cis. Actor Jeffrey Tambor won a Golden Globe for his performance in a show that presents many challenges trans populations face in society, including bathroom policing, transphobic violence, and trans-exclusionary versions of so-called feminism. Figure 10.9. RuPaul Charles. Second from left, at DragCon 2019. CC by DVROSS. 366 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Breaking through in Genji Cohen's Netflix series Orange is the New Black, 2013-2019, which explores the experiences of a diverse group of women in prison. Laverne Cox, figure 10.10, has emerged as among the most prominent trans performers in the world. Her role as Sophia Bootsate sheds light on the particular barriers and forms of dehumanization that trans individuals face in prison, because in addition to transphobic harassment from guards and inmates alike, their access to medically necessary materials may be curtailed. Also on Netflix, Lena Waithe co-wrote and starred in an episode, Thanksgiving, of Aziz Ansari's comedy series Master of None, 2015. 2018, 2021. The episode, which depicts the seldom represented experience of a black lesbian coming out to her family, won a Primetime Emmy for Outstanding Writing for a Comedy Series. Comedy specials. Streaming video has also benefited comedians, providing ready access to audiences who live far from or can't afford urban-centric stand-up circuits. The vibrancy of queer women in comedy has been a revelation. Figure 10.10. Laverne Cox. CC 0 Luke Harold. Screening LGBTQ+ 367. For many in recent years. In addition to performers with established reputations, Rosie O'Donnell, Ellen DeGeneres, Wanda Sykes, and Garrett Cho, a new set has taken viewers by storm, thanks largely to streaming platforms. As with film and television, some LGBTQ+ comedy content expressly addresses aspects of queer identity. For example, Cameron Esposito's viral clip about her so-called lesbian side mullet. 19. Some, such as Hannah Gadsby's Netflix special Nanette, 2018, append the genre, critiquing misogyny and homophobia and the bound-up ways the two structure the art world, comedy, and everyday life. Tig Notaro became famous for her stand-up in the mid-2010s, including a film set in which she lifts her shirt to reveal a chest that has undergone, as part of her breast cancer treatment, a double mastectomy. She would later write, produce, and star in One Mississippi, 2015-2017. An autobiographical comedy that aired on Amazon Prime and co-starred Notaro's real-life spouse, the writer and actor Stephanie Allen. Other web content. Since the proliferation of cable options in the 1990s, the screen media market has fragmented further with the advent of the Internet and the means to reach millions instantly with relatively little overhead, exp. rents, or equipment. In 2011, the lesbian Hannah Hart, figure 10.11, broke out with My Drunk Kitchen, a YouTube comedy series whose short Films parody cooking show conventions and feature hearts inebriated culinary ventures. Around the same time, Jazz Jennings became perhaps the youngest out trans individual to achieve national prominence in the United States. She began making media appearances at age 6 and later. Watch. Hannah Gadsby gave a TED Talk in the wake of her groundbreaking Netflix comedy special Nanette, https://www.ted.com/talks/Hannah_Gadsby_3_ ideas_3_contradictions_or_not, language equal n. What do you think Gadsby meant when she said that with Nanette she wanted to break comedy? How do you think streaming media contributed to Gadsby's career skyrocketing after she claimed to quit? 368 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Created the YouTube series I Am Jazz. 20 TLC and the Oprah Winfrey Network have produced, respectively, a reality series and a documentary about jazz. Multi-talented, queer figures such as Jess Tom, Sujung Dreams of Fiji, Fortune Feimster, Chelsea, and Samson McCormick, a tough act to follow, have been able to get around gatekeepers by producing short films available on YouTube. They gained massive followings through a combination of recorded and live performances and their social media presence. Indeed, social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter have created unprecedented reach and a sense of connectedness for better or worse for celebrities and the public. YouTube has also become a popular medium for coming out via emotionally affecting videos that sometimes accrue millions of views. Figure 10.11. Hannah Hart. CC by S.A. Gage. Skidmore. Screening LGBTQ+ 369. LGBTQ+ Film and Media Studies. Critical Conversations. The LGBTQ+ community is anything but monolithic, and perspectives on LGBTQ+ film and media are accordingly myriad. This section highlights some points of particular contention within the field. Coming out. One of the predominant tropes in LGBTQ+ film and media is the coming out story, exemplified in John Sales's Liana, 1983, Alice Wu's Saving Face, 2004, Dee Reese's Pariah, 2011, and Greg Berlanti's Love, Simon, 2018. These films focus primarily on the protagonist's realization or disclosure of their queerness. Sexuality is framed as a confession or disclosure, something that a closeted character hides or denies until a dramatic outing scene, often the plot's climax. Coming out stories are important. But it is also important to challenge the status of heterosexuality as the assumed default until a different orientation is declared. Homonormativity. Homonormativity, see Chapter 1, establishes the bounds of acceptable queerness and that which deviates from it, often replicating other dominant social norms with regard to race, sex, class, and ability. For example, ABC's popular Modern Family presents gay men, a married couple, played by Jesse Tyler Ferguson and Eric Stone Street, positively, but they are rendered respectable through other aspects of their identity, white. Watch. YouTuber Eugene Lee Yang, best known for his work at BuzzFeed and with The Try Guys, comes out in a music video, https://youtube.com/kpipleFmeau, that he directed himself and that expresses artistically his experience as a gay Asian man. The video had garnered 19 million views by 2021. How does this music video express the challenges and complexities of coming out? How do you think using YouTube shaped the impact of this video? Homonormativity. A political and sometimes narrative approach that works to establish LGBTQ+ lives as no different from straight lives beyond the genders one is attracted to. It is an assimilation-based approach that invokes the rhetoric of sameness in appeals for civil rights and social acceptance. 370 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Wealthy, monogamous, and constituents of a more or less traditionally structured nuclear family. The show's message about queerness may therefore be read as, look, we're just like heterosexuals, overriding rather than embracing difference. Debates over homonormativity in film and television abound. For example, Glee provides numerous queer characters and storylines. Yet as Frederick Denens notes, they ultimately consolidate the heterosexual matrix by portraying queer characters who are routinely victimized yet nonetheless overarchingly happy and conformist, as though simply rolling with the punches eventually yields contentment. 21 Moreover, LGBTQ+ people of color are still dramatically underrepresented. Gloria Calderon. Kellett and Mike Royce's web series One Day at a Time, 2017-2019. 2020, follows a Latinx family and presents much needed diversity in terms of both characters and tropes. Bisexual erasure. Maria Sanfilippo and others have critiqued bisexual erasure or invisibility within LGBTQ+ cinema. Even when bisexual themes, characters, and storylines are present in film, Sanfilippo observes, they are typically referred to as gay, queer, or lesbian, terms that fail to acknowledge bisexuality as its own entity. 22 Kevin Smith's Chasing Amy, 1997, Alfonso Cuarón's Why Tuesday Mama Tambien, 2001, David Lynch's Mulholland Drive, 2001, Charles Herman Wormfeld's Kissing Jessica Stein, 2001, Ang Lee's Brokeback Mountain, 2005, and Luca Guadagnino's Call Me By Your Name, 2017. All unambiguously depict both same-sex and different-sex relationships. Yet they are seldom framed in terms of bisexual identity or desire. Ciswashing. Trans people are often excluded from mainstream and independent media, even from narratives specifically about trans lives. Among the films focused on trans individuals that have found commercial and critical success, many feature cisgender actors exclusively. Hilary Swank in Kimberly Pierce's Boys Don't Cry, 1999, Felicity Huffman in Duncan Tucker's Transamerica, 2005, Jared Leto in Jean-Marc Vallée's Dallas Buyers Club, 2013, and Eddie Redmayne in Tom Hooper's The Danish Girl, 2015. Laura Horak observes, too, that much writing on trans media focuses on representations of trans individuals rather than on trans authorship. 23. Because being out in Hollywood has always posed professional and personal risks from pigeonholing and blacklisting to physical violence, it's screening LGBTQ+ 371. Impossible to know the full extent of sexual and gender diversity that has existed among filmmakers, performers, writers, and others. Artist and activist spotlight. The WACHOWSKIS. The Wachowski siblings, figure 10.12, made history in announcing their respective transitions, Lana in 2012 and Lily in 2016. Lana is widely considered the first major trans film director, though most famous for their futuristic action franchise that began with The Matrix. The Wachowskis have made significant contributions in terms of queer content. Crime thriller Bound, 1996, features two women who conspire in a romance cum heist. Wishing to avoid the cliché, pornographized, or insultingly diluted depictions of lesbian sex in film, the Wachowskis hired the sex educator and activist Susie Bright as a consultant for the sex scenes. Beyond critical success and Emmy nominations, the Wachowskis' Netflix sci-fi series SENSE8, 2015-2018, was a milestone in trans media. Created primarily by trans filmmakers and featuring a trans character played by the actress Jamie Clayton, who is trans, SENSE8 offers a nuanced representation of trans lives and issues. Figure 10.12. Directors: Lily, left, and Lana, right. Wachowski at a screening of Cloud Atlas at Fantastic Fest. CC by Wandering Wanda. 372 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. IT gets better? In 2010, the writer and activist Dan Savage and his husband, Terry Miller, founded the It Gets Better project in response to a rash of suicides by children and teenagers subjected to homophobic bullying and harassment. The campaign entailed the launch of a YouTube channel and viral video ad featuring Savage and his family, along with the message that, however tough things are at present, they will improve with time. Although the campaign brought much needed attention to homophobia and its consequences, it also drew criticism from within the LGBTQ+ community. Many queer activists and scholars, particularly individuals of color including Jasper Poyer, 2010, and Tavia Nyong'o, 2010, have pointed out that Savage's promise is predicated on a narrative of upward mobility and affluence that is unavailable to many of the most vulnerable queer populations. 24. It has also been critiqued for its failure to recognize the extent to which its makers' racial, economic, gender-based, and physical privilege has helped clear their path. Activism and action are essential, and careful thought and reflection equally so. Conclusion. This chapter is only a brief introduction to the wonders, shortcomings, and manifold complexities of LGBTQ+ film and media. Like raw film, it has been sliced, diced, and rearranged to fit into the narrow confines of its container. Readers who wish for more can avail themselves of the links and suggested readings and viewings that offer helpful paths to further, deeper exploration. Profile: Giving Voice to Black Gay Men through Marlon Riggs's Tongues Untied. Marquis Bay. Marlon Riggs, a black gay documentarian and activist whose work was most prominent during the 1980s and early 1990s, released his classic film Tongues Untied in 1989. Riggs notes that it is a film specifically for black gay men, though its reception and praise has far exceeded this demographic. 25. Tongues Untied is a canonical film in the archive of black queer cinema, along with Riggs's other work Ethnic Notions, 1986, Color Adjustment, 1991, and Black Is Black Ain't, 1994. Ethnic Notions looks at racist stereotypes and caricatures of black people in the United States. Color Adjustments surveys 40 years of black people in screening LGBTQ+ 373. Television, and Black Is Black Ain't explores how multifaceted black identity is. Tongues Untied was a vanguard film because it was one of the first to explore the specificity of black gay identity. This profile analyzes Tongues Untied as a film explicitly about black gay identity and culture. It also meditates on Riggs's biography and relationship to the content, marginalized voices, black gay cultural practices, and the politics of sexuality within black communities. Riggs himself was in many ways the subject of his films. He was born in 1957 in Texas and grew up during the civil rights movement in the mid-20th century. Part of a loving family in a tight-knit black community, Riggs was a smart, athletic, articulate child. When he graduated from high school and began college at Harvard University, he dated women, while constantly trying to deny his attraction to men. For a while he tried to convince himself that men were ugly and disgusting and that loving men was vile. But eventually he conceded his sexual attractions and began living life as a black gay man. 26 After entering into a long-term partnership with another man, he was compelled to bring his filmic talents to bear on his and others' lives. Ultimately, Riggs felt the imperative to no longer remain silent about the plights and lives of black gay male identity, so he took to the reel. Unlike many documentary directors at the time, he put himself in front of the camera. His films center the lives of black people, and it was Tongues Untied that brought gay black people to the forefront. He brings all this to his films, and Tongues Untied can be understood as in part a representation of many things Riggs himself experienced throughout his life. Riggs was quite hesitant to make the film, remarking in an interview that everything within me was saying, no, don't do it. Find somebody else who will talk about being HIV positive. Find somebody else who will talk about being an Uncle Tom. Find somebody else who will talk about being called nigger and punk and faggot, and so forth. 27. Amid the HIV/AIDS epidemic in the 1980s and 1990s, when many people were dying from HIV/AIDS related illnesses, and were disproportionately black gay men, black queer film at the time sought to answer the questions of how to speak in the face of death and how to give voice to the dying. Even when not afflicted with deadly diseases, black gay men lived in social conditions that were not hospitable to their flourishing. They were marked as pariahs who, even if they were HIV negative, were seen as always capable of infecting innocent, non-black, and non-gay people with their deviant lifestyles. The act of calling someone a faggot or nigger is an attempt to silence that person, which 374 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies often worked. Many black gay men remained fearful of expressing their sexualities because of the verbal and physical violence they could be met with. This has been occurring for too long has a racist and homophobic society disallowed black gay men from simply living as black gay men. So Riggs thought it absolutely necessary to break this silence. As a film, Tongues Untied was one of the first to speak explicitly about black gay life in ways that were not denigrating. The film features a wide range of other cultural producers of black art, featuring the music of Billie Holiday and Nina Simone and poetry by Essex Hemphill, who also appears in the film, and Joseph Beam. It also defied categorization. In its time melding documentary, experimental filmography, poetry, and interview. Tongues Untied represented black gay men in unconventional ways in both content and form. It depicted more than a one-dimensional image of black gay life and conveyed not only the black man refused entry into the gay bar because of his blackness or the violent attack that left the gay man bleeding on the sidewalk, it also demonstrated the resilience of black gay men, from their public protest marches in solidarity with other struggles to their intimate community, to their humorous musicology and Vogue dancing, figure 10.13. All this is groundbreaking. Rarely depicted filmography. Figure 10.13. Voguing. Dancer. CC by S. Pakrin. Screening LGBTQ plus 375. The vast majority of the film is dark. Its background is pitch black, as it faces black men speaking about their experiences. Many of the images shown are in black and white, muting colors that might have existed. The darkness of the film is symbolic of not only the blackness of the black men discussed but also the profound void that the imposed silence on black gay men creates. It symbolizes isolation, loneliness, the lack of voice. So often it is remarked that giving voice to the marginalized is important. But what does this mean? For Riggs and Tongues Untied, it means loosening the tongue, as noted in the film. The tongue is a part of the body integral to speech, and its loosening marks a shift from voicelessness to being able to speak one's truths. Racism and homophobia, or homophobic racism and racist homophobia, have shackled the voices of black gay men. And their silence is and has been killing them, allowing them to ask for things they need or to express their desires or to convey the aspects of their lives. As the black lesbian feminist poet Audre Lorde famously said, "Your silence will not protect you." 28. It is a silence imposed on them, so to actualize liberation it is necessary for black gay men to reclaim their voices. Moreover, the tongue is an instrument of pleasure and sexuality. It is used to lick, it is a key component in sucking, and it is integral to vocalizing lust and yearning. Non-heterosexual sex has been pathologized. And thus, to loosen the tongues of black gay men gives them a voice, and also allows them to express their sexual desires more freely. Riggs, in the title of his film, breaks the silence of black gay men around sex, usually and actual sexual acts. Another prominent theme throughout is the complex culture of black gay men. This rich complexity is showcased primarily through three practices: voguing, snapping, and responses to homophobia. Voguing is a stylized dance originating in the late 1980s and finding roots in underground ballroom scenes in the 1960s that were almost entirely queer people of color. It is inspired by the style of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics and model poses in Vogue magazine. Voguers strike model-like poses in quick succession, integrating angular movement and holds with the arms and legs. The dance acts as a cultural site of expression in a world that routinely denies the unapologetic expression of black and queer livelihood, thus serving as a site of catharsis among these marginalized people. In turn, snapping is, of course, snapping one's fingers. But this practice takes on a larger meaning in black gay communities. Snapping is a sly yet profound retort to a number of things. The snap communicates in diverse languages and with varying connotations. It must, because black gay men have so long been silenced. Snapping acts as a way to speak beyond conventional means. Snapping is a vital communication. 376 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Tool for black gay men who have been disallowed from speaking. There are a variety of different snaps, named in ways that describe their movement and purpose. For example, classic snap, point snap. For a demographic so violently silenced, it is imperative that new forms of voice be created. Deprived of verbal voice, black gay men can snap and say just as many things. Encompassing these practices and the many others of black gay communities is how the broader world treats people who are black and gay. Riggs encapsulates this at one point in the film, a medley of Fervent voices spew various epithets used to foreshadow and do harm to black gay men, punk, homo, faggot, motherfucking coon, and freak. These are terms solely for denigrating black and gay identity. Racist and homophobic terms such as these do more than speak badly of black and gay people, they are themselves forms of violence. As such, these terms negatively influence how black gay men in particular feel and behave in the world. For instance, especially in the 1980s and still in the 21st century, gay men had to often hide their sexualities for fear of homophobic violence, yet still were subject to racist violence. If outed as gay, they would often be met with physical and verbal forms of harm. These violent practices led many black gay men, and sexual minorities on the whole, to face a constant fear for their lives, unable to live publicly in affirmation of their gay identities. To live in such constant fear necessitated an outlet. Quite often the only solace black gay men could find during the 1980s was other black gay men. Often, communing with other black gay men was the only time each could be his full self. Viewers see an example of this in Tongues Untied when a group of black gay men are sharing a meal together, sharing anecdotes about their lives. They converse about encountering homophobic vitriol, about confronting that vitriol, and about strategies used to survive in its aftermath. Such moments are life-sustaining, and such moments allow for the tiny accumulation of boldness, acceptance, and love that constitute revolutionary acts. What also weighed on black gay men, especially during the 1980s, was how other people in the black community forced an impossible choice, a choice described in the film as "Come the Final Throwdown." What is he first, black or gay? This is an impossible choice for black gay men because it is impossible to separate the two identities. They are always, at the same time, black and gay. Recognition of this is perhaps the primary lesson learned by intersectionality, that the various aspects of our identities and oppressions converge and make up one another, rather than being separable into discrete categories. For example, one is black and woman and faces bias on both of those grounds together, not screening LGBTQ plus 377 one at a time. So when the revolution comes, they will be black and gay first, because it could be no other way. Black gay life is circumscribed by these violences, indeed, but it is not determined by them. In other words, black gay men have a rich social life despite these violences, and in the face of these violences. Riggs finds the perfect consolidation of this tension in black gay men's lives. Tongues Untied is, then, a film showcasing one possible way of holding on to the pain and the joy, and how holding on to these two things is revolutionary. Consider what Riggs says in an interview titled "Tongues Untied Lets Loose Angry, Loving Words." I really spoke of black men loving black men being not just a revolutionary act, but within the context of black male dynam. ICS, the revolutionary act. It's not the overthrow of whitey. It's learning to love within all the conditioning of learning to hate ourselves. To me, that's truly a radical break from our past. 29. Revolution happens when we radically depart from the current state of things, a state of things that rests on the foundation of white supremacist and homophobic violence. In this context, Riggs is arguing that black men loving one another is not just one revolutionary act among many others of equal weight, it is the revolutionary act. Because so much of Riggs's world was structured by racism and homophobia, to love black men marked a way of inhabiting the world in a profoundly revolutionary way. It cannot be overstated how profound black men loving black men is. Especially amid the HIV/AIDS epidemic in the 1980s, when there was an underground culture of cruising men looking for illicit, often unprotected sex with other men during a sexual crisis. This practice affirms denigrated life. To clarify, for two black gay men to choose one another for unprotected sex, for pure pleasure and sexual autonomy, amid the HIV/AIDS crisis is not to be reduced simply to sexual irresponsibility or, even worse, ignorance. No, it is, rather, a commitment to living one's sexual life as fully as possible despite how much one's very identity has been pathologized. For two black gay men to have sex during this epidemic is an affirmation of closeness, of touch, of disregard for the various ways they have been told that their bodies and desires are disgusting and literally illegal. I will not do what they have done to us, the act says. I will love every inch of you, every crevice. And this is an unwavering love for those who have been said to be unlovable. Riggs, in giving voice to black gay men, is voicing precisely this sentiment. Tongues Untied remains relevant today because there is still a lack of black gay male representation in film and media. Love Between Black 378 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Gay men is still a taboo topic for films, only starting to change with the acclaim a film like Moonlight, 2016, received. That Tongues Untied is still one of only a few films that explicitly take up black gay male life shows that there is still a lack of representation, which signals a larger silencing of black gay male experience in social life. Returning to this film could reassert the importance of black gay identity, could usher in a shift in the cultural imaginary. All in all, the radical, revolutionary act is love, loving those who have been said to be unlovable. Tongues Untied is an ode to how breaking the silence and giving voice to the oppressed is revolutionary. So often in the 1970s, black identity and liberation was understood as one thing, by the masculinist revolutionary calls of black power and black nationalism. But Riggs's revolution is one focused on more than just the overthrow of whitey. It is focused on how black men can learn to love one another. Real transformation, at least for Riggs, is in the ending of the silence black gay men have been forced to keep. When the silence, what is called in Tongues Untied the deadliest weapon, ends, perhaps black gay men can come together and love unapologetically and openly. And, as said in the opening minutes of the film, through coming together of BGAs, black gay activists, we can make a serious revolution together. Profile, how one day at a time avoids negative queer tropes. Shyla Saltzman. Popular media, for better or worse, helps teach audiences what is valued and what is possible. Inclusive representation, or portrayals of people with diverse bodies and identities in the media, can influence how we see ourselves and feel and behave toward other people. In a Washington Post article, Amber Leventry explains that coverage of topics and people that have historically been considered taboo can take the emotional burden off LGBTQ+ people by educating people about gender, pronouns, general expression and sexual orientation. 30 studies have shown that when we see sympathetic depictions of marginalized groups, our opinions of those groups improve. 31 One study found that people are more accepting of transgender individuals after seeing them depicted on screen, which could have positive implications for persuading the public to support policies that combat transgender discrimination. 32 Representation aids in educating, familiarizing, and also developing empathy for people we may otherwise be biased toward, marginalized, to be rendered less important, less powerful, and less visible than what is considered the norm or mainstream. Screening LGBTQ plus 379. Representation is important in itself, but it needs to be handled responsibly. Reliance on reductive stereotypes or tropes can reinforce harmful messages despite the best intentions. There is more queer representation on television and in media today than ever before, which is an incredible achievement. GLAAD's annual Where We Are on TV report found a larger than ever percentage of not only queer characters on network, cable, and streaming television but also queer characters of color. For the 2018-2019 TV season, 8.8% of regular series characters were LGBTQ+, up from 6.4%, and queer characters of color outnumbered white queer characters for the first time. 33 But some times we celebrate too soon. LGBTQ+ visibility is important, but it is not always an advancement in and of itself. There are more queer television characters, but they are often limited to a few categories: safe and celibate, deeply pathologized, or otherwise preoccupied with homophobia, to the detriment of their mental health and development. To consider contemporary examples of LGBTQ+ representation in media, this profile explores how the Netflix series One Day at a Time showcases nuanced queer characters in a way that offers drama, empowers queer youth, and provides learning opportunities and positive depictions for queer viewers, allies, and allies-to-be. One Day at a Time focuses on a Latinx family that faces multifaceted issues and challenges. The grandmother is a devout Catholic from Cuba, and part of her narrative arc is becoming a U.S. citizen at a time when Latin American immigration is a painfully charged topic in the United States. Her daughter, Penelope Alvarez, is a single mother, as well as a war veteran, who suffers from depression and post-traumatic stress disorder. Penelope struggles to become a nurse practitioner and often deals with racism and sexism in the doctor's office where she works. Most importantly for this chapter, Penelope's daughter, Elena, is a lesbian teenager. Figure 10.14. To explain why Elena is a noteworthy lesbian character on television, we need Figure 10.14. Isabella Gomez plays Elena, a lesbian Latina teenager, on One Day at a Time. CC by Jeff Hitchcock. Nuanced. Containing layers of meaning, having subtle differences. 380 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. To discuss a trope that is regularly featured in queer narratives, plot arcs that center homophobia and the calling out of bigotry. Most shows that explore homophobia or transphobia resort to calling out for dealing with discrimination. To call someone out is to expose their problematic behavior, often in a stern way that allows onlookers to also judge them. In Speaking Up Without Tearing Down, Loretta J. Ross writes, calling out happens when we point out a mistake, not to address or rectify the damage, but instead to publicly shame the offender. In calling out, a person or group uses tactics like humiliation, shunning, scapegoating, or gossip to dominate others. 34 The TV network Freeform has perfected the call-out scene. In their hit show Pretty Little Liars, the teenager Emily Fields has a relatively conservative mother who is horrified to learn that her daughter is lesbian. Pam Fields' journey to acceptance begins when her husband, who fights in the U.S. military, gently chides her for judging their daughter so harshly. I don't like this, but Emily is struggling with this, I can see it. She is alive and healthy, and after everything I've seen, alive and healthy counts for a lot, believe me. 35 The turning point for Pam comes at an even more severe calling out session. When multiple members of Emily's high school English faculty confront a belligerent father who insists that Emily only won her spot on the swim team because of the school's gay agenda. Pam's moment of redemption is not, as we might hope, an embracing of Emily on her own terms or a realization that nothing has changed or broken about her daughter or their relationship. Instead we get a moment of protective instinct that pits Pam against this other parent's even more egregious form of homophobia. My daughter never got anything she didn't earn. That's how we raised her. That is who she is. So you drop this, or I'll show you what a real agenda is. 36 The audience does not get to witness a substantial transformation by Pam. Instead, at best, we see her realize that her daughter is subjected to a lot of pain and anger in the outside world. And she does not want to add any more. Emily, I still don't understand. But I love you. You are my child, and nobody hurts my child. 37 Before she can apologize specifically for her prejudice, Emily stops her with a hug. The gesture suggests that Pam has done enough hard work for the day and that Emily should acknowledge her for that alone. Pam and Emily have a very moving relationship throughout the series, but Pretty Little Liars erases the discord in the family about Emily's lesbian identity by contrasting Pam's tortured religious homophobia with the privileged white man's supposedly much worse homophobia. Pam saying, essentially, my love for you and desire to protect you matters more to me than my misgivings about your sexuality, is not the same as saying, I am sorry that I had an unhealthy reaction that made calling out approaching problematic behavior or language combatively, striving to shame a group or individual for their behavior to serve as a warning to others. Privileged receiving advantages that are not available to everyone. Screening LGBTQ plus 381. You feel unsafe and less loved. I am your mother, and I love you the same now as I did when you were born. When the message is always and only I love you more than I hate queerness, the bar for compassion and acceptance remains very low. It magically lets family members and friends off the hook for problematic core beliefs, and it reinforces the idea that an LGBTQ plus teen's happiness rests entirely on the benevolent epiphanies of the prejudiced people in her life. It necessitates that bigots come around before the character can have a happy ending. It also often makes the LGBTQ plus teen character take responsibility for or accept the homophobia of adults. One Day at a Time moves away from the calling out narrative in favor of calling in. Calling in usually involves a more sympathetic way of addressing problematic behavior. Call-ins are agreements between people who work together to consciously help each other expand their perspectives. They encourage us to recognize our requirements for growth, to admit our mistakes and to commit to doing better. 38 The emphasis is on educating and changing an individual, rather than shaming them. Elena's mother, Penelope, is not on board when she first comes out as a lesbian. Figure 10.15. The first refreshing and positive aspect is that the call. Figure 10.15. Justina Machado plays Penelope Alvarez, Elena's mother, on One Day at a Time. CC by S.A. Dominic D. Calling in. Approaching problematic behavior or language with sympathy, asking why the behavior occurred, explaining why it is oppressive, and devising a new course of action collaboratively. 382 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. In is not Elena's responsibility. In Season 1, Episode 11, Pride and Prejudice, Penelope makes every effort to support her daughter's coming out. The audience realizes that Penelope is battling her own homophobia. But at no point does she make that Elena's problem. Penelope notices that out of everyone in their life, her other child, a close family friend, her own mother, she is the only one struggling with Elena's news. I feel really weird about this Elena stuff. I hate that I feel weird about it, but I do. While Penelope is figuring out her hang ups about her daughter's sexuality, she knows to put on a supportive face because her reaction could affect Elena for the rest of her life. She turns to trustworthy adults for help. She meets with a friend, Ramona, who is an out lesbian, to talk about her reservations. I'm a monster. My daughter came out to me and I am not totally okay with it. And I hate myself for it. Often this sort of conversation could turn into Ramona making Penelope feel ashamed of herself or guilting her into magically getting over her homophobia because she wants to prove she is a good person. Instead, Ramona fields Penelope's questions. How do I know if a girl coming over is a friend? Or more? Does she all of a sudden think men are disgusting? And Val dates her process of coming to terms with the loss of heteronormativity in her life. You're just not there yet. It's a complete adjustment in how you see your daughter. Your heart is okay, you just need a little time waiting for your mind to catch up. Aside from the inclusive coming out narrative, Elena serves to educate audiences about queer identity and the gender binary. The first season of One Day at a Time focuses heavily on Elena's upcoming quinceañera and how or if the occasion will reflect that she is gay. According to the website My Quince, this coming-of-age ceremony plays an important part in preserving the heritage and cultures of the individual. Similar to the process of planning a wedding, the quinceañera requires the same amount of effort, time, and proper preparation in order to make the person's birthday a memorable event. 39 The event traditionally celebrates a teenage girl's entering womanhood and marriageability at age 15, but now the family also has to reckon with Elena's expression of womanhood not matching the underlying message and expectations of a traditional quinceañera. According to Maribel Gonzalez, the quinceañera marks an important milestone in a girl's life. Part birthday party, part rite of passage, it symbolizes a girl's entrance into womanhood when turning 15, traditionally showcasing her purity and readiness for marriage. 40 It is similar to debutante balls, a tradition of upper-class Southern white society in the United States, which signify that a teen girl has reached the age thought suitable to be married to a man. Elena's resistance to gender binary. The idea that there are only two genders, male and female, and that everyone should and will identify accordingly. Heteronormativity. Policies, beliefs, and behaviors that assume everyone adheres to the gender binary, or that everyone is heterosexual. Screening LGBTQ+ 383. The event's heteronormativity manifests as concern about her dress and about the role of her relatively absent father, who is supposed to close the event with a father-daughter dance. Elena's grandmother happens to be a skilled seamstress and insists on making Elena's dress. However, the grandmother's best design does not appeal to Elena. In Season 1, Episode 13, Quinces, the grandmother confronts Elena about why she is not yet excited about her ensemble. Elena suggests, "What you're picking up on is that I'm not really comfortable wearing a dress. What about instead of heels I wear my Doc Martens?" Elena confirms that she wants a feminist Quinces that undoes some of the heterosexist traditions. Ultimately, the grandmother redesigns the dress and reveals it to Elena the night before the Quinces. The audience does not see it yet, but we know she did something important and to the dress that is truer to Elena's gender expression. When she is finally revealed at the event, we see that the grandmother eliminated the skirt portion entirely, so that now the glamorous glittering bodice of the gown is a top paired with a white suit. She is wearing masculine pants, but with a generous amount of feminine sparkle. One concession Elena makes is that she dances with a boy, Prism, ably for the benefit of her father, who is still unhappy with Elena coming out, as well as the unconventional interpretations of her quinceañera. Dancing with a boy while being dressed similarly to him actually highlights Elena's queerness, and it is at this point that the father decides to leave the Quinces and not participate in the father-daughter dance. Note that during this episode, the father's homophobia is not centered beyond Penelope entreating him to show up at the Quinces. No undue amount of energy is spent trying to guilt-trip the father into accepting Elena or changing his mind about LGBTQ+ identities. No one realizes he is gone until the moment the dance is supposed to start. Elena is sad to see he is gone, but that sadness could have as much to do with the familiar disappointment of being let down by her father as his homophobia. She is immediately joined on the dance floor by her mother, who is a more fitting choice in any case, since she has been the sole provider for the family. Penelope says simply, "I got you," as she holds Elena, before they are soon joined by the closest family and friends who make up Elena's loving support system. 41. One day at a time does not present a utopia where everyone is accepted without conflict. It instead refuses to pathologize queerness or to divide the world between people who love you and people who hate you. It educates viewers on the dilemmas surrounding queer brown immigrant youth and demonstrates an alternative possibility, in which adults recognize that their bigotry is their own problem and that the happiness, gender expression, the external presentation of gender, through body, language, pronoun choice, and style of dress, bigotry, intolerance or bias toward an identity or group of people, heterosexist policies, beliefs, or behaviors enacted by straight people that discriminate against queer people. 384 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies of a young LGBTQ+ person does not rest entirely on the acceptance of their family. Key questions. One controversy this chapter discusses is the question of what exactly an LGBTQ+ film or television show is. Must it have explicitly queer characters, or is a queer aesthetic such as camp enough to qualify it? Discuss the tropes this chapter outlines. Are stereotyped depictions always negative? What about when their creators are themselves queer? Are stereotypical representations better or worse than no representations at all? Diversity of all kinds has been a historic weak point for the film and media industries. How do different elements of identity tidy, race, sexuality, class, age, ability, etc., interact with one another in LGBTQ+ film and media? List 5 to 10 films or TV shows that you believe fall under the LGBTQ+ heading. How do or don't they represent diverse voices? Research resources. Compiled by Susan Wood. Discuss, choose one or two resources listed in this chapter, and discuss them in relation to what you have learned about queer film. Present, choose a key topic or event found in this chapter. Then locate one or two resources from the quick dip and deep dive sections and develop a presentation for the class. Explain the significance of the topic, and provide additional details that support your explanation. Create, what idea, person, or event from this chapter really moved you? Do more research on that idea, person, or event based on the resources in this chapter. Then create your own artistic response. Consider writing a poem, drawing a picture, or editing a photograph in a way that demonstrates both what you have learned and how you feel about the issue or person. Screening LGBTQ+ 385. Debate, find a partner or split into groups, and choose a topic, idea, or controversy from this chapter. Have each partner or group present an opposing perspective on it. Use at least two of the resources in this chapter to support your argument. Quick dip, online resources. Advocate. The Advocate, https://www.advocate.com, is an online, LGBTQ+ magazine, also available in print. Its print version was established in 1967, making it the oldest continuously published LGBTQ+ periodical in the United States. Its website provides commentary and news about the LGBTQ+ spectrum of experiences and subcultures, including news, politics, and arts and culture. Its Art and Entertainment page has film and television sections that cover Hollywood, indie, and art house cinema, and reviews, news, and interviews about current TV. After Ellen. After Ellen, https://afterellen.com/ is a website established in 2002 to provide feminist and queer perspectives on pop culture and media. Its name refers to the historical significance and lasting impact on media and culture of the coming out of the character Ellen Morgan, played by Ellen DeGeneres, in 1997 in the fourth season of the ABC network TV sitcom Ellen. The movies and TV sections on the website provide reviews of lesbian and bisexual films and TV. At All About Trans. With 31,000 followers as of 2021, the Twitter account of the UK-based organisation All About Trans is a useful source for commentary on trans voices in popular media of all kinds. The organization's goal is to foster dialogue between the trans community and media professionals, in order to promote visibility and accurate portrayals of trans people in media. Autostraddle. Established in 2009 by Reese Bernard and Alexandra Vega, Autostraddle. https://www.autostraddle.com, provides a platform for commentary on 386 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. News and popular culture from feminist and queer perspectives. Straddle has won numerous awards since its inception, notably the 2015 GLOD Media Award, and it has been nominated for many others, including the GLOD Digital Journalism Award. Its arts, pop culture, film, and TV sections provide reviews, news, and analysis of recent films and films in production, as well as for TV series. Critical Media Project. created by educators associated with the University of Southern California NIA's Annenberg School for Media and Communication. The Critical Media Project provides material for use by students from ages 8 through college. Its website, http://criticalmediaproject.org, includes an overview of LGBTQ+ representation in the media and a lesson plan with activities geared to teaching critical thinking and empathy, and there is a focus on teaching students to read media texts. It includes many media examples, from commercials to movies to TV series and news clips, and has an all-in-one, common core aligned format. The Critical Media Project is a free online resource, but some materials have copyrights. Frameline is a San Francisco-based organization established in 1977 to promote and showcase queer cinema. https://www.frameline.org/. The annual Frameline International LGBTQ+ Film Festival is a showcase for new works and new artists, and takes place during LGBTQ+ Pride Month, with screenings in the Castro District, the historic San Francisco gay neighborhood. Frameline Distribution was established in 1981 and is the only distributor focusing solely on LGBTQ+ films. Canopy Streaming Media. Canopy is a major streaming media platform available only through Asahi Demic and public libraries. https://www.canopy.com/. Its catalog of over 30,000 films includes both classic and recent LGBTQ+ films, including major award winners like Moonlight, lesser-known cult and indie films, LGBTQ+ world cinema in all genres, and documentaries. As of 2021, its LGBTQ cinema page provides access to 226 narrative films from 1950 to the present, including works by key LGBTQ+ directors, such as Cheryl Dunye, and films from the prestigious LGBTQ+ film FES, Tivels, Frameline and Outfest. This platform also includes more than 265 LGBTQ+ documentaries in LGBTQ Stories collection. A handful of these screening LGBTQ+ 387 focus on media representation, such as homo promo, vintage LGBT movie trailers, lavender limelight, spotlight on lesbian filmmakers, and a bit of scarlet, gay characters in post-war British cinema. Canopy enables fast turnaround times for closed captioning on demand for films not already captioned. NewFest. The New York City-based NewFest organization, https://newfest.org/, has offered screenings of LGBTQ+ films and educational programs for young filmmakers for 30 years, including the widely known annual New York LGBT+ Film Festival. This festival was established in 1988 and is one of the most prestigious and comprehensive queer film festivals in the world. NewFest also sponsors queer cinema screenings year-round in the New York City area. Outfest. Outfest is an advocacy organization established in 1982 by UCLA students with a mission of using cinematic storytelling to promote equality for sexual and gender minorities. In partnership with the UCLA Film and Television Archive, the organization works to protect historic and archival LGBTQ+ films. The annual Outfest Film Festival showcases queer cinema from around the world. In addition to screenings, the organization offers mentoring programs for young filmmakers. Rowan Ellis. Ellis is a YouTuber and a speaker and activist for women's and LGBTQ+ issues. Her YouTube videos, https www.youtube.com/c/Rowan-Ellis. Videos offer analysis and criticism of popular culture and media from a feminist and queer perspective. Ellis is on the Autostraddle list of top 100 LGBTQ+ YouTubers and in 2021 was nearing 150,000 subscribers. On Twitter, she is at @HeyRowanEllis. At Valerie Complex. Complex is among the leading queer of color film critics with almost 30,000 Twitter followers. https://twitter.com/ValerieComplex. In 2021. She tweets regularly about issues beyond LGBTQ+ media representation, but maintains an overall focus on inclusivity relating to sexuality and race/ethnicity in media. Beyond Twitter, she reviews films and provides 388 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Critical commentary on entertainment media for Black girl nerds, Harper's Bazaar, The Playlist/Film, Rotten Tomatoes, and other media reviews and criticism sources. Where We Are on TV, by the GLOD Media Institute. The GLOD Media Institute was founded in 1985 to highlight media's role in providing visibility to the LGBTQ+ community and shed light on negative representations. The GLOD research arm regularly publishes useful analysis of LGBTQ+ media representations. This resource offers a detailed look and executive summary of the number and type of LGBTQ+ characters and the level of diversity on TV series from multiple platforms, including streaming, cable, and network. Chapters include numbers of characters by race/ethnicity, by sexual orientation, and by gender identity. And Spanish language series are included. The Where We Are on TV report has been published every year since 2005, allowing quantitative comparisons, year to year and longer range, of some of the key changes of LGBTQ+ representation in the media landscape. There is no other consistently published resource that provides this type of data. See the most recent report at https://www.glod.org/wherewhereont. Deep dive, books and film. Camera Obscura, Feminism, Culture and Media Studies. Established in 1976, this peer-reviewed journal is a mainstay for scholarship in the areas of media studies and audiovisual culture examined from feminist and queer perspectives. It is published by Duke University Press. Camera Obscura has published or republished groundbreaking articles. B. Ruby Ridge, an influential LGBTQ+ film studies theorist, serves on its editorial advisory board. Browse the journal at https://read.duke.press.edu/camera obscura. The Celluloid Closet, directed by Rob Epstein and Jeffrey Friedman. This film is based on the LGBTQ+ activist and film historian Vito Russo's classic 1981, revised edition 1987, book The Celluloid Closet, Homosex. Yulee in the Movies. It provides an overview of LGBTQ+ depictions from the silent era to films of the early 1990s, including footage from over 120 films, as well as interviews with directors and actors. This documentary, Screening LGBTQ+ 389, was the first of its kind in examining LGBTQ+ representations in popular mainstream film with such scope. Like the book on which it is based, it uncovers sometimes surprising early depictions of homosexuality in film and analyzes the historical development of queer representations in relation to motion picture industry censorship known as the Hays Code and the Production Code, United States, Sony Pictures Classics. 1995. The Celluloid Closet, Homosexuality in the Movies. By Vito Russo. This classic work in LGBTQ+ film studies was first published in 1981. Russo, a prominent LGBTQ+ activist and film historian, covers the visibility of LGBTQ+ characters and themes in Hollywood cinema from the silent era to the 1980s. In 1995, Rob Epstein and Jeffrey Friedman directed a now classic documentary film of the same title based on his work. This documentary picks up where Russo left off and includes early 1990s films such as Thelma and Louise, Reverend Ed, New York, Harper and Row, 1987. Fabulous. The Story of Queer Cinema, directed by Lisa Ades and Leslie Kleinberg. Covering mainstream and indie cinema's LGBTQ+ landmarks, such as Todd Haynes's Poison, 1991, and Ang Lee's Brokeback Mountain, 2005. This 2006 documentary provides analysis and interviews of the depictions and representations of LGBTQ+ experiences and communities in the United States. Fabulous is often described as the descendant of the classic documentary The Celluloid Closet, Homosexuality in the Movies, but with a focus on queer cinema rather than on LGBTQ+ representations in mainstream, mostly heteronormative cinema. Though not unanimously well reviewed, it provides a look that is hard to find elsewhere at late 20th and early 21st century popular queer cinema. United States, Orchard Films and Independent Film Company, 2006. New Queer Cinema, The Director's Cut, by B. Ruby Rich. Rich, a professor in the Film and Digital Media Department and director of the Social Documentation Program at the University of California, Santa Cruz, is a key scholar in the field of LGBTQ+ media criticism. She created the genre term New Queer Cinema in 1992 to describe the directions LGBTQ+ cinema was moving and how it differed from the past, aesthetically and politically. This work provides access to many of her 390 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies seminal past publications and to newer material. She covers LGBTQ+ film festivals, the landscape of queer cinema, and important contributors to the genre, including Todd Haynes, Derek Jarman, Julia Ann Aitnaendez, and Ang Lee, Durham, NC, Duke University Press, 2013. Queer Cinema and Visual Culture, by K.J. Sirkin. This MIT OpenCourseWare offering from 2017 includes readings, films, and assignments and analyzes post-World War II cinema through the lens of queer theory. https://oku.mit.edu/courses/women's and gender studies/ WGs 181 Queer Cinema and Visual Culture Fall 2017 / The Queer Fantasies of the American Family Sitcom, by Tyson Pugh. Pugh, professor of English at the University of Central Florida, in verses Tygate's heteronormative sitcoms, such as Leave It to Beaver, and contemporary sitcoms featuring LGBTQ+ characters, such as Modern Family. He analyzes homophobia, the sexualization of girls, and gay stereotypes. This is an open-access text, New Brunswick, N.J., Rutgers University Press, 2017, https://directory-to-books.org/handle/2500-12854/. 33010. Transgender Cinema, by Rebecca Belmitero. Belmitero provides a history of depictions of transgender people from the silent era through the present in documentaries, classic and cult feature films, television and world cinema. She examines these representations Tations and their effects on both popular understandings of transgender people and transgender people's self-image. There are few recent, book-length, scholarly treatments of transgender cinema with this scope. This work fills a gap in LGBTQ+ media criticism, which often focuses on sexual orientation more than on gender identity. New Brunswick, N.J., Rutgers University Press, 2019. Glossary. Ace relationships. An asexual person is known as ace, and they have asexual relationships. Screening LGBTQ+ 391. Bigotry. Intolerance or bias toward an identity or group of people. Calling in. Approaching problematic behavior or language with sympathy. Asking why the behavior occurred, explaining why it is oppressive. And devising a new course of action collaboratively. Calling out. Approaching problematic behavior or language combatively. Striving to shame a group or individual for their behavior to serve as a warning to others. Camp. An aesthetic that privileges poor taste, shock value, and irony, and poses an intentional challenge to the traditional attributes of high art. It is often characterized by showiness, extreme artifice, and tackiness. Content. The substance of a story, typically entailing narrative, characters, and dialogue. Form. The way a story is told, including choices such as editing, cinematography, wardrobe, and framing. Gender binary. The idea that there are only two genders, male and female, and that everyone should and will identify accordingly. Gender expression. The external presentation of gender, through body, language, pronoun choice, and style of dress. Heteronormativity. Policies, beliefs, and behaviors that assume everyone adheres to the gender binary, or that everyone is heterosexual. Heterosexist. Policies, beliefs, or behaviors enacted by straight people that discriminate against queer people. Homonormativity. A political and sometimes narrative approach that works to establish LGBTQ+ lives as no different from straight lives. Beyond the genders one is attracted to. It is an assimilation-based approach that invokes the rhetoric of sameness in appeals for civil rights and social acceptance. Homophobia. Fear or hatred for queerness and queer people. Marginalized. To be rendered less important, less powerful, and less visible than what is considered the norm or mainstream. Nuanced. Containing layers of meaning, having subtle differences. Pathologize. Representing a trait, behavior, or identity as a sickness or inevitable tragedy. Prejudice. A preconceived positive or, usually, negative feeling toward someone or something. Privileged. Receiving advantages that are not available to everyone. Queer. Pertaining to a person or group that does not fall within the gender binary of heterosexuality. Representation. Portrayal of a person or group by a representative who acts for them or in their interests. 392 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Trope. A pattern, phrase, rhetorical device, or plot point that has been used so often it can be categorized and anticipated. Notes. 1J Dry, 5 Queer Films You Didn't Know Were Queer, from Fight Club. 2 Showgirls, IndieWire, July 7, 2017, https://www.indiewire.com/2017/07/ Best LGBT Films You Didn't Know Were Queer. Fight Club Gay Lesbian Movies Show. Girls 12018513009/ 2J Main, directed by Dorothy Artner, Bloomington, Indiana University Press, 1994, 63. 3A Doty, Making Things Perfectly Queer, Interpreting Mass Culture, Min. Neapolis, University of Minnesota Press, 1993, 11. 4R Dyer, Now You See It, New York, Routledge, 2013, 23. 5. Merriam-Webster, S.V. Trope, Noun, accessed April 14, 2019, https://www.meriam-webster.com/dictionary/trope. 6B.R. Ridge, New Queer Cinema, The Director's Cut, Durham, NC, Duke University Press, 2013, XXV. 7. L. J. Leff and J. L. Simmons, The Dame in the Kimono, Hollywood. Censorship, and the Production Code, Lexington, University Press of Kentucky. 2013, 270. 8. R. Kraft-Hebing, Psychopathia Sexualis, with a special reference to the antipathic sexual instinct, a medico-forensic study, New York, Rebman, 1906. 399. 9. H. M. Benshoff and S. Griffin, Queer Images, A History of Gay and Lesbian Film in America, Langham, M.D., Roman and Littlefield, 2006. 10. T. Doherty, Pre-Code Hollywood, Sex, Immorality and Insurrection in American Cinema, 1930-1934, New York, Columbia University Press, 1999. 11. J. Lewis, Hollywood v. Hardcore, How the Struggle Over Censorship Created the Modern Film Industry, New York, New York University Press, 2002. 304. 12. C. A. Noriega, Something's Missing Here, Homosexuality and Film. Reviews during the Production Code Era, 1934-1962, JCMS, Journal of Cinema and Media Studies 58, 2018, 20, https://doi.org/101353/CJ 2018-0089. 13. V. Russo, The Celluloid Closet, Homosexuality in the Movies, Reverend ed. 1981, New York, Harper and Row, 1987. 14. GLOD Media Institute, Where We Are on TV, https://www.glod.org/wherewhereyonv. 15. S. Sontag, Notes on Camp, London, Penguin, 2018. 16. Ridge, New Queer Cinema, 15. 17. R. Becker, Primetime Television in the Gay 90s, Network Telev. Zion, Quality Audiences and Gay Politics, Velvet Light Trap 42, 1998, 36-47. 18. RuPaul, Lettin' It All Hang Out, New York, Hyperion, 1995. 19. Cameron Esposito, Woman Who Doesn't Sleep with Men, from Same-Sex Symbol, April 6, 2014, https://youtube.com/jagavajjane 8. 20. I Am Jazz, TLC, https://www.tlc.com/tvshows/IamJazz/ Screening LGBTQ+ 393. 21. F. Denens, Teenage Queerness, Negotiating Heteronormativity in the Representation of Gay Teenagers in Glee, Journal of Youth Studies 16, No. 3. 2013, 304317, https://doi.org/101080/1367626212012-71845. 22. M. Sanfilippo, The B Word, Bisexuality in Contemporary Film and Television, Bloomington, Indiana University Press, 2013. 23. L. Horak, Tracing the History of Trans and Gender Variant Filmmakers. Spectator 37, No. 2, 2017, 9-20. 24. J. Poyer, In the Wake of It Gets Better, Guardian, November 16, 2010. https://www.theguardiancom/commentus/free/Safamerica/2010/November/16/Wake It. Gets Better Campaign, T Nyongo, School Days, October 1, 2010, Bully Blog. Jares, https://bullybloggers.wordpress.com/2010/09/30/schooldays/. 25. Marlon Riggs, an interview with Marlon Riggs, Tongues Untied. Let's Loose Angry, Loving Words, interview by Robert Anbian, March 1990, http://newsreel.org/guides/riggs-guide. 26. I Shall Not Be Removed, The Life of Marlon Riggs, directed by Karen Everett, 1996. 27. POV, Tongues Untied, filmmaker interview with Marlon Riggs. Season 4, Episode 5, PBS, July 15, 1991, https://www.pbs.org/video/POV. Tongues Untied filmmaker interview/. 28. Audre Lorde, The Transformation of Silence into Language and Action. Paper delivered at the Modern Language Association's Lesbian and Literature Panel, Chicago, December 28, 1977, https://electricliterature.com/wp content/ uploads/2017/12/Silence Sainto Action PDF. 29. Riggs, an interview with Marlon Riggs. 30. Amber Leventree, The Importance of Social Media When It Comes to LGBTQ Kids Feeling Seen, Washington Post, September 19, 2019. https://www.washingtonpost.com/lifestyle/2019/09/20/importance social media when it comes LGBTQ kids feeling seen/. 31. See, for example, E. Schiappa, P. B. Gregg, and D. E. Hughes, The Parasocial Contact Hypothesis, Communication Monograph 72, No. 1, 2005. 92 115. 32 A. R. Flores, D. P. Hayter-Markle, D. C. Lewis, P. R. Miller, B. L. Tadlock, and J. K. Taylor, Transgender Prejudice Reduction and Opinions on Transgender Rights, Results from a Mediation Analysis on Experimental Data, Research and Politics 5, No. 1, 2018, https://doi.org/101177/2053168018764945. 33 R. Dearwater, Color of Change, Women's Media Center, Respectability. NHMC React to GLOD's Where We Are on TV Findings, GLOD, October 30, 2018, https://www.glod.org/blog/color change women %E2% 80% 99s media center respectability NHMC React GLOD %E2% 80% 99s %E2% 80% 98 Where We Are TV %E2% 80% 99 findings. 34 L. J. Ross, Speaking Up Without Tearing Down, Teaching Tolerance. Number 61, 2019, https://www.tolerance.org/magazine/spring 2019/Speaking Up Without Tearing Down. 35 Ann Buckley, Director, Moments Later, Season 1, Episode 11, Pretty Little Liars, January 3, 2011. 36 M. Grossman, Director, The New Normal, Season 1, Episode 17, Pretty Little Liars, February 14, 2011. 37. Grossman, The New Normal. 394 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. 38. Ross, Speaking up without tearing down. 39. What is a quinceañera, and why is it so important, my quince? Accessed July 23, 2015, https://www.mckinsmagazine.com/what is a quinceañera and why is it so important / 40 M. Gonzalez, The Quinceañera, A Rite of Passage in Transition, New York Times, June 4, 2016, https://www.newtimes.com/2016/06/05/Nayarjun/ The Quinceañera, A Rite of Passage in Transition HTML. 41 P. Fryman, Director, Quinces, Season 1, Episode 13, One Day at a Time. June 4, 2016. 395. 11. LGBTQ+ Literature. Jennifer Miller, Editor. Learning Objectives. Upon completion of this chapter, students will be able to do the following. Identify and describe resistance to LGBTQ+ cultural representations specific to literary fields, for example, comics, children's literature. Explain how LGBTQ+ content creators overcame censorship to create varied and complex representations of LGBTQ+ identities, desires, and lives. Describe tropes that emerge in particular fields of LGBTQ+ literature. Explain literature's role in identity and community formation. Introduction. Queer desires have found their way into literature for thousands of years. Authors from ancient Greece and Rome, such as Plato and Homer, include love between men in their writing, and Sappho's reputation as the mother of lesbian poetry is acknowledged by those who have never read her work. Won by the late 19th and early 20th centuries in Europe and the United States, representations extended beyond celebrating same-sex, sexual and romantic desire to playing a vital role in the development of LGBTQ+ identities. In fact, the social development of LGBTQ+ identities runs through LGBTQ+ literature, as demonstrated by many of the sections in this chapter. 396 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. For instance, the American writer Walt Whitman's poetry collection, Leaves of Grass, a lifelong project first published in 1855 and continuously revised until his death, brims with erotic descriptions of men, without ever characterizing same-sex desire as an identity. More blatantly, queer is the British author Radcliffe Hall's The Well of Loneliness, 1928, which tells the story of invert Stephen Gordon's lesbian romance and her life negotiating social isolation and stigma as a result of her masculine gender presentation and desire for women. Similarly, the African American author James Baldwin's Giovanni's Room, 1956, deals directly with issues of masculinity, homosexuality, and bisexuality through its thoughtful protagonist. 2. Attempting to describe a canon of LGBTQ+ literature or to create a genealogy of texts spanning continents and centuries is an impossible task. Instead, this chapter explores specific fields of LGBTQ+ literature. Abiding by this limitation acknowledges that any survey of a field as vast and diverse as LGBTQ+ literature cannot be meaningfully catalogued in a single chapter. Students may wish to select one section and pair it with primary sources for an in-depth look at a field. The chapter focuses primarily, although not exclusively, on post-1950 work published in the United States to explore multiple fields of LGBTQ+ literature, children's picture books, young adult novels, comics, pulp fiction, and memoir. Each section provides readers with a historical overview of the field and Introduces readers to key terms, debates, and primary texts in the field. Each section also contextualizes the creation, publication, distribution, and reception of LGBTQ+ literature within a shifting socio-cultural landscape. Readers will gain an understanding of social, political, and economic constraints and opportunities that have influenced the creation, distribution, and consumption of LGBTQ+ literature, which has always met with unique pressures from cultural gatekeepers. Contributors to this chapter consider literature both a product and producer of history, and they suggest that literature plays an essential role in queer culture, community, and identity formation. The genealogical structure most sections adhere to allows readers to consider how literary content changes at different historical junctures. Even more, by reading 2 or more sections, similarities in content can be compared across fields. Additionally, each section identifies and describes key tropes that emerge in the field discussed. These tropes reflect shifts in societal attitudes about LGBTQ+ identities. For example, in pulp fiction and young adult literature, representations of gay and lesbian love have historically been tragic. Happy endings have only recently begun appearing. 3. The quantity and quality of LGBTQ+ literature for young adults reflect shifts in social acceptance, which influences the publishing industry's willingness to pub tropes, commonly used themes, and literary devices. LGBTQ+ literature 397. These books and the ability of teens to access them in bookstores, libraries, and even schools. It's fair to say that LGBTQ+ literary and cultural texts are slowly making their way into dominant culture, which means more diverse representations and more positive representations are increasingly available to all readers. Jennifer Miller's section, LGBTQ+ children's picture books, maps the development of LGBTQ+ children's picture books in the United States from the 1970s to the present. Madison Simmons undertakes a similar project in Tropes in Lesbian Young Adult Literature, as does Robert Bittner in Trans and Gender Nonconforming Characters in Young Adult Literature. Both trace content shifts in representations of lesbian and transgender or gender nonconforming youth in middle grade and young adult literature. All 3 sections demonstrate that representations of LGBTQ+ youth in books written for young people have contributed to parallel shifts in socio-cultural understanding and acceptance of LGBTQ+ people. However, there is no linear path to progress. Representations remain dominated by cisgender white middle-class gay men in young adult fiction, and middle-class white representations still dominate children's literature, although transgender and gender nonconforming actors are increasingly prevalent in the latter. LGBTQ+ comics, by Mycroft Rosk and Kathy Corder, focuses on popular and underground U.S.-based comics. They consider how the 1954 Comics Code influenced queer representations in comics by forcing them underground. The Comics Code was prompted by the psychiatrist Frederick Wortham's book Seduction of the Innocent, The Influence of Comic Books on Today's Youth, which argues that comics turned vulnerable youth into delinquents. 4 similar claims about the seductive power of culture have been used to justify censoring other forms of culture with a young audience, including film and picture books. Whereas cultural gatekeepers worked to censor comics, lesbian and gay pulp remained relatively free from the censor's wrath. Kathy Corder's Lesbian and Gay Pulp Fiction explores the melodramatic world of pulp, which often depicted young Women and men in sex-segregated spaces falling in love. There are rarely happy endings in the realm of pulp, which tended to reproduce the trope of the tragic queer found across LGBTQ+ fields of literature. However, these books were formative in the lives of many gay men and lesbians, at a time when few other representations existed. The chapter's last section, Olivia Wood's LGBTQ+ memoir and life writing, is unique in focusing on nonfiction books. Wood notes that, because of homophobia and transphobia, LGBTQ+ life writing has only recently become available. She explains that life writing before the 20th century was often in diary form and not meant to reach a public. 398 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies audience. In fact, according to Wood, LGBTQ+ memoirs produced for public consumption are a relatively new phenomenon that didn't take off until the 1990s. Like the other sections in this chapter, Wood's demonstrates that increased social acceptance of LGBTQ+ people has prompted increased representations. This chapter does not represent LGBTQ+ literature in its entirety. Each section shares a snapshot of a particular aspect of LGBTQ+ writing, as it has developed in the United States over the last several decades. This deliberate choice introduces important and engaging content to readers in a way that encourages meaningful exposure and exploration. LGBTQ+ children's picture books. Jennifer Miller. LGBTQ+ children's picture books use images and text to explicitly represent LGBTQ+ identities and experiences. They counter dominant sociocultural constructions of gender, sexuality, children, childhood, and family. 5. These texts contribute to a queer world-making project by rendering queer genders and sexualities visible, viable, and accessible to young audiences, ranging from babies to 12-year-olds. According to January M. Ochman, children's picture books are a powerful socializing agent because they help children form a self-image, develop a sense of cultural expectations, and imagine inhabiting social roles. 6. In addition to doing important socializing work, LGBTQ+ children's literature is a rich historical archive that reflects struggles occurring within culture to define the meaning and value of genders and sexualities that fall outside narrow and oppressive norms. The best way to tell the story of LGBTQ+ children's picture books is through the books themselves. This section examines English language texts published in the United States and Canada between 1970 and 2018. It describes key texts and identifies key themes, as well as shifts in thematic content. It concludes with a brief discussion of how LGBTQ+ children's picture books became an identifiable subfield within the category of children's literature. A genealogy of LGBTQ+ children's books, published between 1970 and 2018. Overt representations of LGBTQ+ identities and experiences are a fairly new occurrence in children's picture books, which is why most queer scholarship about children's literature seeks to uncover the queer potential in more readily available classic texts. 7. LGBTQ+ children's picture books. LGBTQ+ literature 399 slowly began to appear in the 1970s, a trend that accelerated greatly after 2010. 1970s, Sissy Boys. A few books about boys who challenged gender stereotypes, a theme that remains popular, were published in the 1970s. The trend began with Charlotte Zolotow's William's Doll, 1972, which is the story of a little boy who wants a doll. No one supports William's desire for a doll. Although his grandmother eventually buys him one, she appeases his angry father by explaining a doll will help William be a good father. The gay author Tomie dePaula's Oliver Button is a Sissy, 1979, also tells the story of a boy who doesn't enjoy typical boy things. Oliver is bullied at school because of his effeminate behavior. When his parents enroll him in dance, he gains confidence and even acceptance from peers as a result of his talent. This book has a positive message, although it demands that pro-gay youth demonstrate exceptional behavior to be accepted by peers and family. The queerest of the 1970s trifecta of sissy boy books is Bruce Max Jesse's Dream Skirt, 1979, which explores a boy's desire for a skirt. Jesse's mother accepts him as do his peers, who end up emulating his style. 8. 1980s, Lesbian Moms. Very few children's books containing overt LGBTQ+ themes were available between 1979 and 1989. Jane Severance published 2 books with Lollipop Power Press, a small feminist press located in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, that published 22 books in its decade plus of operation. When Megan Went Away, 1979, is told from the point of view of a girl processing the separation of her mother and her mother's partner. Her mother is emotionally unavailable during this period as she deals with her own pain. Lots of Mommies, 1983, is about a girl raised communally by several women. Severance creates a robust cast of lesbian characters who provide the protagonist with a happy, albeit unconventional, home. Annie Jo is a carpenter, Vicky is a school bus driver, and Shada Woman is a healer. These texts are important historical artifacts of lesbian culture and lesbian cultural production in the late 1970s and early 1980s. 9. In an email exchange on August 16, 2018, Jane Severance told me that she was only a few years out of high school when she wrote her first children's book. She describes herself as heavily involved in the women's/lesbian movement, mostly concentrated on working at Woman to Woman bookstore in Denver. Severance observes that parents were looking for books showing children with different families, children. 400 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Making non-traditional choices and being supported for making those choices. It was in this context that Severance, with no training but a lot of passion, began writing. Severance received a lot of flack for showing a lesbian couple in an unflattering light in her first book, but Severance notes that lesbian mothers were generally not supported, which meant that they couldn't always make good parenting choices. Her work is a product of the moment it records and in many ways is far more anti-normative than many of the LGBTQ+ children's picture books that followed hers and that remain in circulation. Leslie Newman's Heather Has Two Mommies, 1989, Figure 11.1. Inaugurated a new trend in LGBTQ+ children's literature by representing Figure 11.1. Leslie Newman's Heather Has Two Mommies, 1989. Deborah Amory. LGBTQ+ Literature 401. Lesbian Families as Patterned After Heteronormative Conventions. Importantly, Newman published Heather Has Two Mommies without the help of a traditional publisher. In an email exchange from January 28, 2019, Newman told me, though Heather Has Two Mommies isn't self-published, I did actively participate in its publications. My business partner at the time, Sylvia Gover, and I came up with the term co-publishing. She had a desktop publishing business, and when no traditional publisher was willing to publish Heather, we decided to do it ourselves. We raised $4,000 via a letter writing campaign, found an illustrator and a printer, and brought the book out in December of 1989. 10 micro presses and mission-driven, as opposed to profit-driven publishers, self-publishing continue to be a mainstay of LGBTQ+ children's literature publishing. In fact, crowdfunding though platforms like Kickstarter are the latest tech version of the letter writing campaign Newman used to fund her project. 1990s, gay uncles. Throughout the 1990s, small presses with a mission, such as Allison Publications, which was founded in 1980 and created a children's book imprint, Alice in Wonderland, in 1990, were at the forefront of creating LGBTQ+ children's literature books helping children understand and process loving and losing. Adults with HIV/AIDS began to appear in this period. A Name on the Quilt, 1999, written by Janine Atkins and illustrated by Tad Hills, is the story of a family memorializing a beloved family member after his AIDS-related death. In the book, which is told from the point of view of the man's niece, the family creates a patch for the AIDS memorial quilt. This is one of the few books that gesture toward gay community and activism while representing HIV/AIDS. Most depict gay men in isolation as outsiders within the heterosexual family unit. This is the case with Leslie Newman's Too Far Away to Touch, 1995, figure 11.2, in which a young girl's uncle, who is ill from AIDS-related complications, helps her begin to process his eventual death by explaining that he will always be with her. 11. My Dad Has HIV, 1996, takes a different approach. It is an Atches Cybele text about HIV told from the point of view of a 7-year-old child whose father has the virus. The book was co-written by Earl Alexander, an HIV/AIDS instructor, and 2 elementary school teachers, Sheila Rudin and Pam Sejkara. The father's sexuality is never discussed. Instead, the book focuses on normalizing HIV/AIDS. 12. That it took until the 1990s to see representations of HIV/AIDS make their way into children's literature evidences the cultural lag that can be. 402 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Seen until around 2010, when LGBTQ+ children's literature really became a site of advocacy and activism for LGBTQ+ youth. 2000s, Gay and lesbian parents. In the first decade of the 2000s, well-budgeted LGBTQ+ children's literature that explored a variety of themes became the norm instead of the exception. Most of these books continued to focus on lesbian and gay adults through stories that focalized the experience of children related to them. Increased publishing opportunities eventually led to more diverse representations after 2010. Leslie Newman, the prolific author of Heather Has Two Mommies, 1989, and Too Far Away to Touch, 1995, continues to publish in the field. Her experiences negotiating the publishing industry reflect publishing shifts. She went from raising funds to publish her first book through a letter writing campaign in 1989 to being solicited to create board books with LGBTQ+ themes in 2009. In our email correspondence, Newman wrote, "I was asked by Tricycle Press to write a set of board books, one about a child with two moms and one about a child with two dads. Which I did. Tricycle was subsequently bought out by Random House, and the two books, Mommy, Mama and Me and Daddy, Papa and Me, are still in print, 10 years later, and doing very well, Figure 11.3. 13. Dozens of books about lesbian and gay parented families have been published since the 1990s, with most being writing after 2000. Figure 11.2. Leslie Newman's Too Far Away to Touch, 1995. Deborah Amory LGBTQ+ Literature 403. This increased social acceptance and public visibility of lesbian and gay families parallels political discussions about marriage equality and LGBTQ+ adoption. If traditional publishing companies with marketing and production budgets are now publishing LGBTQ+ content, that attests to the marketability of these books, not just to LGBTQ+ families but to all families who wish to provide their children with realistic windows into the world. 2010s. This is not to say that all queer content has found a home in traditional publishing or that traditional publishing is even desirable for all authors producing LGBTQ+ children's picture books. For instance, Miles E. Johnson's Large Fears, 2015, Figure 11.4, a series of vignettes about Jeremiah, a queer black boy who loves pink and wants to go to Mars, was crowdsourced. 14. In a 2019 Twitter exchange with me, Johnson said, "Crowdsourcing has limits, but it is perfect if you see a demand and just let the audience fund it instead of waiting on gatekeepers." Johnson's unique narrative style and focus on the subjectivity of a black queer boy make pursuing traditional publishing, which primarily considers market ability and profitability, challenging. Small, mission-oriented presses and self-publishing are still more likely than traditional publishers to publish content that intersectionally engages marginalized social identities. For instance, Inhabit Media, an INU. Figure 11.3. The Board. Book Daddy, Papa, and Me. 2008. Deborah Amory. 404 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. It owned publishing company founded in 2006, published Jesse Unapic. Mike and Carrie McCluskey's Families, Figure 11.5, a picture book that affirms various family forms, including lesbian and gay families. 15. Although a handful of books on transgender experience have been published traditionally, most continue to be published by non-traditional means. The Very Queer Flamingo Rampant, a Canadian micro-press funded. Figure 11.4. Miles E. Johnson's Large Fears. 2015. Deborah Amory. Figure 11.5. Jesse Unapic Mike and Carrie McCluskey's Families, 2017. Deborah Amory. LGBTQ+ Literature 405. By crowdsourcing, explores queer gender and sexual identities as they intersect with other identity categories, including race and ability. 16. In one of their first publications, A Princess of Great Daring, 2015, written by Toby Hillmeyer and illustrated by Eleanor Toksinski, a transgender girl has not seen her friends all summer and prepares to share her gender identity with them for the first time. Jamie's two moms drop her off at her friend's house, and her friends are playing a game in which they save a princess from a dragon. Jamie offers to be the princess, and the boys are excited to have someone to rescue. Jamie interrupts the traditional narrative by declaring that she will be a princess of great daring. Concerned that they will have no one to rescue, one of the boys, Liam, volunteers to be captured by a dragon, but even the dragon defies General De's expectations. She grabbed Liam only because she was lonely. When the game ends, Jamie's friends tell her that she makes a great princess. She takes the opportunity to explain that she is a girl. They immediately accept her, and ask how they can best offer their support. 17. Not surprisingly, in more traditional presses, marriage became an increasingly popular theme throughout the first and second decades of the 2000s, mirroring the increased visibility of socio-political debates about marriage equality. Sarah S. Brannan's Uncle Bobby's Wedding, 2008, tells about Chloe, a little girl worried that her favorite uncle will have less time for her once he marries his partner. Extended family are accepting of the same-gender relationship, and Chloe comes around once she realizes the joy of having two uncles. Leslie Newman's Donovan's Big Day, 2011. Figure 11.6, also takes up the theme of same-gender marriage, this time through the point of view of a young boy whose mothers are marrying. 18. Figure 11.6. Leslie Newman's Donovan's Big Day, 2011. Deborah Amory. 406 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Additionally, over the last several years, books have introduced very young readers to transgender and gender nonconforming children, and to a lesser extent, adults have begun to appear. For instance, Worm Loves Worm, 2016, written by J.J. Austrian and illustrated by Mike Curato, is a candid story about two worms who fall in love and wish to marry. Their insect and arachnid friends demand they jump through all the traditional hoops, including getting rings even though they don't have fingers, and buying a cake even though they eat only dirt. They go along with everything until it comes to choosing who will wear the white wedding dress and who will wear the tuxedo. At that point, the worms queer gender expectations when one wears the dress with a top hat and the other wears the tuxedo with a veil. Another example, Square Zahir Pair. 2015, written by Jace Peoples and illustrated by Christine Knopp, takes place in a fantasy world inhabited by Zahirs. Zahirs hatch from eggs that grow from vines. Some are tall and square, others are short and round. Round and square Zahirs always form a pair by attaching tails. One day, two square Zahirs pair. The community is outraged and demands they leave the group, using rhetoric like that of the real world right. After the exiled Zahirs save the other Zahirs from starving during an unexpected winter storm, they are accepted back into the community, which echoes the demand for queers to be exceptional to be accepted. 19. Stories about same-gender desiring children are also, slowly, beginning to appear. In Thomas Scotto's Jerome by Heart, 2018, two boys share an affectionate friendship that makes the adults in their lives uncomfortable. This is one of only two representations of same-gender love between children available in children's picture books. 20. Ernesto Javier Martinez's When We Love Someone We Sing to Them, Cuando Amamos Cantamos. 2018, is the other, figure 11.7. It is a joyful celebration of father-son relationships and young love. Martinez's depiction of the Mexican seer. Not a tradition subtly queer's custom. It was not until 2009, with the publication of Cheryl Kiladavis's My Princess Boy, that transgender and gender-creative children began appearing in children's picture books. The gender-creative protagonist, who is never named but instead referred to by the narrator mother as My Princess Boy, seems to be effortlessly accepted by family and friends. This book and others like it break out of the sissy boy mold present in earlier books by representing gender non-conforming boys who enjoy toys and activities associated with girls as accepted by family and peers. 21. 2 years later, the gay author Marcus Ewart published one of the first children's picture books, 10,000 Dresses, 2011, illustrating the experiences of a transgender girl. The child, Bailey, is bullied by family members who insist she is a boy even though she knows she's a girl. LGBTQ+ literature 407. Rex Ray illustrates the text, providing the reader access to Bailey's inner life by depicting her dreams and thoughts. Every morning when Bailey wakes up, she tells a family member about the dress-wearing dream she had the previous night. Every morning a new family member dismisses her dream, ignores her attempt at self-definition, and tries to silence her. After her brother threatens her with physical violence, Bailey runs away from him. She meets an older girl named Laurel who is the only character besides Bailey who is given a name and face. The two girls create beautiful dresses together. The final image is of the girls wearing the dresses they worked together to make. The book alludes to chosen families through Bailey's experience of rejection by her heterosexual family and the support she finds with Laurel. 22. I Am Jazz, 2014, is an autobiographical children's picture book. Co-authored by Jessica Herthel and the title character, Jazz Jennings. Jen Nings, now a young transgender woman with her own TLC show, first entered the spotlight in 2007 when she was featured on a 2020's documentary about transgender children. This book is a significant contribution to LGBTQ+ children's literature because it is co-authored by and narrated from the perspective of the transgender child protagonist. 23. LGBTQ+ books published in the last few years demonstrate how social and cultural visibility of LGBTQ+ youth has increased. Representations that affirm LGBTQ+ youth especially reflect medical models of care for young queer people that better meet their needs. Figure 11.7. Javier Martinez's When We Love Someone We Sing to Them, Cuando Amamos. Kent Amos, 2018. Deborah Amory. 408 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. The Making of LGBTQ+ Children's Literature. The conversations that surround LGBTQ+ children's literature, specifically challenges and celebrations of its existence, are an important part of the field's story. The Internet has played a critical role in increasing the visibility of LGBTQ+ identities and aiding postmillennial queer community building. Blogs by book reviewers, parents, teachers, social workers, and librarians have provided a virtual grassroots campaign to spread the word about LGBTQ+ children's books. For instance, Mombian, Sustenance for Lesbian Moms is a parenting blog that was founded in 2005 when the creator noted a lack of sites with current, practical news and information for LGBTQ parents, or sites that looked at other aspects of LGBTQ culture. With a parent's eye. 24. The blog contains a wealth of information about LGBTQ+ children's culture and smart reviews of dozens of books. The recent emergence of literary awards provide LGBTQ+ children's literature a degree of respectability and authority. For instance, the Stonewall Book Award, which is administered by the American Library Association's Gay, Lesbian, Bisexual, and Transgender Roundtable, was established in 1971, but a Children's and Young Adult Literature Award was not created until 2010. The Lambda Literary Awards began acknowledging and awarding LGBTQ+ authors and writers of LGBTQ+ content in 1989 and created a category for children's and young adult literature in 1992. Awards lend legitimacy to the subfield. Both of these relatively new. Awards help LGBTQ+ children's books get the accolades they deserve. 25. Less affirming discourses predate blogs and awards. Children's literature has many gatekeepers, parents, educators, librarians, even publishers themselves. Representations of lesbian, gay, and transgender experiences, expressions, and identities remain some of the most contested within the world of children's literature. According to the American Library Association, 2 of the top 10 most contested books of the 1990s represented Queer Parenting, Daddy's Roommate, by Michael Wilhoit, and Leslie Newman's Heather Has Two Mommies. 26. Controversies over LGBTQ+ children's literature are hardly a thing of the past. In the 2010s, myriad attempts to keep books with LGBTQ+ content out of libraries and classrooms have sprung up across the United States as well as globally. In Kansas, there were attempts to remove I Am Jazz and other books with transgender characters from libraries. Attempts have been made to ban the books of LGBTQ+ children's picture book author Gail Pittman in Colorado, Texas, and Illinois. 27. The political, cultural, and personal significance of LGBTQ+ children's picture books can be best understood by cataloging responses to it. Like LGBTQ+ literature 409. The texts themselves, discourses that challenge and discourses that celebrate the work are critical archives of feeling and practice that reflect shifting social and cultural responses to LGBTQ+ identity. Tropes in lesbian young adult literature. Madison Lauren Simmons. To explore the rising importance and acceptance of the LGBTQ+ community and uncover tropes and themes, this section examines lesbian young adult fiction, novels written for 12 to 18-year-olds, that have a lesbian protagonist. 8 popular and accessible U.S. novels written since the 1970s are the basis of this examination, with 1 or 2 books selected from each decade. All include a woman attracted to other women, with most of them being clear that the character is a lesbian, or in one case, bisexual. In the discussion, queer refers to cisgender women who identify as lesbian, bisexual, pansexual, or queer. The first lesbian-specific young adult novel was not published until 1976, Rosa Guy's Ruby. 28. According to Christine A. Jenkins and Michael Cart, the general types of stories with queer characters published between 1969 and 2016 had one of 3 themes: homosexual visibility, gay assimilation, or queer consciousness/community. Homosexual visibility refers to a character coming out and the tension that might happen. Explore. Peruse Jennifer Miller's blog Raise Them Righteous, https://raisethemrightes.com/category. Choose an LGBTQ+ children's picture book to read. What aspects of LGBTQ+ identity, community, or culture are represented? What changes in topics, tone, and style do you see in books published earlier versus more recently? What key themes can you identify through them? Miller talks about children's picture books as a powerful socializing agent. How might the book you chose to read be described as helping children develop a sense of cultural expectations or understand diverse social roles? 410 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. When the invisible is made visible. Gay assimilation involves a melting pot of sexual and gender identity, and these stories involve characters who just happen to be gay, but it's not their main characteristic. Finally, stories that involve queer consciousness show LGBTQ+ characters in the context of a community. 29. Although the homosexual visibility category is seen in nearly every novel, gay assimilation novels were more common in the 1990s to early 2000s, and stories with queer communities were more common after 2000. This could be due to changing attitudes with respect to the queer community over the decades. Novels closer to the 2020s have more positive and diverse queer representation. Like LGBTQ+ literature more generally, lesbian young adult fiction tends to fall into one of the three categories Jenkins and Cart introduce. In addition, the narrow field of lesbian young adult fiction includes these tropes: 1. The miserable lesbian, which refers to lesbians depicted as unhappy and lonely. 2. The lesbian victim, who has experienced acts of homophobia and violence as punishment for her sexuality. 3. The confused parents, who think that they did something wrong while raising their daughter and that's why she's gay, or they think that someone turned their daughter gay. 4. Lesbian self-discovery, in which she feels right with her sexuality and queer love interest. And 5. Found family, focusing on the importance of friends and on those in the queer community triumphing over hardship and coming together as a family when the biological family of a queer person is lacking. The earliest lesbian young adult novels are littered with unhappy and lonely queer characters, secret relationships, and violence against the lesbian characters. Of the 8 books examined for this project, the stories published in the 1970s and 1980s, and even some into the early 2000s, exhibited these tropes of the miserable lesbian and the lesbian victim. But they accomplish the homosexual visibility and gay assimilation that Jenkins and Cart defined. Although they may have been unhappy, queer characters were at least there, allowing some sort of visibility, even if the queer character didn't get a happy ending. This is important because it showed lesbian characters during a time when the LGBTQ+ community was not accepted in general society. Between the 1970s and early 2000s, novels that enfolded the beliefs of society at the time encountered less pushback than those featuring an out and proud lesbian who had no problems with her sexuality. People expected lesbian and queer characters to face setbacks because of their sexuality, but as they became more represented and accepted, over time the stories about queer characters were able to evolve from miserable lesbians to lesbians who are out and proud and facing little to no pushback for their sexuality. Rosa Guy's Ruby, 1976, is often heralded as the first lesbian young adult novel. In the book, 18-year-old Ruby Cathy and her family. LGBTQ+ literature 411. Move from the West Indies to Harlem, New York. The story describes the family's adjustment to Harlem and Ruby's budding relationship with Daphne Dupre, a self-confident and charming girl in Ruby's classroom. Ruby is described as a terribly lonely girl plagued by sadness, but she sees Daphne as a way to escape her loneliness. Although the story doesn't touch on lesbianism much and never explicitly defines Ruby as a lesbian, this was the first young adult novel that involved a relationship between two women. This book is a great example of Jenkins and Cart's homosexual visibility because, although Ruby is not happy, at least her story was published and people could read about a young queer woman and her relationship with another woman. Julie Ann Peters's novel Keeping You a Secret, 2003, is about Holland, the protagonist, realizing she has feelings for a girl named Cease and their eventual relationship. This novel harks back to the miserable lesbian trope of earlier years because Holland gets kicked out of her house once her mother learns about her and cease. But it also anticipates the presence of queer community, because Holland uses local queer resources to move into a queer-run apartment complex. This novel includes the confused parent, lesbian victim, and self-discovery tropes and falls in line with all three themes of Jenkins and Cart. Although her life seems bleak after she is kicked out, Holland believes that one day things will be okay and she will have a home, pride, and acceptance within the queer community. 30. By the early 2010s, the queer community theme and found family trope are widely used. Published in 2012 but set in 1990, the Mice Duca tie-in of Cameron Post, written by Emily M. Danforth, Figure 11.8, is set. Figure 11.8. The Miseducation of Cameron Post by Emily M. Danforth. Deborah Amory. 412 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies in a Conversion Therapy Camp. This story involves the miserable lesbian victim, and found family tropes and falls into Jenkins and Cart's queer community category. Although the camp itself is extremely toxic and is meant to break down the very essence of who each camper is in order to convert them to heterosexuality, the friendships formed between the more rebellious campers are a saving grace in a place where they would otherwise lose sight of who they are. As the first semester at the camp comes to an end, all the campers go home to their families during winter break. After spending months with new people and having practically zero contact from her life before, Cameron notes how strange it feels to be leaving camp. She realizes that the camp has become home, but more specifically, she realizes just how important the friendships she made have been. Despite the circumstances that brought them together, Cameron feels closer to the other campers than she does to her aunt, who sent her to the camp. This shows that, even though this type of camp was meant to strip away the essence of who a queer person was, it didn't always work, and sometimes created stronger friendships and a strong found family. 31. These Witches Don't Burn, 2019, written by Isabel Sterling, is about a teen witch named Hannah who has to deal with her ex-girlfriend and an attack on her coven while managing life as a teenager. This novel is filled with positive representations of queer characters, and Jenkins and Cart's theme of queer community is very present in this novel. The trope of self-discovery is also prevalent, but because Hannah is an out lesbian from the first page, the trope focuses more on her feeling right with her new love interest than on wrestling with her sexuality. A lot of queer characters throughout These Witches Don't Burn show queer consciousness and the importance of positive queer representation. There are lesbian neighbors who are married and expecting a child, there's a trans co-worker at Hannah's job, and various other queer students. When Hannah first meets her new co-worker Cal, she slips up and mentions her ex and then has to say that her ex is another woman. She immediately is nervous, her internal monologue saying, "Coming out is always nerve-wracking, no matter how many times I do it." Cal then comes out to her, mentioning an ex-boyfriend of his and that he's trans, and Hannah recalls instantly feeling a tighter kinship with my new co-worker. Like seeing a familiar face in a crowd of strangers. 32 There's a powerful dynamic when queer people meet in a public space and recognize that the other is queer. When two queer characters meet in a story and recognize that the other is queer, it lets readers know that nothing bad is going to happen to them, at least with the other person, because of their sexuality. LGBTQ+ literature 413.